Big Vanilla Funnies, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Unsportsmanlike conduct.
And welcome to another great episode of VJ's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, live right now with Vuslc Sports, also through StreamYard. You can also catch us. Don't forget, we are over on YouTube right now also. And then we all Spreaker.com and iHeartRadio for the 2021 NFL Draft Show, live draft. We're going to be here all 3 hours. We're going to go through every pick with you guys, every single pick that's made. We're going to comment on. I got special celebrity fan, sports fan guests coming on. I have a co-host that is doing his own thing in the sports talk industry, just left the financial world to come do sports talk for a living, and we're going to create a show. We got so much for you guys today. I'll have plenty of people that'll also be that'll also be coming in live from another show that I'm a part of, and some of my YouTube, my Twitter. Some of my Twitter guys will be there. So I'm VJ Vernon Husky, your host. We're about to go live here on radio, so we're good to go on iHeartRadio. We're good to go on Spreaker.com. I got my guest lined up. The NFL draft will be starting soon. Now, I wanted to actually try to put it on the screen for you guys, but I wasn't able to do so. So we will definitely be keeping an eye on the picks and on the drafts. And I know my guest coming in has the draft on in the background of his room, of his place also, too. I have it here on TV. So if you see me keep turning to look, I want to make sure that we can hear the pick, and then we'll mute the TV, and then we'll give our analysis. But without further ado, let me bring in my co-host here. Like I said, this gentleman has left the financial field and will be coming over in the sports talk. We will be doing the show. He's got his own thing going on, so you guys can catch him on Clubhouse. Originally from the Palmdale, Lancaster area of California, but now he down in San Diego. He too good for all of us up here in SoCal, northern SoCal. He went all the way down to San Diego, and y'all salute him too, because he is a former serviceman of the United States Navy and serving America. So you guys make sure you salute him too. So I'll bring in my co-host. Everybody welcome in Mr. Kenneth. My man, Mr. Kenneth Clark. What's up, Kenny?
What's going on? How you doing, brother?
Oh, man, listen, you already know what it is. You already see how I had to make sure. Look, I make sure I got the Dolphins tie on. I got the Dolphins colors on my lapel flower. And, let's just talk some sport. I also got the whistle, too. So people come on here. Y'all come on here wilding. Y'all come in here correct. Do what y'all supposed to do. Making good picks and good analysis. Your ass get the whistle.
So if one of these teams draft a quarterback from Timbuktu University, they get the whistle.
They get the whistle. They get the whistle. If the Miami Dolphins don't take it, we'll get into mock drafts. And like I said, the draft is starting soon. They're playing music now. They got some band on playing right now. But like I said, we'll get into the draft. We'll get into mock drafts and picks and things that we think are going to go this way. So I'll propose the first opening question for you. What are you looking at in this draft? If there's something that you really got your eye on, is it what quarterback, what running back, what team going to make a move? What type of surprise, or what do you have your eye on to start this draft?
Well, it's 3 teams in particular that I'm looking at, and that's New England, Washington, and Chicago. There are 3 teams that are picking. They're not picking in the top 10, but they all need quarterbacks. All right, so be on the lookout for either one of those 3 teams to move up and possibly make a move. You have guys like Justin Fields that could possibly drop. Trey Lance, I mean, who knows? He could probably fall to the bottom of the top 10. You can see some teams move up, and you hear reports of New England, all right, being willing to get rid of one of their corners, Stephon Gilmore, J.C. Jackson, just to get into the top 10 and trade. So that's really what I'm looking at. Honestly, I think the quarterback situation is going to set the tone for the entire draft. Once we get past that, then it's time to get some money. Then we're going to see how things really shake out.
And listen, the chat room is already lighting up. I'm getting support from my Twitter group, sports broadcasters and podcaster guys over there, too. My man Vegas Benchwarmer said, hey, yo, then he says, my man's really got the suit on. Let me tell y'all, let me explain to y'all something, okay? And this is something that I even shared with my co-host Kenny here. Remember, we had a talk about your career in this business, and there was something I asked you. I said, do you want to be a podcaster, or do you want to be a sports talk show host? Because there's a difference. Okay. And it's no offense to podcasters, but I'm not a podcaster, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I am a professional sports talk journalist, broadcaster. And when you got, my mom used to always say, you dress for the job that you want. You dress for the part, man. So I appreciate that. Also, my man Gamer Griff over here, 3387 said, let's go. So let's go. I'm with you, man. I think the quarterbacks are a really big thing. And I believe that running backs are going to go earlier. I think there's some tackles that are going to slide. I think there's some defensive players that are going to also slide too in this draft. I'm really interested in looking to see what Dallas does at 10. I believe 3 through 8 shakes the draft up. There was also an earlier story today that the San Francisco 49ers were trying to trade for Mr. Discount Double Check Aaron Rodgers. And I told people earlier today, that shows you San Francisco has no idea what they want to do with this third pick. Now, if you want to try to be a fan and be a cynic and say, no, they did that so they could get the third pick so they could have that in their back pocket to be able to go get a veteran like a discount double check Aaron Rodgers, then I'll say, you know what? Okay, cool. That's actually smart. I don't think that's what they were doing, though. I think they liked one of these guys. Garoppolo, in my opinion, is gone by Monday morning or gone by sometime next week. You can't, or before they meet for off season, or before like the rookies and the veterans meet up,
he won't be there.
He can't be there. They take the quarterback. He can't be there. He's got to be gone. So he's gone. And I think they're so confused on, which isn't no confusion to me, the easy go at number 3 is Justin Fields. But I think they're so confused on Mac, Justin, and Lance. And they have no idea what the hell they're going to do. And that's why they ended up making that trade. What'd you think about that before they get going here with some of these early picks? No picks have been made yet. But what'd you think of that when that story broke and you heard that earlier?
Well, I actually found it interesting because there were actually whispers. Me and a good friend were talking about this. There were whispers about a few weeks ago that San Fran was already in the market to try to get Aaron Rodgers. So they had been talking to Green Bay and trying to get that deal done. Obviously, Green Bay didn't budge. So there are beliefs that they possibly moved up, similar to what you said, to that third pick just to have ammunition to get him. Yeah. So now that it's coming out, the thing is maybe we're just hearing about it. This is probably something that was already in the workings behind the scenes. So honestly, if it can happen, I would love it. I think it would be a good fit for San Francisco. It'd be dangerous for the rest of the league because they'd instantly be a Super Bowl contender, and you give Aaron Rodgers probably one of the best foundations he's had since he's been in the National Football League. So I like it. I think they jump on it. Right now, sometimes you have relationships between franchise and quarterback that are unrepairable. And I think they're at the point right now where they have to get rid of Aaron Rodgers. You drafted a guy in the first round last year. Let him play. Let's do it.
Well, that was a mistake. And if I was Green Bay, I'd do it anyway because you can get a haul. You can get a ransom for Aaron Rodgers right now. I believe you could probably get 2 first rounds, 2 second. I mean, they could have really sucked what they wanted out of San Francisco, Green Bay. And then, like you said, go ahead and start love. But no here, no there. We got a draft to talk about for 2021. Commissioner just gave the okay that the Jaguars are on the clock. We know where Jacksonville's going. I have my mock draft. And I also have, and also to everybody that's watching, also too, you guys can make comments. Please make comments, jump into the comment section and ask questions, talk about if anybody does want to come in. I have a lot of guests lined up for today. But if you do want to come in and talk about a specific team, I don't have any problem. Just hit me with a message, and then we'll just hit me with a message, and then we'll see about getting you in. Vegas bench warmers, I got a good one right here. I'll throw this one up right here. He said there are reports saying the Broncos and the Packers are close to a deal for Aaron Rodgers,
and that would be quintessential John Elway. He can't watch. He can't draft and develop a quarterback, but he's gonna go and get a veteran guy and a New York minute. So it would make sense.
And not only that, look at the weapons already there. You already have Jerry Jeudy. You already have Cortland Sullivan. You already had Noah Fant. You have 3 offensive weapons right there. Now, I'm assuming Denver's going to give up that 8th. I'm assuming Denver's going to give up that 8th. So that will eventually be Green Bay's pick. And then Green Bay may end up being able to get a Devontae Smith or Jalen Waddle at that 8th position. But we'll wait for all of that to pan out. So they're on the clock. I'm going to go to the volume here. You guys will be able to hear it. I'm going to go ahead and turn it up on my television here and see if this pick is already going to be made and where we're going.
Oh, my gosh. Who could it be? Whoever
I know, right?
Man, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Well, they have Urban Meyer. Urban, a.k.a. never. You know what? I'm not even going to do it today. Everybody knows what I call him. So I'm going to stay professional today. I'm not even going to do it, even though I did just California, guys. I'm in Los Angeles. It's legal out here. I don't want to hear no jokes. I don't want to see no jokes and hear no shit. So
Isn't Urban Meyer like one of your favorite college football coaches? Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Urban Meyer is my favorite coach of all time and all sports in the galaxy and universe of the sports world. So let's talk about Trevor Lawrence. We know Trevor Lawrence is number one. We don't have to really wait on this call. This is not a hard pick. I love to think that Trevor Lawrence can actually come into the league and be an Andrew Luck. He could come into the league and be a John Elway, Dan Marino, 6'6",
Yes.
225, 230, makes all the throws, big arm, smart kid, and is a winner, has a national championship, was a Heisman finalist. The kid just gets it. He just knows how to win football games. And, listen, normally you would go, hey, well, they need a lot of help, and they do need a lot of help. Jacksonville is. But they also do have, I believe, 4 of the first 47 or 48 picks.
Oh, they're solid.
They're going to be able to get 4 guys that I think will be able to come to that team and help out. Now, look at their division. Texans will probably be a little down, depending upon what happens with Deshaun Watson. The Titans,
they're wild card.
I'm still trying to figure out who the Titans are. We know Derrick Henry's a 2,000-yard back, but I've always said if you put the game in Ryan Tannehill's game, hands 9 times out of 10. At least 7 out of 10 times, he'll give you the ball, and he did it in the playoffs. A game I predicted that the Ravens would win and cover the 3-point spread, which they did. What did he do in the second half when Derrick Henry couldn't get the running game going? He threw 2 picks. You put the game in his hands, he'll turn the ball over. And then you have the Colts. The Colts are bringing in Carson Wentz. They think that's going to work with Frank Wright, who's the offensive coordinator in Philly when they were there, and they got to 11-2 before he tore his ACL right out here in Los Angeles against the Rams the year they won the Super Bowl. So if you look at a division, you can say, you know what? Jacksonville's not going to win the division, but with 4 of the top 40 some odd players, maybe a trade or 2, who knows if they get another second round pick, if they move up from 23 or 24 where they're sitting right now in late in the first round, who knows? I think there's going to be a lot of movement today. But you get Trevor Lawrence, you have a winner, you have a cornerstone. My only problem is that we don't know where Urban Meyer is yet as an NFL coach.
True.
And I would hate to see Trevor Lawrence get lost in the sauce his first 3 to 4 years because his coach just can't grasp the NFL game, and that health starts to pop up again. But I think, like anybody else would say, Trevor Lawrence is the pick right here, number 1 for Jacksonville.
I agree 100%. And I think the biggest thing about Trevor Lawrence, one thing when you evaluate this quarterback draft class, they really aren't that far apart. I mean, we're not talking about Mac Jones, but as far as you look at like the top 3 or 4, they're really not that far apart as far as skill goes. But I think what separates Trevor Lawrence from the rest of the pack is like the way he handles the ebbs and flows of the game. He's very mature. If you ever see when he has a bad game, you don't really, he doesn't get flustered, right? If he has a good game, he's just even killed. And I think they feel like this guy can come in and he can be the face of their franchise immediately and kind of handle the game like a 4 or 5 year pro. So I agree with what you said about Urban Meyer. I think we don't even need to, we can go into history books. We've seen many college coaches try to make that jump and just not do it successfully. So I think there are great foundational pieces in Jacksonville. I like the wide receiving core, Laviska Shenault, DJ Shark. They may still have D.D. Westbrook. They had the undrafted running back that they drafted, that they picked up last year, who played pretty damn good. So they got some things to work with, and they got some stuff, a couple pieces, young pieces on defense as well. So I mean, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. We'll see what happens. I think they can win 6 or 7 games minimum.
And 6 or 7 would be a vast improvement. And you have to also remember too, this team was just in the AFC Championship game 2-3 years ago. Like they went up to Pittsburgh and put 40 plus points on the Steelers in the playoff game at Heinz Field. So I don't want to say they're not far away. I don't know if they're further than people think they are, or if they're, we know the NFL flux. It fluctuates year to year. There's 3 or 4 new teams in the playoffs for like last 15, 16 straight years. There's always like that 3, 4, 5, and now you get an extra game and you get an extra playoff team. So there's going to be even more fluctuation. There's going to be even more of a dynamic and more fluctuation with the NFL this year. So I don't know why Jacksonville is still on the damn clock. 2 minutes and 45 seconds still left, and they still haven't made this pick. So let's stick with Jacksonville. So with Jacksonville, they also have pick 25 in the first round. We know they need a quarterback, and then they need a lot. You had a receiver. I actually like Kadarius Toney at that pick for them out of Florida. Everybody loves Pitts. and rightfully so because he looks the part. And the film will tell you, the highlight film will tell you he's the guy. But people also have to remember he was open that much because Ladarius Toney was double teamed on 87% of their passing plays in Gainesville last fall. That's why Pitts was open as much as he were and got more one-on-one coverage. I know in the NFL, everybody thinks that you could get 2 tight ends. You could do what Gronk and Lord rest his soul, Aaron Hernandez did in New England. But you also have to have a line that can hold up. You got to have a running game that can hold up. And you don't have Tom Brady, okay? You don't have the greatest quarterback that ever played in the pro league. So if you look at this team, you want to add somebody to it. I think Kadarius Toney, 6 feet, 193. You watch all the film, runs very fluent. I played the position, so I'm very critical of the receiver position. Runs very fluid, really good hands, and he drew so much attention that his teammate shot up. Is going to be possibly the 4th guy taken. So at 25 for the Jags, after they make this pick here, and they're still sucking the clock down. Now the pick is in. And I'm surprised. I wonder who it is.
It's Justin Fields. Oh my gosh.
That well, you know what? For him, it wouldn't surprise me because it would go right back to Ohio State. So let's turn it up here. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it, but if you can, I at least want to try to give you some form of the draft instead of just me and all the guests and everybody running our mouth.
No se preocupe, abuela, esto va a ser divertido.
While I'm here, while we're waiting on that pick, I'll read some of the comments too. DDM says, do you think that overthink these picks?
100%.
Oh, man, I'm not sure if they overpick. I just think that there's a great response here where Vegas Benchwarmer says that I think everyone overthinks these picks because there's so much time between the Super Bowl and the draft. And I actually kind of agree with that, and I like that. And here comes Mr. Goodell being booed by everybody. So let's keep yours on mute. I'll turn mine up and see if we can get some value going. And here are the Jacksonville Jaguars with the very first pick for the 2021 NFL Draft.
With the first pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence, quarterback Clemson.
And as both of us said, surprise, surprise, quarterback Clemson. Trevor, could you hear that when I turned that up?
Yeah, I can hear it perfectly.
Oh, okay, awesome. All right, so like we both said, surprise, surprise, Trevor Lawrence is the quarterback and the new starting quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars. But we'll go back to number 25 pick with the Jags. Where would you like them to go? What do you see and what do you have in your mock draft?
Well, I've done a gazillion mock drafts by now. I think they can go one or two places with that. You got the kid Rondale Moore. I think everyone overthinks him. My bad. I'm reading comments. I think they can go Rondale Moore from Purdue. Add a nice slot piece to what they already have at those wide receivers in Jacksonville. He's a utility guy. Not only can you use him in the slot, he can play some running back. He's a great return guy. He could come in and just give you a little extra juice on offense, right? So either you can add a very reliable, explosive slot in Rondale Moore, or you can go a safe pick. I like Pat Fremont at a Penn State. I think give that at a tight end and give Trevor Lawrence a safety blanket. It's going to be a transition for him. Give him somebody that he can look to down low, and someone that the defenses have to respect. All right, and then I think that'll be a easier way to help him transition to the NFL because I think he's not coming from the most pro style offense in Clemson.
I know damn well you did not just pop and jump up that tight end out of Penn State into the first round.
Pat Fremont is good. Wait, hold on. Watch this. Hey, you guys, and this is why you guys are watch this. And this is why you guys are gonna enjoy this show because me and VJ don't agree on everything.
We don't.
We don't.
At 9 times out of 10 in this world of sports talk, it's normally set up that way so you can have the pro and con, but we naturally just do not agree on a lot of sports things, but we agree on our passion and the way we view sports.
Right.
We agree on that. We just don't agree on all the semantics and all the pageantry. I guess I'll say about sports.
So let me ask you this: what is the issue with taking probably? I think we can argue he's the most well-rounded. He's the most well-rounded from a tight, just a pure tight end standpoint. He's the most well-rounded tight end in this draft. He's projected to get picked at the top of the second round. What's wrong with picking him at 25 if Jacksonville feels like they're not going to get him at the top of the second?
Because I still see Elijah Moore. I still see Kadarius Toney. Who knows?
You think so?
Who knows where Rashad Bateman's? Who knows where Rashad Bateman might slide?
But do you think they need a Rashad Bateman with what they have? I don't think. No, it doesn't hurt. I get you, but I'm looking at what they're missing. They don't have a tight end. Is there any? I don't think there's. Go ahead.
We're gonna move on to the. We're gonna move on. So that first pick is in. So surprise, surprise. And if you guys read the ticker taker on the bottom line, I'll have it. It's separated the way we have to do it here on StreamYard. I'm going to email them and let them know they need to change that. My ticker line should be as long as I want it to be. Whatever the hell I want to say on my show on the bottom line should be there. But you guys see all the picks there, the first 19 picks, and then we'll flip it over to wherever Denver. We'll make changes if anybody trades and move up and down. But as you can see at number 2, you guys read that out loud for me right there. Everybody read number 2. There you go. The number 2 pick in the 2021 draft, the bum ass Jets. Well, you see the Dolphins colors, so ain't no love lost over here. But they have the second pick. We both think it's Zach Wilson. Everybody thinks it's Wilson. I don't like the kid. I think he's a bust waiting to happen. I think he's Mitchell Trubisky all over again. Tim Couch. I think what happens is it's almost like what's happening with Steph Curry in basketball. Everybody thinks they can be that now. And everybody that can hit a 30-foot three, the first thing you say out your mouth is, "Oh, he's Stephen Curry like," and I don't like that. And you see it with Trae Young, and I know, I'm not banging on Trae Young in the NBA, but you're finding that out now with the NFL. Everybody thinks they have a Pat Mahomes because you can throw from weird arm angles and you can do all this freaky. Listen, that don't matter. And when you put on this 2019 tape against good to average to good to a little better than good competition, his tape's bad. When you put on the 2020 tape against the nobodies in the world of college football, his tape looks amazing. But you get him in the game against Coastal Carolina and he couldn't move the football. And can't nobody right now watching this show or that's watched any of my shows without looking it up, name me 2 defenders from the Coastal Carolina program in the history of Coastal Carolina college football, not just off the 2020 team. So even when you put him in the big moment, big game, and the Jets have done this. They did this with Mark Sanchez. They did this with Geno Smith. They've done this now with Sam Bradford. And now they're going to do this with Wilson. They're going to set themselves back 5 years with this pick. And it don't matter to me. I hope they take him. I don't want them to take Justin Fields because, number one, I don't want Miami to have to deal with that twice a year. And number 2, I like Justin Fields. And I want him to go somewhere else other than the bum-ass Jets. But, man, this has bust to me written all over it. And at the end of the day, they're gonna regret making this pick. And I have nothing. I'm sorry. This isn't your your normal TV draft where they can't say the negative. I have nothing positive to say about Wilson. He is going to be a bust. This is a monumental mistake that the Jets are making. This is a huge, and I'm happy they're making it because I want to see it go up in flames. They'll be looking for another quarterback in 4 years.
I concur. Now, here's the thing. It's not that I don't think Zach Wilson can be good because he does have a big arm. I'll give him that. He has a very nice arm, quick release.
So did Jeff George.
No. I concur. I agree. That's not enough to be a good quarterback in the National Football League. People are making all these wild comparisons. To me, who he reminds me most of, he kind of has some Carson Wentz to his game where he wants to play that hero ball. It's like almost like they read their own press clippings and they try to make these Aaron Rodgers-esque throws. And, that's what I see Zach Wilson as. But you're taking him, first of all, he struggled against dominant or solid opponents in college. Now you're putting him into what? It's the AFC East with an opportunistic Buffalo defense. All right.
Hold on. Let's go. The pick is in. Let's go to Goodell.
Second pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The New York Jets select Zach Wilson.
Yes. Yes.
Good luck. Good luck, Coach.
Yes. Great pick, New York.
Good luck.
I'm happy for you guys. Great pick. Can't wait to see how this one
Good
turns
luck.
out. And I said to say anybody, I've been doing my show long enough that when Sanchez was with the Jets, so I've been saying it since then. You guys can go to my shows are all marked and time stamped and dated. I said the same thing about Mark Sanchez. I said the
Good
same
luck.
thing about Sam Darnold. I said the same thing about Geno Smith. And I'm telling you guys the same thing now about Zach Wilson. You got the floor, Kenneth.
I just wanted to say, Mark had a chance. So, I want to
Mark had Rex Ryan's defense. Stop.
stall out my
Rex
USC
Ryan's
guys.
defense.
Stall out my USC guy. But he was making some improvements, but they didn't develop in the right way. But that's another story for another day.
That's why your USC quarterback are cool, okay? That's why JT Daniels got his ass out of here and is in Athens right now.
And we'll see how that works out. We'll see how that works out.
You guys also signed Bryce Young out of Modern Day. He took a trip to Alabama for 1 day and came back.
He went to win. Look, this is what I tell people when you go, you choose USC or a team like Alabama. You want to win in college, or you want to become a successful pro. Some people just want to win in college. That's why USC produces better pros than Alabama. Another story for another day. But Zach Wilson, please, sir. Zach Wilson. Once again, big arm, but you're putting him in a position where he's really gonna have to be the guy sooner rather than later. I'm interested to see what they do the rest of the draft. I think you're gonna have to bring in a runner. You're gonna have to protect him, because in that division with the Patriots, they're gonna be back. They had a lot of guys come from COVID. Miami's I don't want to make you feel any better, but Miami is growing and they're getting better. All right. But that division as a whole, and Buffalo's already a contender. You think that Zach Wilson's going to come in and he's going to make these off-platform throws and, he's going to lead the Jets to glory? I just don't see it. I told people I think they should have kept Sam Darnold, maybe drafted a Kyle Pitts with the number 2 overall pick, and then built around him. But once again, they wanted a new guy, and we'll just see how it works out for him. It's trial and error.
I agree with you. I love I wanted them. I said, listen, in my opinion, you keep Sam Darnold for another year or two, put weapons around him. I mean, you add a Jamar Chase or a Kyle Pitts, or if you think about it, they got Becton at the left tackle. They could have added Penei Sewell to that and just had a ridiculous left side. And then later in the draft, they still have a second first-round pick that they're going to be able to use also too. And see, the comparison for Zach Wilson is they're showing Russell Wilson. So I
don't understand. I don't understand that comparison.
I know.
Explain it to me. Maybe you can.
I can't. This is why I tell people don't watch all this shit. No, don't watch and listen to all this stuff, man.
Russell Wilson? Is that
thinking.
Really?
No, he's not. He's not. No. And I'm not even a Russell Wilson guy, but Zach Wilson's not even Russell Wilson.
He's not
Russell
that
Wilson. I'm not a Russell Wilson fan. I never act like Russell Wilson can't play quarterback. Right. The man is a really good quarterback, but I'm just not a Russell Wilson. Guy here. So, number 3 coming up is we got the San Francisco 49ers. And to me, this is where I even got my football here. This is where it get real. This is where it get real. Number 3 is where it gets real, because if they take Mac Jones, now somebody said there's a deal in the works for the Broncos and Aaron Rodgers. I still have not seen. Anybody in the chat, anybody watching, if you guys see it, let us know. Put it up here. I'll try to keep switching back and forth as much as I can here. But also, I like Trey Lance with this pick. I just think he fits. Something's telling me Mac Jones, though. I don't think it's Justin Fields, which is sad, because Justin Fields to me is by far the second best quarterback. Is by far the second best quarterback in this draft is Justin Fields. So I would be shocked if it's Fields, but I got to go with my mock draft. In my mock draft, I have Trey Lance, 6'4", 226, already was in a pro style. His quarterback coach has already worked in the NFL, worked with quarterbacks when he was at North Dakota State. Last year, I know he didn't play one game, but if you go back 2 years ago, when they actually played some competition, He threw zero
Zero
interceptions.
interceptions. Yep.
0 interceptions in 2019. That means he takes care of the football. And in the NFL, two things will lose you a lot of football games: turnovers and penalties. If you do not commit stupid penalties and you do not turn the ball over and you can run the football and stop the run, you will win 8 games guaranteed. That's just doing those things. So if you had a star receiver or a star D lineman or Aaron Donald or Jalen Ramsey or Xavier Howard on the corner that shuts one side, you're going to win 10 games. You're going to win 11. But it starts with those things. And Trey Lance does not turn the ball over. I just think he fits right here. Pocket guy, but can still move. You're going to need somebody. You're playing the Rams twice. I don't think you can't have Mac Jones. He's a statue. Aaron Donald and that Rams defense will eat his ass alive. That front seven from the Cardinals will eat his ass alive. That front seven in Seattle will eat a guy like Mac Jones alive. He got to be. Russell Wilson has hell in that division, and he can move with the best of them in the entire league. And
So what you think will happen to Mac Jones?
In the NFC West, from Sunday to Sunday, Russell Wilson runs for his ass those days because all three of those teams can come get you. So Mac Jones just makes no sense here. Pick's not in yet. They're still on the clock, but I like Trey Lance.
I think that's the best way to go to. I think we're kind of on the same. We're in the same ballpark because we feel in our hearts that it's going to be Mac Jones, but we want it so much to to be Trey Lance. It gives you you bring in Trey Lance, gives you the ability to possibly keep Jimmy Garoppolo a little bit longer. I think so. If you needed to,
Garoppolo's gone by mid next week.
Mid next week.
Gone.
Okay. Well, who do you have coming in as your backup? That's the question, though.
They don't. Well, I mean, they'll find. There's guys on. Listen, man. Yeah. There's guys.
I mean, sure.
You can get a backup. You can sign a backup in June.
You can. Because right, it'll be some guys that get cut. But I don't know. I like Trey Lance. I love his potential. I got the opportunity to watch some of his tape. Kyle Shanahan would do wonders with his skill set. I think he loves, if you really look at him, Kyle Shanahan loves mobile quarterbacks.
Yep.
And it just adds a different element to his offense. This is something he hasn't had since, I don't know, God forbid, was it Johnny Manziel, the last athletic quarterback he had? I think Trey Lance, but the safe pick would be Mac Jones. He's not worth the third pick. To me, he's the way I explain him, he's an above average game manager that can get into a rhythm and make some big passes, some big throws. That's what I think he is.
Yeah.
And he knows where to put the ball.
For San Francisco, Goodell's walking up. So
it's Justin Fields.
The draft, ladies and gentlemen, it has officially started. And here we go with the third pick of the 2021 NFL Draft.
With the third pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback, North Dakota State.
Okay. They did something good.
Told you.
They did something good. He said, I think San Francisco picks Trey Lance. Yeah. I concur. Yeah. They deserve a Scooby snack.
Yeah. Told you. I had it. So I'm 3 for 3 to start my mock draft. I like it. Trey Lance is the guy here. Once again, 6'4", 226. His college quarterback coach he's already worked with NFL quarterbacks, guys. He's already been in the league. He gave him wide open to do whatever to the offense. He was in charge of his own audibles. He was in charge of his own play calling. He can do what he wanted to do in an NFL pro-style offense with pro-style lingo, with pro-style schemes. That's a guy you just bring in. Is Shanahan. Let me tell you guys something. For those who don't really know, they know the name from his dad. He is a hell of a football. He could coach this. This thing right here, it's in the Shanahan's blood to know how to coach. That's all they've ever done is coach this. And they have a defense in San Francisco that was marred by injuries last year. They're going to get all those guys back. Mm-hmm. You add a guy like Trey Lance that can move around. Like I said, you've got to run from Aaron Donald twice. You got to run from the Cardinals, who added J.J. Watt twice. You got to run from Seattle up there if they have fans back in Questville with all that noise coming in and you trying to audible it. You got to have a guy like that. I love this pick right here. I'm always saluting the black quarterback anyway. Ha! I told everybody San Francisco was not taking Mac Jones. They take
It was
Trey Lance.
it was a big bluff. But I will say this. When I look at Mac Jones' skill set, I would love to see him go to Denver. I think that'd be an ideal spot for him.
Who?
Denver. I think Denver will be an ideal spot for Mac Jones. He goes somewhere. I think he needs to go to a place where he doesn't have to be the guy and he has weapons where he can just spread the ball around. That's his strength.
And a good comparison that I've seen some people say about Trey Lance too, Steve McNair. And I like that. And if he's anything, if he's 80% of what Steve McNair was, Lord rest his soul too. God, I'm sorry I'm mentioning all dead people today. What the hell is wrong? I'm like, I gotta blow the whistle on my own damn self.
Blow it.
Stop mentioning dead athletes, VJ. What the hell? Goodness gracious. But anyway, Trey Lance, number 3 pick here. I love this pick. I think it fits. And like I said, and now we're gonna start to see
it's getting exciting.
Penei Sewell, Rashawn Slater, Justin Fields. What's happening? If Denver makes this move to get Aaron Rodgers, then I'm assuming Green Bay takes the 9th spot. If that's the case, Green Bay can't take another quarterback. Or can they? Or can they? If Justin Fields falls, who's better? Who's better? Justin Fields or Jordan Love right now?
We don't know how good Jordan Love is going to be. Right?
I didn't say going to be. I didn't say going to be. Who's better right now?
I watch this. Since I love football the way that I do, I can't see that because I've seen so many good quarterbacks bust in the National Football League. So we've never seen either one of them take a snap. I didn't watch Jordan Love's preseason games. Oh, no, my bad. We didn't have a preseason last year. So we didn't watch Jordan Love take a snap at all. So I'm not saying we're in an era where guys are giving quarterbacks they're drafting them first round and getting rid of them after 1 year. So it wouldn't surprise me. He said, I like the pick.
I want to read some of these comments, man. Got some good comments coming in. Mr. Swanson says, I like the pick for San Francisco. I think they keep Jimmy G and use him as a bridge to Lance for a year. I disagree. I think he's gone.
Lance is ready to play now.
Gone. Lance is ready to play now.
Mm-hmm.
Lance is ready to play. Listen, San Francisco's not going to win the Super Bowl next year. We know that. Okay. But you send him for what? You take a guy number 3 overall to sit him for what? Not at all. So with that being said, I got to bring my other homeboy in right now. I just seen him pop up. You guys all know this man. Everybody, if you black and you don't know who this brother is, I don't know where the hell you been. Players Club, Two could play that game. Jamie Foxx show. Mr. Funny Man himself, the Funny Don't Stop. He's got a show on IG that he does. I'll let him plug today, but I know he's got a sit-down talk comedy show that he does on IG. He had the Funny Don't Stop night at Haha where we met. He threw me on stage the first night we met and was putting me up and actually let me close out 2 shows of his in front of all his famous black celebrity friends. Also used to write for Fresh Prince of Bel-Air too, man. And was also the Frankie Lyman story. He even played in that movie. This brother's just been everywhere, man. Y'all put y'all hands together. I know we can't hear y'all clap, but my man, Mr. Alex Thomas in the building right now. What's up, player?
Yeah, I got my number 1 fan here, ladies and gentlemen. My number 1 fan. My little pandemic baby son, Trust. Say hi, Trust. 9 months old. He was born with a mask on. All he knows is the pandemic. I'm good, man. Let me tell you something. I thought my wife was going to be home in time for me to hop on with you, and I didn't want to look like a flake, so I had to have a baby with me. I'm sorry about that, bro.
No, man, listen, I wanted my son on when the Dolphins make their pick for my good luck charm, but his little ass went in the room and went to sleep on me. I told him, I told my son all the time, I said, you ain't shit. Mommy come around and pull a pool bow and you forget who I am. You know, you're a typical dude.
Hey, it's like this. This little boy, he ain't gonna stop me from talking football.
Yeah, exactly.
and I was in there watching until you came on. So I see the first 2 picks are done. So hey, it is what it is. It's gonna be very interesting.
Well, the first 3 are in San Francisco, and I got this right on my mock draft. San Francisco took Trey Lance out of North Dakota State, which I was very happy about. So we're up to Atlanta. I think it's Kyle Pitts. I just think that Atlanta has said, you know what? They need to fix defense. The offense let them down last year. Wasn't the defense? The offense. I mean, defense let them down. Wasn't the offense? But I think Atlanta's thing is, you know what? We got 2 more years of Matty Ice at least. We'll figure out what we're gonna do with Julio before the June 1st Veterans Cut Day if we want to do something there or trade him. But you know what? We're going to add offense, and you're just going to have to score 39, 38 points to beat us next year.
I think Atlanta's going to be in that similar situation like Philadelphia with Wentz and the young kid out of Alabama. How am I going to forget?
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, with Hurts. You know, it's kind of like it's becoming, you know, I've been a fan of the NFL for my entire life, and we've seen how the evolution of the black quarterback it's coming around. More than it ever has.
Really quick, Atlanta's announcing their pick.
Oh,
Justin Fields, hopefully.
I think it's definitely
there. It is. No, it's Kyle Pitts. So that was easy.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're gonna add offense. I've nailed the first 3 picks. The first 3 picks of my mock draft I've nailed. The first 4 I got picked. Yeah. Then you have to, because you can't. This is the way I analyze this draft defensively. There's not a defensive player that I think is a franchise changer.
No.
And Atlanta would need a franchise-changing defensive player to take it number 4.
The last NFL dude that was an NFL franchise-type player, obviously Von Miller. You know, we can honestly say that year with the Broncos, that was the first year since Ray Lewis and the Ravens in 2001 or 2, that we could actually say a defense won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And then obviously the Seahawks came around with the, you know, with that backfield with Earl Thomas and Cam and those guys. But it's very rare that you get in this day and age a defensive guy that literally changes the game.
Yeah. So, and that's why I thought Pitts, and that's why my thought process is with it. I've been saying this the whole draft process. Atlanta's going offense because there's not a player that can change their defense. And if I was Atlanta, you know what? Carolina, they're bringing in Darnold. We don't know what they are. The Saints, they got 2 damn quarterbacks, Jameis Winston and Taysom Hill. And Taysom Hill is Tim Tebow 2.0. We don't know what that is. The only team we really have to really compete with hardcore for this year is going to be the Bucks. So why are we trying to blow this up or trying to fix something that we can't fix in one draft? Let's add offense at 4. Julio, Ridley, now Pitts, tight end, running game, Matty Ice, in a dome, on turf.
Right.
Have fun defenses on Sunday.
I know this is a draft day thing, but you just brought up something else. I will also say that I think New Orleans is going to give that brother Winston a chance. I don't think they're going to start the white guy over him because, he wasn't successful in Tampa Bay, but he is a straight quarterback, and he is, to me, when they hired him to be Drew's backup, not knowing Drew was going to, call it quits. I think they were looking as into, you know what? People are investing in these black quarterbacks to run their squads. So let's not try to reinvent the wheel here. I mean, it's unfortunate what's happening in Houston right now, but you know what I mean? There's more and more black quarterbacks now, man. Being a black man, I just love to see it. Nothing against the white guys. They've been the leaders since the beginning of time in football. But we also are leaders. We're not just athletic robots that could just run, but we also got arms and stuff also. You know what I mean? I just got to put that out there.
Go ahead,
Kenny.
No, I guess I'll say this since we don't on ESPN or a damn network. I think it actively bothers a lot of people that the best quarterbacks in the league right now are black. And I think it also
absolutely. And we know who those people are. We don't have to say. We don't have to say about those Trumpsters. But look, those probably the same people that ran into the Capitol building. Okay, so a lot of them, it's almost like it's their last hope that they control this. Like they'll let us do everything on that damn field, other than be the commander in chief and the guy that runs everything, and they really don't want to see it become damn near 80% black quarterbacks. And then there's nothing, because then their fear is this is going to become basketball where there's hardly no more white guys left.
True. and that's why you see, obviously Patrick Mahomes. You could say Patrick Mahomes or Russell Wilson facing the NFL.
Well, he's beige. He's Patrick Mahomes. He's beige.
He's beige. He's beige. He's clear. Yeah. But if you notice, they're on this even though I like the kid, they want to put Josh Allen as the next. They want Josh Allen to surpass Pat Mahomes so bad because
don't let Trevor Lawrence have a MVP / rookie year. Oh, there's really hope.
He's the face of the league.
Right. Oh, trust me, they want him to be the new Millennium Joe Namath, brother. Mm-hmm. Come on, the great white hope.
He's got the hair. He's definitely got the hair.
He fits the profile of the good All-American boy that's going to be on the front of GQ and Sports Illustrated every week. And nothing against him. So anybody watching, I have nothing against it. But it ain't just them anymore. We got some amazing young brothers that have got the job done too.
That's why I was so happy for Trey Lance getting that spot, man. And now we're gonna see where Justin Fields falls. The next 4 picks, man: Bengals, Dolphins, Lions, Carolina. I'm not sure if this is. Can somebody do me a favor? Can check and see if that trade went through? I want to make sure that that's legit before we talk about pick number 9. Alex, to bring you up to speed, there's rumors that there's a deal close. Divers trading for Aaron Rodgers.
Wow. Why do I really, really believe that? Because it just came out today that he's not happy with Green Bay. So that's just kind of really peculiar and awkward on the day of the draft. This superstar announces that he's done with the Bay. I could totally see that. See that. Yeah, I think he's done. I'd be honest with you. I think he's following the footstep of Brady's, of kind of like, you know what? I did what I can do here. It's time to move on. But the difference was obviously Brady was successful at the highest level. But you get what I'm saying.
Well, Denver, if you look at it, if that were to go through, I like their defense. Von Miller was hurt a lot last year, and so was Shane Ray. Both those guys will be back. They're going to miss the corner. They lost a free agency. You don't get to replace it with the 9th pick. But when you bring Aaron Rodgers in and you put him with Jerry Jeudy and Cortland Sutherland and Noah Fant, you have 3 weapons right here. They have Lindsey at the running back position. Like that offense automatically, to me, they passed the Chargers, they passed the Raiders, and they battle right there with the Chiefs in that division. So interesting. Now they say the pick is in, but the commercial's on. So as soon as they come back, we'll go back there. Bengals pick right here. You think it's Jamar Chase?
I think it's Jamar Chase. I think
it's Jamar Chase too.
Yeah, I think
it's Penei Sewell. Protect the quarterback that was number 1 overall last year. When he got hurt last season, he tore his ACL. He was already leading the league in time sacked. I understand the Chase pick, but if you can't protect the quarterback, it don't matter who's on the perimeter.
So let's think about this. They have Jonah Williams, who, from what I'm told, they're going to give him every opportunity to be successful. They still got Jonah Williams at left tackle. They just picked up Riley Reif. He's going to be their right tackle. You pick up Penei Sewell, who I love him, generational talent. Is somebody going to kick in the guard? Are you going to put Penei Sewell at guard? Is that what you're going to do?
No, you kick somebody in the guard. You kick somebody in the guard. Penei Sewell's a tackle. He's 6'6".
No, he is.
40. He's a tackle.
So I think their logic, and once again, we'll see what happens. We'll see who comes out on top. I think their logic is we're going to add as much offense around so he doesn't have to hold on to the damn ball so long. We add Jamar Chase, who's one of the best route runners, if not the best route runner in this draft out of all the wide receivers. You put him in there. He's easily their number 1. All right. You got T. Higgins, and you still got I want to interject.
I do agree with you, VJ, because what happens is this, man. That investment that you put in at quarterback, that his protection is damn near the second most important guy on the field. Yep. Ask New England, and they'll tell you everything about protecting that dude. Because if that dude goes down, we're done. I don't care what combinations you try to put together. So I think they're more interested in protecting that investment. That's just what I think. And I hear what you're saying, Kenneth. I hear you. Yeah, you can. Oh, don't worry about that. Just give him more weapons. Okay, but if he's on his back a lot, chances are one of them a lot. Something's gonna break and he's gonna be done for the year. So all you could do is hire some goddamn 300-pound Navy SEALs to protect that dude, and then they put a gun in their pads to protect him.
I will say this: the Bengals pick is in, so I'll go here in a second. As soon as I see Goodell walking, if they take Jamar Chase, it shakes up the next 3 or 4 picks. Because I really do think Miami wants Jamar Chase. And here's Goodell right here. This is huge.
The Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Chase.
Wow.
I told you. No, but look, I'm gonna tell you this. This is the logic. They take Jamar Chase. This is a very deep tackle draft. So you're gonna have legitimate guys like Sam Cosmi from Texas going in the second round, who's a first round prospect, in my opinion. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So I think that the Bengals looked at her like, okay, we're not going to get a Jamar Chase in the second round. We may not get a Penei Sewell, but we're going to get a guy that can come in and be damn good. So that's the difference.
It's crazy because some seasons, it's some years it just happens to be that. Like, some years you feel like, damn, is everybody a wide receiver or quarterback? And then some years it'd be like, damn, this is the year of the DB. Some of the, you know what I mean? And you are so right. Yes, it is very offensive line heavy this year. Which teams need?
You know what? I'm pissed because now this is where I can see Miami. This is where I can see Miami fucking this up. And I'm gonna tell you why. If the Bengals take Penei, it takes Miami off the hook to have to take him because he's off the board. They almost have to take him now. They almost have to take.
It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing, but and look. They address receiver with Will Fuller as a free agent on the 1-year deal because the new TV deal kicks in next year where everybody's going to be able to spend a shitload of money, right? Okay. Yeah. But I would not mind Devontae Smith here, but I know they're not going to do it.
They're going to take Jalen Waddle.
They're almost forced right now to have to take Penei Sewell, but that takes them out of because I don't want Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle reminds me too much of Teddy Ginn. I watched too much film leading up to this draft. I've watched a shitload of film and study. You can be fast, but you have to know how to run routes. You have to know how to get off coverage. You have to know how to do other things than just be fast.
So where do you think Devontae Smith is going and what number? Because we're at 4 right now.
I think he slides. He doesn't pass the Giants of Philly, in my opinion. But I don't think Detroit takes him. I don't think Carolina takes him, and I don't think Denver takes him.
Really?
And Dallas doesn't take him because Dallas needs front 7 help bad. Dallas is taking Michael Parsons.
No, they're not. Oh my God. Okay. All right.
They're taking Michael Parsons. I know people want him to take it. And we'll get there. We'll get to the squad. We'll get to the squad.
We can bet a mill on that one.
I know people want him to take a corner, but like receiver and offensive lineman, I look at front 7 and DBs the same way. I don't care what DBs you have. If you can't rush the passer and if you can't stop the run, to put them in second and third and long, where your defensive coordinator can now get creative with his schemes and the corner's only got to cover 2.4 seconds, then you're good. But if you can't run the passer, I don't care who's playing corner. If you can't get pressure on the quarterback, Dallas last year, pressure on the quarterback, 28th in the league.
So my question to you, BJ, my question to you is, why are you not applying for a defensive coordinator job somewhere? Because you just convinced me to throw on some cleats, nigga. I feel like a mouthpiece getting out there and buying into your scheme.
This is what I do, man. This is part of me, Alex. I know you know the comedy side. This is part of me, man. This is who I am. But no, in the Dolphin. Oh wow, that was fast.
Watch y'all take Michael. What would you do if y'all took Michael Parsons?
Are they up next?
They're not taking Michael Parsons, man. You know what? Hold on. I blow the whistle on your ass again. I got the whistle too today, Alex.
Okay, when they blow a whistle for your damn self, talking about Michael Parsons to 10 to Dallas.
No, we'll see when we get there. But so Miami's up. I even got
Tiberius. Is that a draft board behind you?
Yeah, that's my top 50.
Yeah.
You are serious also.
Yeah. Oh, him and I have been planning this for matter of fact, I'm so rude. Kenneth, Alex, Kenneth.
Oh yeah, hour
Alex,
into it. How you doing, Tiberius? Tiberius, is that your street name? Is that your gang name? Or did your mama name you Tiberius? Because Tiberius sounds like a nigga you better have his money. Oh, shit. Oh, that nigga Tiberius. Oh, that nigga 50. I'm giving that nigga 200. Shit. He'll leave me alone for life.
So
Tiberius sounds like one of the
Can y'all hear me?
victims on First 48.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
when they identify him and the narrator in the background goes, the victim is 28-year-old Tiberius Clark.
Oh,
He was a father. He was a father of two.
Right.
And he had just graduated school and had dreams of owning his own plumbing company.
Hey, but VJ, that could go the total opposite way. The nigga that shot everybody in the dice game.
Yeah.
Tiberius Kenneth Clark. This is the third dice game he shot up this month. Like, nigga, Tiberius sound like a nigga goes to bed with a gun. So we can go either way.
Go a lot of different ways.
Yes, it can.
All right, guys. Pick number 6 for my mighty Dolphins. It feels like Penei Sewell. I've seen Jalen Waddle on a lot of mock drafts, but I'm gonna stick with my mock draft, and I'm gonna stick with the front office and coaching staff just knowing talent. To me, the best receiver in this draft, in my opinion, had always been Devontae Smith. I know people fell in love with Jamar Chase, but Devontae Smith to me was the best receiver in this draft. I'm gonna stick with my mock draft. I say Devontae Smith.
I see.
And they're gonna because they could get a tackle at number 18. And here's Goodell with the pick. So here we go. Oh Lord. I know it's because I know it's Penei Sewell.
This man scared as hell.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Waddle, wide receiver.
I told you.
Wow, you did say that.
I fucking told you. I said they're going to take Jalen Waddle.
You called that, didn't you, Tiberius?
Hey, look. Hey, look. It rolls easily off the tongue, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. I knew they were going to take him. I felt like they would have took Jalen Waddle if Jamar Chase was there, just to make Tua comfortable.
Yeah.
And watch this. And don't be surprised if they're assholes and they take Najee Harris in their team.
Woo! First of all, if they get Najee also, they came the hell up in this draft. I don't care if they don't get anybody else. If they got those two, they got better immediately. Do you agree?
I just, guys,
100%.
When I watch him, like I said, I watch film. When I watch Jalen Waddle's film, I'm trying to figure out how two receivers went before Devontae Smith, and I'm not happy with this.
I am blown away with. What is the reason? Somebody try to make sense of that for me, please. What this guy? So was he not all smacked up that they made him out to be, even though he won the Heisman, or do the pros look at him differently?
He's small.
But we know that doesn't matter. Look at OBJ. I mean, that dude's small too, and he's a star.
Well, you're from out here. You know about Deshaun Jackson.
Exactly. Deshaun is a deep
small
threat.
Guy.
He's
Marvin
a deep threat.
Harrison,
Exactly.
Small guy.
You need that dude, though. You need that deep threat. So my thing is, but you brought it up as if that's the reason they're not drafting the guy. You would think the bottom line is that's going to be a dude that's going to help us sell tickets and score touchdowns, and that helps us win. I mean, I don't understand how they're passing him up. So with that being said, where do you guys think he's going to go? Who's going to be the lucky
for Devontae Smith?
Yeah, for Devontae Smith.
I really think he's going to New York.
You think New York?
I think New York.
Well, I think the big stage. I believe it'll be the big stage, like
either 11 or 12. Alex, he goes to 11 or 12. Detroit knows who they want. They must have had their guy fall right to him because their pick went in immediately as soon as the change. And I think, what is this? Is this Penei Sewell? The Penei Sewell really fall to number 7? You got to be shitting me, man! Like, goodness gracious.
Hey, look, I tell you this, he falls to Dallas. They'll definitely pick his ass. So hopefully one of these teams get him.
Hey guys, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here, but we all know, and I'm just playing devil's advocate, you guys. Mm-hmm. We all know Yeah, it always sounds good when you went, I went number 3 in the first round. I went number 2 in the first round. Dude, there are people that go in the 3rd round who end up being the superstar. So, I mean, I understand the hype. Don't get me wrong. I get it. It's now an ESPN time. We all sit around the couch to watch. Hey, man, this dude's out there that's hungry. It's coming from Mississippi Valley State, Jackson State, some small school out there that a lot of times end up being that star. So even though we're talking, I don't want to say we're talking down that Devontae may go to New York. You never know. That might be the greatest combination ever for the guy. The guy that you didn't think was going to be the superstar and end up being the superstar.
Well, New York fits for Devontae because they already have Saquon at running back. You already have Shepard at the other receiver, and you have Ingram at tight end, and then you also have your quarterback of the future that they drafted out of Duke 2 years ago that they think is going to be the guy there too. So it fits. I mean, it fits for him. You can put him in the slot. You can move him around. Different things. I'm still flabbergasted. I'm sorry. I'm just still. And I saw Jalen Waddle on so many mock drafts for the Dolphins, but I just said, why would you just go with a speed guy when you can go get a pure receiver like Devontae Smith, or just go ahead and get the left tackle Penei Sewell? And this kind of shows, Kenneth, what we were talking about last week is that Miami feels like that the pieces they brought in, they can have a collective good line instead of trying to get that franchise left tackle. Hey, if you got 5 guys that are just in sync and block, that's what you really need. You can have a star left tackle. Doesn't mean you can run the football. You have a star left tackle. Doesn't mean your offense is going to score a lot of points. But if you have a collective offensive line,
of course,
you can do a lot of things and win a lot of football games. So obviously, that's what Miami thinks.
A collective offensive line is called the Dallas Cowboys of the 90s.
Absolutely.
We always joke. And we say, hey, man, what would happen if Barry Sanders had Emmett's line? At Emmitt Smith's line. Oh my God. What if Walter Payton, I don't know if I'm going too far back on y'all, if he had a line?
Not for me, you're not.
Okay, I'm about to say, because people are like, oh, he had some of the most amazing highlights ever. Yeah, because the nigga was running for his life. There was nobody, he would have loved to run in a straight line. What you saying, Tiberius? Tiberius?
If was a fifth,
we'd all be drunk.
We'd all be drunk.
No, I'm not saying it out of anger. I'm not saying it out of anger. I'm saying it out of just facts. You know what I mean? Like the bottom. It's almost like a running quarterback. It's like a running quarterback. Don't get me wrong. It's exciting. It's fun. It's great. But the line is, there's a reason why you have 6 dudes that are 300 pounds to protect you, so you don't get your ribs cracked in like a Michael Vick guaranteed broken ribs every year. You get what I'm saying? How about Robert Griffin III? I can go on and on. Dudes we thought they were going to be incredible, and because they ran outside the pocket, they got fucked up a lot.
I don't believe in running quarterbacks. By the way, I don't think it's a recipe for success.
When you say you don't believe, don't okay.
So I'll put you like this. I don't think you can be a quarterback and, like, you look at Lamar Jackson, who I think is very talented. He's very talented. He's very talented.
Right.
But until he can really grow as a passer, he'll never win a championship. He'll never win a championship. He'll never get past Patrick Mahomes. And if you look at the way that he loses in the playoffs, teams figure out, okay, let's blitz him with a couple of DBs. I'm gonna tag you, man. Let's blitz him.
I know you're black. Black, but some people are gonna call you racist for that.
No, I gotta keep it.
No, I'm joking with you because that sounds like something a white guy would say. That sounds like something a white guy would say. Am I right, BJ?
Yeah.
No. I'm telling you, I want Lamar. So case in point, we look. Oh, who got picked? Oh, it took okay.
The Lions. The Lions take the left tackle to solidify that, to protect Jared Goff and solidify that left side line. The Lions take Penei Sewell.
And remember, it depends on who your quarterback is. It's almost like saying, it depends on what your scheme and who your quarterback is on how you're going to design your line. You get what I'm saying? And nothing. I want to go back to what you said about Lamar. It is the most exciting, funnest thing to watch. Our people, black quarterbacks, tradition from the beginning, we run, but we also get fucked up from Randall Cunningham to Michael Vick, who got 2 $100 million contracts. Nigga was killing dogs, came back and got another $100 million. You know what I mean? So yes, it's very couldn't bring a puppy around that nigga, but he got $100 million twice. So the owners love it. They get to sell tickets. You're selling jerseys. But at the end of the day, I'm with you. I get it. There's a reason why those guys are there to protect you, because you're gonna get caught slipping. Find me a running back that don't get smashed every once in a while. But we can't afford you to get smashed, dude. We need you to run this offense.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I'm with you guys, man. Yeah, Penei Sewell to Detroit. I think it's a smart
Easy
smart
pick.
pick for them. I'm just my mock draft. Yeah, I got through the first 4, and then I went wrong on 3 straight picks there because I had the Bengals taking Sewell, the Dolphins taking Devontae, I had Detroit taking Jamar Chase, and Carolina up next. I have Carolina taking Rashawn Slater, adding a tackle there. I'm not sure if anybody wants to trade up. And I told people the Patriots aren't going to trade up. I know everybody kind of wanted them to, but I'm like, no, the Patriots aren't going to trade up. So Detroit's made their pick. Carolina's coming up. Now let's talk Carolina for a second here. They bring in Sam Darnold. You have McCaffrey. McCaffrey missed a lot of time being injured. That was coming off of 1,000-yard receiving, 1,000 on the ground, 1,000 through the air. You bring in Sam Darnold. Great coaching staff, really good young defense, some veterans gone, some younger players worked in there. Receiver core is still young. I think they can add to the offense as
we can call that VJ. We could just call them the epitome of the rebuilding process. Because put it this way, just for the fact that everything that came out your mouth, you sound like somebody that's about to build a brand new house, and you just gave us all the, they're going to need lots of nails. They need wood. They're going to have to get some tile, but that roofing, the plumbing is going to be, you could really have helped yourself and just said they're rebuilding.
Yeah, they are rebuilding. So, okay. So then I like Rashawn Slater. I know you got a mock draft there. Kenneth, where are you going? Where are you going with Carolina here?
Yeah.
Where does Carolina go with this pick?
Honestly, I think they can surprise it 2 ways. It's between Rashawn Slater, and I know I said the Giants don't be surprised if they add Devontae Smith because they might want to add an extra weapon for Sam Darnold to have to throw to.
Because he's there for the taking. They can surprise everybody, right? They can surprise everybody and take him right now, right?
Because Denver's not going to take him. Dallas is not going to take him.
Yeah.
So if you're Carolina and you're thinking that you need a weapon here,
let me ask you something.
I can't believe the Dolphins took fucking Jalen Waddle.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Why are you guys thinking that Dallas wouldn't take Devontae Smith? Why is that like?
They don't need any offense because they're so deep. I'm gonna tell you this: the Dallas wide receivers are so good. Devontae Smith will go there and be the number 4 guy.
No, I get you. And then of course, if Dak comes back healthy,
he'd be the number 4. He's not better.
But I've seen stuff happen before. Don't get me wrong. You guys know this game. I've seen before where exactly what you said, Kenneth. Oh, they're deep. And they will get that guy and get rid of a dude just because they want some new fresh blood in there. You've seen it happen.
We have. Look, I seen it happen last year when Dallas took CeeDee Lamb. I was pissed.
Yeah.
Like what? What are we doing?
Hold on 1 second.
No, you're good to go, man. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if he knows he could cut his camera. There you go. So Carolina, I like that. I like Devontae Smith probably being picked up there, but I do think once again they do have to fix that line. They have to add some things to that offensive line and protect Sam Darnold if you're going to have Sam Darnold there. Also, too, a wild card right here too. Do not be surprised if this is Justin Fields.
You talking about for Carolina?
No, for Carolina. Don't be surprised if this is Justin Fields. Yeah, because
knock it off.
They don't have to keep Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
he doesn't have to be their starter just because they traded for him.
Yeah, you got a
just because they traded for him doesn't mean that.
You got a great point because remember he didn't come over. Okay, he's one of those guys. Darnold is one of those guys. I hate to say.
Hold on, here's Bedell. Here's Bedell with the pick. You know what? I'm going to change mine. This is Justin Fields. This is Justin Fields
going to.
Okay, commit to it.
Carolina.
You willing to bet a DoorDash on that?
The Carolina Panthers select J.C. Horn.
I didn't see that coming.
You know what I mean?
So here's the first holy shit moment of J.C. Horn?
Blow the whistle.
Oh my God.
Blow that damn whistle.
Wow.
Wow. What? Okay.
That
That's
proves my point, you guys.
And he may be the top rated corner on the board. I think it's Pat Surtain, the second out of Alabama. I think he's the top rated corner. And I even like Newsome out of Northwestern because I think Newsome, people call him grabby. I think grabby's a good thing if you're very quick and slick with it in the NFL. I know you can get some flags, but Asante Samuel was grabby.
Yes, he
Stephon
was.
Gilmore was grabby.
And he
There's
lasted
been some
15 years, too.
Champ Bailey was grabby. There's been
Sure
some
was.
defensive backs that were grabby, but if you can be quick with it, I think that you can, like, this is the shock right here. This is, I definitely, I don't think anybody saw Horn going here. And once again, they go to this pro day, maybe they sit. All you need is one GM to look and go, you know what?
Yeah.
I like this guy. This guy can change.
They're looking for that next. They were looking for that next Josh Norman.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
because they've never replaced Norman.
Never did.
They never replaced Norman since they traded Josh Norman. They have yet replaced.
There's a word and that is the answers, right? So what I mean by that with Darnold, I got to go back to Darnold because you brought up a great point, VJ. So. I'm going off what you said. Just because they traded for him does not mean he's just automatically their next starter, right? And the way things are happening now, you got to go back to like Wentz and Hurts out there. It's almost like let's get this other star kid and make it become a competition amongst our own to see who's going to work their ass off to be the starter, and then we got a hell of a backup just in case. I think when they're young, you can do that. You get what I'm saying? This is not like a Garoppolo. Wait, who was the starter before Garoppolo in San Francisco? Oh, Kaepernick. Wasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, Kaepernick, right? So, no, when two dudes are young and neither one has truly proven themselves yet, because let's think about it. And I'm a USC fan all day, twice till I die. He was another one of the great white hopes. And it proved it when he got to the league. He didn't do shit in New York, but he still kind of had that name enough to go get him another check somewhere else, but he still ain't proven shit yet. So guess what? A Justin Fields or a young quarterback could easily come in, outplay him, and get the starting job, even though they gave the dude a whole lot of money. Did that make sense?
How far does Justin Fields now fall, Kenneth? I'm looking here. Dallas isn't taking him. Giants aren't taking him. Phillies aren't taking him. Chargers aren't taking him. Maybe the Vikings, if they're not settled on.
He's going to fall.
Patriots at 15.
I'm going to tell you this.
Patriots at 15. Arizona's not taking him. Raiders not taking him. Dolphins not taking him again. Yeah. Washington at 19. Bears at 20.
I can see the Bears. They need some help.
I'm gonna tell you this: the scariest thing for the league, if you let Josh McDaniels in New England get a hold to Justin Fields, and you let him build an offense around Justin Fields' skill set, God help us all. Josh McDaniels is probably one of the top 5 offensive coordinators in the National Football League. You let him get Justin Fields, who we can all agree.
I agree, but you don't think. Well, so why didn't he work out with Cam then? If he's such a great, don't get me wrong. I'm just playing devil's advocate because the facts are. You have a great point. He is one of the best offensive coordinators.
Yeah.
What happened with Cam?
And if you watch, what happened with Cam is you actually seen, when the year started, he actually built a serviceable offense around Cam. Cam didn't have that many weapons, but he utilized Cam's running ability. And I think Cam talked about on an interview on I don't know if you ever watch I Am Athlete.
I love I Am Athlete.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Is that a podcast? Is that a podcast?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Chad Ochocinco. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Chad Ochocinco, Brandon Marshall.
Is Ocho? Hold on. Is Ocho?
Brandon Marshall?
It's Marshall. Yeah. And over with the dreads.
Brandon Marshall.
Yeah. So remember when Cam Newton Cam Newton got COVID, and he said that after that, now in New England, it's a next man up type of organization. So once he got COVID, he was out for 1 or 2 games. by the time he got back, it just wasn't the same.
He never got back into the swing of things.
Not only that, guys, he didn't have a Gronk. He didn't have a Moss. He didn't have a Welker.
Yeah.
He didn't have a Edelman. He didn't have
those weapons. Yeah.
He didn't have those. He didn't have weapons.
What is going to happen with him, though? I know we're talking about the new generation right now with the draft, but what is the situation with Cam right now?
He'll be a backup in 2 years.
He's their placeholder.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's still signed to New England. He's not out of there.
He's their placeholder as a starter right now. And I'm gonna tell you that.
That's funny.
Yeah,
he's the long snap. He's the long snap placeholder, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, he's the placeholder right now for who's coming in next. Cam has had his moment.
Literally,
Cam had his shine. Cam had his moment. Cam had his shine. But it's over. It's not over, but it's not the same. So the Broncos are on the clock. This trade with A-Rod I haven't seen doesn't look like it's gonna go through, not unless they're making this pick for Denver for Green Bay.
It's not legit.
And that happens, they'll make the pick for Green. They say, okay, we won't announce it. Take this player if he's there. So then we announce the trade. We get your spot, we get the player, blah, blah, blah.
Who and what were your? I meant to ask you, who and what were your sources when you got because I saw it earlier on SportsCenter that he's announced that he's ready to get out of there. But who told you that he might sign with Denver? Like, where'd that come from?
Just Denver's been on the clock with him. Denver's been on the phone with him. Just different journalists that I trust, different people that are at the draft. I actually one of the guests that'll come in a little later. Female, black woman. She's strong. She used to work for the NFL front office. Her father played for the Lions for 11 years in the league. She's at the draft working for ESPN right now. She's gonna come in later and give me some more intel. But just people that I trusted, people that and the thing is the deal wasn't done. People said they're just close, but you could get right to the door on a deal like that and the deal fall apart. It could be $1,000. It could be a draft pick. It could be anything. It was like, whoa, hold on. No, we want this. And the other team could go, well, no, we don't. Like, okay, we got 8 things on the list to match up, but we matched up 7.5 of them. Yeah. That other half could be something that holds the deal up. I'm actually, like I said, I just want to go back real quick before we get the Denver pick. I'm just still shocked with Dolphins with Jalen Waddle and with Carolina taking J.C. Horn. The J.C. Horn pick is shocking. And they just showed a clip of Justin Fields in his living room sitting around his family. Yeah. And you can see the looks on their faces. They are
concerned.
Well, this is what pissed me off about it is that it just felt, and I hate to lean this way, but I got to stay, truly originally who I am. This reeked of just knock the black quarterback, and everybody on TV jumped on it and started putting out all these fillers about the kid. And his college coach, of course, has to come on TV and speak up, and I have to introduce myself so I can turn up Mr. Roger Goodell, who's at the podium with Denver's pick.
They're going to take him.
Take who?
No. I seen that happening. I can see that. They like Pat Surtain. So Dallas.
Well, they have to address corner. Denver has to address corner.
Dallas is gonna trade back. Watch Dallas trade back.
You want to double up that DoorDash?
Hey, I want fucking Cheesecake Factory. Right
no, you can have that. First of all, Cheesecake Factory got rats, so you can have that nasty shit. You can have that nasty shit.
Over there. Look, I'm in San Diego.
All I want is some El Pollo Loco.
Hey, wait. Back to something you guys said earlier, man. And it's almost like, how many drafts have you seen? Like you said, his family's looking concerned. He's like, well, what's going on here? All that does is motivate the guy once he gets to the league to be that much stronger and faster. It's like a personal motivation that, oh, really? They were saying I was going to be top 10 and I went 11. They said I was going to be top 10 and I went 14th. All right, we going to show you. It just kind of puts a chip on his shoulder. Now, those of us that know the business also know each time that number go down, money goes down and down. And don't get me wrong, you're still first round. It's still an amazing credit. You still went first round in a draft. So no one will ever be able to take that away from you. But every time, let's just say Trevor Lawrence's money from whoever that 17th dude is going to be,
Yeah.
Big difference.
Yeah, it's a big difference, man.
And then again, it also depends what team you're going to, because some teams may spend certain amount of money for your position, and we all know positions matter as far as what you're getting paid. Kicker's not getting what a star linebacker's getting. You know what I mean?
No, not at all.
You know what I mean?
I want to talk about Pat Surtain for a second here, because that's the pick for Denver. I'm not mad at the pick. They had to address corner. They lost their best corner in free agency. You got to help fix that defense. People think he's a cornerstone type player. 6'2", 202. Football's in his DNA. His dad was a Pro Bowler, a perennial multi-time Pro Bowler, opposite of Sam Madison for the Miami Dolphins. So it's in his blood to play football. Nick Saban knows defensive backs. And if you look around the NFL, the handful of Alabama defensive backs leading defenses in the NFL right now. So I'm not mad at this pick for Denver. It can't be the trade with the Packers must not be going through, because this could have never been the Packers pick. Right. You would think if they were going to trade A-Rod, that they would probably say, okay, you guys take Fields, and when we do the trade, we get Fields, you get the number 8 pick, and you give us Fields, or you get A-Rod, we get Fields, and we we do the trade that way. So that trade must not going to go down. Something must have caught a snag. But I don't mind Pat Surtain right here. Like I said, big, physical. Nick Saban defensive backs normally are. He's a winner. He knows what it takes to win. And he had to cover some of the best receivers. If you think about it, we love all these other receivers from these other SEC schools. And Pat Surtain locked some of those guys down and put clamps on them. So I like the pick for Denver.
I think it's a good pick too.
Yeah, I like the pick for Denver. So, all right, we ain't going to talk about Denver no more. Now, I'm going to go ahead and give this biased-ass Dallas fan who swears he's not a biased-ass Dallas fan, but I'm going to give him the floor on his Dallas pick. And I told him when we planned the show, I said, I'm going to let you have the Dallas pick, man. I like Michael Parsons, and I'm going to leave it right there. Go. Because you're not getting Surtain. So where you going?
I'm going to go ahead and say first. So I think they almost have to go Rashawn Slater. Tyron Smith is getting old. He hasn't stayed healthy. I don't think he's played 16 games in the past 5-6 years. So you bring Rashawn Slater in, he instantly gives you value at left guard, and you could possibly kick him out to left tackle if Tyron Smith gets hurt again or if he retires. Right. So I think Rashawn Slater is the safe pick. Michael Parsons, I can literally teach a damn clinic on Michael Parsons. He's a very, very talented player, but he's not a blue chip defensive prospect. He's not instinctual. He's just a big, talented kid, but he's an off-ball linebacker. So it's not like you've seen this guy shedding offensive lineman blocks. And no, he's a blitzer that is not a great coverer. He also struggles tackling in open space. So I don't get me wrong. I like the kid's skill set. I think the potential is there, but to pick him at 10, hell no. Rashawn Slater, I think Rashawn Slater is the pick, or don't be surprised if you see Dallas trade back. Because they might trade back. I can see they're looking at guys like Trayvon Moehrig. You don't pick him at 10. You probably trade back to about 15, 16, 17, and then go there.
You have got to fix the front seven.
Blow it.
You've got to fix that. This is a front seven pick. I don't mind the
Michael Parsons is.
This is a front seven. The only other guy.
So you
Zaven. Hold on. Zaven Collins, Tulsa could, because we've seen other guys like we didn't think Horn would jump up, right? Okay.
Watch this. But I love Zaven Collins. If you would have said Zaven Collins, I'd have been like, it's a little high, but I'll take it.
Hold up. Pause. I'll give you props. You were right. Dallas just traded out of that spot.
Oh wow!
I told you, and why? They're going to take.
They traded with Philly. Philly moves up to 10.
Nice.
Dallas slides back to 12, which is not a big move. Dallas slides back to 12. They got an extra pick. So let's fly in. Let's jump to Philly. Let's jump to Philly. We got to hold on Dallas.
Philly's going to take Devontae Smith.
They're going to take Devontae Smith. Do you think that's because they feared the Giants would take him at 11?
No, because I think they want him. I think they like him.
But they could have had him at 12 then.
We don't know that because the Giants,
No,
I
I
believe,
just
would have took him
asked
at
you.
11.
Hold up, make up your
Yeah.
mind. You can't play both sides.
What about-
You're not a pancake, bro. You can't lay on both sides and get done.
What I'm saying is they moved up because they want Devontae Smith.
Devontae
you're
would have
right.
fell to them at 12. Giants, and like I said, are you so back to my original question?
The Giants like him.
Again.
The Giants like him.
Okay, there we go. So
Okay.
you jump the
All right,
Giants
it's correct.
because you're afraid the Giants are going to take him.
I got a quick question. Did Jalen play with Devontae at all in Alabama, or
He
did
did.
he come in with the year he left?
No. They were there together. They played together.
Okay, so
They were there
that's
together.
another
Jalen
thing.
he missed 7 games this year, though. He broke his foot.
Okay,
So he
because I was
missed
going to
7
say
games this
that.
past year.
I was going to say they got tape on how they work good together. You know what I mean?
Well, him and Tua, him and Tua played together year before last.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
He was one of Tua's favorite targets. Like Tua, he was one. Jalen kind of came onto the scene because they had Judy and they had Judy and they had Devontae, and Jalen was just a returner when he first got to Alabama.
Right,
He was
right.
just their kick returner, and then they
Yeah.
started using him on screens and reverses on offense, and he just started 20-yard game, 30-yard game.
Right.
His speed is separating NFL speed, guys. Don't get me wrong.
Oh yeah.
At that position in the NFL,
It's almost like in basketball. If you're a 6'11" guy or a 7-foot dude, there's going to always be a spot for you on somebody's roster.
somebody's team.
Whether you are a
Yes.
superstar or you're just mediocre, certain guys just fit. Like we could use
But
that guy,
don't
and we're
mean,
gonna.
Alex,
Right.
that don't mean you can play dead though. Just because you 6'11",
That's true.
It's like shooters.
Back
Shooters can play 12 years in
Yeah.
the NBA. If you get flat out, just shoot the rock.
Joe
And
Johnson.
You can't do shit else. Teddy
People like
Ginn,
that.
I compared him to Teddy Ginn. Teddy
Yeah.
Ginn has played 13 years in the NFL, guys,
Yeah.
because he's just fast, but he's never.
He gets
caught more than
traded. He gets
50
traded during timeouts. That nigga gets traded
Yeah.
so many times. I swear to God, he's only
he's
dude start
never
off
had-
with one jersey, and then at the end of the game, nigga, he's on the other side of the field. Like, this nigga
He's
gets
never
traded.
had
a lot.
more than 56 catches. He's never had 1,000-yard year. And with all that speed,
I know.
speed guys like that just scare me. But then there's a Deshaun Jackson who can run something called a route tree, where
Exactly.
you draw a 1 and a 2 and a 3
Yep.
route and a 4 route and a 5
Yep.
and a 6.
Yep.
He can run the route tree. Devontae can run the route tree, and I just don't think
Jalen
Waddle. I don't think Waddle can. And like I said, they did address receiver with Fuller. So you still have Fuller. They still have Jakeem Grant. We still have Albert Wilson. We still have Allen Hurd. And we still have Devontae Park. But there's still 5-6 receiver guys there.
Did you say Allen Hurns?
Well, he opted out last year, but here comes Goodell. Yeah, I mean, shit, y'all had him in Dallas, so don't talk shit. Y'all had him in Dallas. Don't talk shit. All right, so here we are. Dallas is traded with Philly. Philly now has pick number 10.
Devontae Smith.
Devontae?
Devontae.
All right.
With the 10th pick in the
Turn it up.
2021 NFL draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Devontae Smith.
Yeah, that was easy.
Yep.
That was easy.
Yep.
And you know what?
That was a no-brainer.
Most mock drafts had them taking him at 12. Most people thought he would fall, and if he fell to the Eagles, that the Eagles would take him. The Giant thing, I think, started to rumble because Waddle was already gone. Because I've seen Waddle at 11. So once Waddle's gone, now the Giants, who need a receiver, go, okay, the only receiver left this high is Devontae Smith. And the Eagles go, okay, we got to jump him. Dallas goes, you know what? We can still fall back to 12 and take Michael Parsons at linebacker.
Michael Parsons.
Our front 7. Yeah, I like that. And also, too, Rashawn Slater, we talk about him. Christian Darrisaw out of Virginia Tech. Don't forget him.
I like him.
He's
I like
a throwback mauler who's athletic. A lot of maulers aren't really athletic. He's a mauler who's athletic. So you get a guy who just wants to get nasty and run block, but can also do it pulling and being athletic. It wouldn't surprise me if Christian Darrisaw went before Rashawn Slater did. So that's something.
Which would be absolutely nuts because Rashawn Slater is probably the most technically refined offensive lineman in this draft.
Not only that, you and I talked on another show, I think on just a private conversation. There's certain guys in certain positions in college that when they come from a certain school, you already know what you're getting.
Absolutely.
If you're getting offensive lineman from Northwestern, here's the list that I go
exactly. Or Notre Dame or like those Midwest.
He's got to block Michigan. He's got to block Ohio State. He's got to block Penn State. He's got to block Michigan State. Okay. He's also a smart guy. That's the Harvard of the Harvard of the right. Okay. So if he went to Northwestern, they don't really care about football there. That's an academic school. So you know you got a smart guy. So when you hand him the playbook, you already know he'll get it. He'll get the terminology. He'll be able to call out blocking the side.
Hey, do you mind if I ask you a question off the subject right now, or does it have to be just about the draft? Because it's something about you personally, VJ. Is that okay?
Go ahead, man.
When and where did this love affair start with the Miami Dolphins? I've known you for a while, and I say any nigga that got a Miami Dolphins tie, you are definitely on fanatics.com. That means you probably got towels, you probably have pajamas, bumper stickers, and all kind of shit that people don't even think that you could buy when you're a super fan. When did this happen?
I used to have a pack of Miami Dolphin condoms.
I'm gonna fucking hurt you. So your condoms had fins?
Yeah.
And gills?
Yeah. With a flaming hoop that the dolphin was jumping. Yeah.
Dude.
No, it started when I first fell in love with the NFL.
How old were you?
5.
Oh, so you're talking before like Dan Marino.
No. This is his rookie year.
83.
This is 84. It. Yep. This is Dan Marino's rookie
I'm a
year.
real fanatic, guys, so I can really break that.
No. That's why. Hello. That's why your ass is on the show.
Right.
No. Here we go. The Bears have just come all the way up.
Oh shit.
The Bears.
Who'd they pick?
Come all the way up.
I told you. Hey.
We both said it this morning.
What are we talking about?
We both said it this morning that the Bears would come way up. This is Justin Fields.
So where did they start out at for you to say they came up? Like what was their
20? And
we are now
they came up to 11. That's a lot.
Oh, that's big. That's huge.
Yeah.
And but you damn right they are definitely going to get Justin Fields.
I talked this morning, and I said there's one team I can see. There's 2 teams that have to come up. 2 teams have to. Pittsburgh's got to come up if they want to run it back, in my opinion. And I think if the Bears want a quarterback, I said the Bears have to come way up. Kenneth and I talked on the phone earlier this morning, and here it is with the Giants. So that tells you the Giants were just in for a receiver, and now the Giants say, you know what? We can still get a receiver at 20, and we're going to fall way down, collect some picks. I love this for the Bears, and I love this for Justin Fields. To go to a team,
a major city.
That defense is NFC Championship game ready right now.
They are.
Right now, that defense, the offense knocks them down.
Hey, look. It was funny because everybody's talking about Andy Dalton. I said they whispered sweet nothings in that man's ear and drafted and did exactly what the fuck they did to what was the llast quarterback they had from NC State?
Trubisky.
No. Before when they drafted Mr. Trubisky, they had another kid. I forgot his name.
Gould. Number 9. Number
Who the hell was their quarterback? Who was their quarterback before? I'm trying to think.
The 6'5" kid from NC State, and then they.
Damn,
he was starting at quarterback. The Bears signed him on a contract.
The bottom line is,
and they did that.
Here's the bottom line: the Bears have not had a star quarterback, damn it, just since Jim McMahon.
Yeah,
and a city as big as deep as they are, with a whole lot of black folks that need some help. I'm not trying to make it a race thing, but you get what I'm saying. They're looking for that star quarterback, and you're right. I think this is the time, and I think anybody in Chicago that's watching would agree with me on that.
This is beautiful. I love this. I've been pammering for this for them to move up. In another chat I was in on Twitter this morning, I listed a few teams. I said Chicago, the Ravens. The Ravens might want, not for a quarterback, but I thought the Ravens would want to come up. They have 2 first-round picks late. If they see a player they want to come. But the Bears, I love this move for Chicago. This is definitely This is definitely Justin Fields. This is nobody but Justin Fields.
Oh, absolutely.
That defense is set. You have good young receivers there. They can still get other
running back.
Say no. I love this move. And once again, we don't know what Minnesota is. Minnesota defense struggles.
What if they have what if they have to give up to get it? What they have to give up to move up?
Oh, to get to 11.
Yeah. We gotta look at that.
Money.
Look it up for me. Look it up for me, Kenny. See what the
I'm looking it up right now.
And I'll turn the Goodell up.
Okay.
Probably money.
Nah, this is Justin Fields, baby.
Yeah. That's a blessing in disguise.
It's a great franchise for him to go to.
Yeah,
a really great franchise for him to, in a great city who will embrace him as their new leader. And oh man,
absolutely, it's gonna be a good
look. He played at Ohio State. His college fans will go to those Bears games.
Absolutely, that's Midwest all day.
He's playing right in Ohio. Yeah. He played college. He played in the Northeast. So.
Yep.
It's got to be. Even everybody in my chat room, I'm putting some of the. You guys keep an eye on the screen. The comments from people that are watching the show live right now are coming up. The last two comments are like, "Yeah, this has got to be Justin Fields."
Yeah.
They can't stand Roger Goodell. He's sitting here trying to give props to a former military veteran, and they still booing his ass. They can't stand Roger Goodell. So then that means Dallas picks next. God, Dallas is going to get a great player.
Dallas is going to take Rashawn Slater or Trayvon Morey.
All right, here goes the selection, guys.
Yep, knew that was gonna happen.
Here we go. This kid right here, guys, I thought was the second best quarterback in this draft. I know a lot of people are like, what? You're a Michigan fan? You're bigging up an Ohio guy? But he went to Georgia first for people that don't know the background, and he transferred. Right. He was the #1 recruit coming out of high school. This kid's been good for a very long time. All-state player, Gatorade Player of the Year, #1 recruit coming out of high school, national championship game appearance, Heisman finalist, Big Ten titles, Big Ten conference game MVPs. I love the size. I love everything. About
how tall is he? What is his height?
He's 6'3".
That's what I'm giving you guys right now. 6'3", 230, big arm, can move, can run. You're going to need this in cold weather in Chicago, not a statue, a guy that can get outside the pocket, make things happen there in Chicago. Hey, Matt Nagy might have just saved his ass because he should have been fired last year, and they gave him an extra year this year to say, okay, we'll give you one more year, and Justin Fields falls to him, or they move up, make an aggressive move and move up. Funny, somebody today texted me when I said Bears will move up. He goes, give up and move up for what? I'm like, bro, give up whatever you got to give up.
Yeah.
You got to go get your quarterback.
So really quick, the Bears traded.
Say hi. That's my second son right there.
That's
Legend right there. Say hi, Legend.
What's up, man? How you doing?
He's just getting home from school. Daddy's finishing up this call. Okay, I'll be in there in a minute. Okay, say bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
What's up, Legend? That's the homie. That's the homie right there.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good look all the way around, like you said, man. I hate to even say that, he's going to be a great backup because I said it earlier. It's with a guy like him that's coming out that highly, with all his accolades, he could mess around and easily flat out win the starting quarterback job.
He's going to be Andy Dalton. He's going to be Andy Dalton over there.
I know he's going to be Andy Dalton.
By the way, it was Mike Glennon.
Yeah, give me the rest of the trade details.
So the Bears traded a 2021. They traded the first round pick this year, a 4th round pick this year, if I'm not mistaken, and their 1st round pick next year.
So two firsts,
two firsts, a 4th. Yeah, two. Yeah, well, let's
just call it 2 firsts and a 4th. That's the main. Those are the picks. The 2 firsts and the 4th. Yeah. So they get an extra pick this year. And they gave away their number 20 pick this year. Giants fall back to number 20, and then the Giants Think about that. The Giants get an extra first round pick next season to add to that team.
Yep.
I love it. God, I love it.
Hey,
That's why I love
VJ.
Yes, sir.
VJ, after this next one, after the next pick, I'm gonna have to
No
run.
doubt. Listen,
I'm having fun with you guys, though.
You told me that you would only be able to stay for 20, and I told my wife, I said, me and that guy get to talking. Our show,
about an hour.
The show we did together tested so well, dude. It got so many views.
Oh, that's good.
Like, I had people text me like, dude, I thought you said y'all was only going to do like 15, 20. I said, well, I mean, he's a busy guy. Like, Alex is like, he's a full-time actor. Like, he doing shit. He got his family, got his wife, got his kids.
Right,
I said, but I felt like we had to force the show to end, and we were at the 2-hour mark.
Were we really?
Yeah, we did an hour and 55 minutes.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, you know, like they say, you know, time flies when you're having fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But
it's kind of how I feel like when I'm on stage too. Sometimes I have to.
The type of guest, Alex. You know the respect I got for your career, what you've done. But you're actually just a joy of a type of brother to talk to, bro. Like,
thank you, man. I appreciate it.
You're gonna clown and have fun. You know your sports. You gotta give us some dope ass Snoop stories because you're so like there are people who like they want to know that shit. They act like they don't, but they want to know. What was he saying about? Oh man, Alex got some of the dopest Snoop. I was calling back home and telling my friends, I said, yo, if you see the black celebrities that was showing up to the Tuesday night Funny Don't Stop show at the hot, I said, dog, I never thought I was gonna do a set in front of Lisa Ray, in front of Clifton Powell. Have Clifton Powell come in the damn dressing room, kicking it with a chicken wing.
Pinky up here eating chicken wings.
Chicken wing on the stage and shit. I mean, just from Tamelia Jones, the John Lovitz, to just I'm there and I'm like, you know what? And that made me like respect you because I'm saying these cats are here. Ain't no cameras. They here because they fuck with him.
Absolutely.
So that means the respect that I can already peep in him, these people got in him already.
I'm the epitome, VJ, of relationships. And when you got relationships and people like you, it goes a long way. For me to be able to still be relevant, working and telling jokes 30 years in, but that's just God and relationships. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's all it is. That's literally because, like you said, dude, you couldn't pay them to come down to a little small hole in the room comedy club
on a Tuesday night.
In
fucking North Hollywood.
Exactly. But the bottom line is what a lot of people don't know when you talk about stand-up comedy. I don't care if you're a billionaire, you're the biggest in the world. I don't care if you're Jerry Seinfeld, Kevin Hart, or goddamn, Dave Chappelle. You still need those little small hole in the walls to try the new joke out. Yep. That's one thing. It's almost like LeBron James. Yeah, you see Game Time, but dude, if there's a gym in his house that he works on his jump shot.
Here's Dallas's pick. Here's Dallas's
here we go.
pick.
They took Michael Parsons.
All right, so now we got to go through another damn Goodell speech because now they got other people announcing all the picks.
Did they happen and we didn't hear it?
It happened already. Some people are ahead. I don't know if they got.
They took who? They took who?
Send me your address.
Thank you. Thank you.
They got. Hey, look. These other people, they must got 6G. 6G Wi-Fi. I don't know what the fuck they got.
6G Wi-Fi.
I'm like, how they get
right now? I don't know what's up, but that's fine. But Michael Parsons goes to the Dallas Cowboys. I
do not like his name.
I really don't. I think I said
I don't like. But you know what? We even because I was right about your pick. Go ahead,
Kenneth. Parsons don't give a fuck about you either, brother. So you gotta understand.
He don't give a shit about it. You're right. Look like you're right.
He don't care about you and your Simply Juice right now. He don't give a damn. Okay.
Hey, look. He like, who's Tiberius?
Hey, on that note, you guys, I gotta run.
It was a pleasure.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Nice meeting you, Tiberius. When I see you on the street, I'm gonna have your money. Okay.
Hey, look, man. AT. Thanks for
all
coming
right,
on,
brother.
Man. Let's wrap. I'll shoot yourself. Let's wrap in a few weeks ago. When the NBA playoffs get going, let's get you back. I know basketball is shit. So when basketball, when all that get going,
let's do it.
Appreciate you guys, man.
All right, man. Y'all take it easy.
You too, man. My man Alex Thomas. That was fun. I told you guys, man. Let's take a quick intersection right here. First of all, first 10 picks done, 11 picks done. I want to thank everybody for tuning in to VJ's on Sportsmanlike Conduct 2021 NFL Draft. I am your host, VJ Vernon Husky, the Big Vanilla Funny, along with my co-host, Mr. Kenneth Tiberius. Better have his damn money. Fish Shack employee, Clark. Tiberius sound like that brother that work at the Fish Shack. Be like, yo, I'm going to the Fish Shack. Y'all want something? No, I don't need no money. Tiberius working today. He gonna hook us up with the 2-piece flounder joint with the Wonder Bread. Word. All right. So that was my man Alex Connors. As you guys can see, I told y'all I have some celebrity comedian sports fans that was going to be jumping in and joining us, man. So Micah Parsons, I just thought, and listen, I'm not gonna brag, but I just thought with the defense as bad as it's been, football 101, stop the run, put pressure on the quarterback. That's how you win games and get off the field defensively. Dallas was number 28 in pressure last year and number 27th in giving up big plays last year. Like, it just made sense to me. Take the guy that could go sideline to sideline. When he comes, he brings some hammer with him. 6'3", 245. Athletic guy, Sean Lee with the concussions. Van Der Esch now can't stay on the field healthy. Why would you go get a corner or a safety when you got a guy you could plug and play from day one? He is the starting either Will or the starting Mike linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys. I thought it was a great pick. And also, too, we have another gentleman waiting. I'm going to let you speak on this. Give me 1 second. I do want to bring in my man, Jake. Jake is a gentleman from the Twitter group that I am part of. We talk a shitload of football. He does a lot of fantasy stuff, and this kid works hard, man, because he does things that I wouldn't take time to do. He puts out right now. He had a list of the top 10 duos, receiver duos, running back duos. Like, that takes time to do, people. That's just no shit you can just piece together and write down on a napkin with a Crayola. And I respect shit like that in this industry. I respect people who put the time in and actually create an entity for themselves. And that's what this young man's done. We've never spoken verbally. It's all been through just group chat stuff. But I like the way he talks and the way he talks sports, man. So I'll bring Jake in right now. We're going to get his thoughts on these first picks. He's in the chat room where I am. So he'll be able to stamp some of the shit I'm telling y'all that I've been saying, because he sees it in there. Like the Bears, even before I talked to you, Kenneth, earlier, I put that in the chat earlier. I said the Bears come way up, and they did to get Justin Fields. So, ladies and gentlemen, my man Jake with the fantasy football. He's a big fantasy football guy too. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to bust his ass in a few leagues this year because that's just kind of what I do. I'll be busting people's ass. He'll be another victim, but I'm pretty sure we'll have a lot of fun playing together. My man, Jay, what's going on, player? Hey, Terry, unmute your mic. There you go.
It's another good night, isn't it?
Hey, you're back.
It's a great night.
You're back.
I didn't shave today, and I was thinking, if I came on here, maybe I'd wear a nicer shirt or something. But I had this long week. I was really tired. And I was just like, oh man, I don't think I'm gonna go on. I just gotta lay down and just watch it. But too many crazy things have happened tonight already.
What?
Too many that I'm like, I gotta talk to somebody about this, and I can't do it right now unless I jump online. So I'm like, all right, here I come.
Well, you know what? You got the floor. We both been running our mouth for the last hour and a half. You got the floor, buddy. Let's go through the first 10 or something, and we'll catch up with the picks. Yeah. Let's just go through these first 12. Pick a few, man, and go. And please feel free to talk about the Dolphins and Jalen Waddle.
Well, that's a good one that I definitely wanted to ask you about. But I guess, we'll start at one. Trevor Lawrence, that felt like a lock. Everybody thought that was going to happen. Number 2, Zach Wilson. I guess, it's not what I wanted. It's not who I would have picked. But, it was a thing that was very popular. And then at 3, seeing Lance go there was, that's who I thought would go if Fields was already gone. You would think the 49ers would have grabbed Fields themselves. But now, they got Lance instead, which is like, okay, the thing there is, Shanahan's a really good coach, and he's taken a lot of guys who aren't really good quarterbacks and made them look like good quarterbacks. So, it almost didn't even matter who they picked, in a little bit of a sense, but, they're picking the guy who they think has the highest potential right there.
Yeah. If the Niners, but I had the Niners. You and I talk in the chat all the time. Trevor, Zach, Lance were like R3. Trevor, Zach, Lance, and Pitts. I think was easy. I really do.
Yeah,
I think Atlanta wasn't going anywhere. Atlanta wasn't going to take a quarterback. These guys are going all plant-based diet and eating better and training better. The new norm for an NFL really good, great quarterback is going to be 40-41. It's not 35 and 36 anymore. These guys are going to be able to play into their 40s now. It's just the way the league. It's just the way the league is, and if you take care of your body, you're gonna be able to get there. But they weren't gonna go anywhere but Pitts there. The Bengals pissed me off because I wanted the option to have Jamar Chase or Devontae Smith. I did not want them taking Waddle. Once again, like I said, you've seen the chat. We've talked about it. Someone here even said it was a great comparison. I just think Teddy again all over again, and I'm not happy with the pick. He will have to bust ass in Miami for me to go, okay. Like Jalen Waddle would have to turn. He's going to have to turn our offense into a big play offense just because he's on the field. He's got to turn into Tariq. He's got to turn into Tariq Hill, Deshaun Jackson for me to ever say that was a good pick.
Well, that's his comp. That's his comp. That's what people are comparing him to. Tyreek Hill. I don't see it, but that's what people.
Give me some of these other picks, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get that far yet, but yeah, with Pitts, it makes sense. I get it, but also I was feeling at the same time, like, the Falcons are good, but they're also, not that good. They're sort of in that flex range of, could they turn around and be a wild card team right away? Or are they not that good? And it feels like defense is more of an issue for them. And, at this high in the draft, the only guy you could pick would be Pitts or Sewell. And Sewell fell, he fell down way further than I expected. You would have thought it was a lock to the Bengals, but that rumor, about Jamar Chase going there, turns out that one was true, and it's like, well, I guess there is the philosophy of, if your offensive line isn't good, you instead get a receiver who can run a quick route and get the ball, help you get the ball out and catch the ball faster. And that, in a sense, is like having a better offensive line, but it's not the same,
Yeah. I'm never lost for words. I run my mouth all day long. It's all I do. I talk to myself. Like my wife will be like, who are you talking to? Like me. She'll come in the room. What are you talking to me? People at work are like, dude, are you talking to yourself? I'm like, yes, I'm talking to me. I don't have to talk to none of y'all. I like me, so I can talk to me. And I'm just at a loss I hate that pick. I hate that pick, man. God, I hate that pick. And Devontae Smith is going to be a better pro. I don't care about the size. Yes, the size slightly bothers me. Okay, but just receiver for receiver. His fluidity in his routes, his hands, his explosive, his stop and go. All you ever see from Waddle are just these big plays, but there's film I watch where he rounds off the out route and he doesn't cut it sharp. He doesn't break down at 5 yards and come back to the ball. He breaks down at 5 yards and just turns around. In the NFL, when you run a hitch and if you stand your ass there, that's a pick six because that corner's going to break on that ball. You got to come back and help those are things that, yes, you could be taught, but I'd much rather you already have them when you come into the league. Because to me, that's shit you learn in high school. You learn to come back on a hitch route. You learn to sharpen your 10-yard out, your 8-yard out. You learn to do that as a 15-year-old freshman, not as a 22-year-old rookie. That's just, like I said, I played the position, so I'm very critical. I'm very critical of receivers in the way I break them down and the way I like them. The Chargers are selected now. Just really quick, Dick. Let me just hit this one here.
Rashawn
Slater. Yep, and they take Slater. It makes perfect sense.
It's an easy pick.
It does.
It's an easy pick. Yeah. You gotta protect your franchise.
Yeah.
Gotta protect your franchise. That's an easy pick for me. And honestly, I had the Chargers taking Dershaw, so I had him taking a tackle, but I had Slater already gone. I had Slater to Carolina at 8.
I thought Slater would be gone a little earlier as well.
Yeah. I had Slater in Carolina at 8 because I figure, okay, you're bringing in Darnold, so you want to make it different than the Giants will start protecting him. Also, add a big, bruising, skillful lineman for your running game, for your $80-90 million running back you got back there, who did just face some injuries this year. But anyway, continue, Jake.
All right, we're still going down the list here. And
Yeah.
Jalen Waddle,
Whatever you want to do,
right?
brother. I'm just giving you the floor.
I was confused. I was just like, okay, that's not the receiver I was expecting. Not at all for the Dolphins. It just, obviously, any guy's got potential. I believe in any player really, but it just didn't feel right. Didn't feel like the right pick.
No.
I almost felt that since Chase was gone, that the Dolphins would pivot and grab a lineman instead, like Sewell. But then, the Lions somehow ended up being the smart guys here.
Yeah.
Take the easy pick. He slides a little. Easy to grab him. Then, right after that, you got the Panthers. They're like, okay, you know what? They just said Sam Darnold's our guy. That's what they did.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, we need defense. Here's the defense. Obviously Fields was still there. They didn't switch. That's what they got. Broncos, same thing. I guess they're sticking with Locke. That's what this says to me. Then, after that, this is what I thought the Eagles were going to get. I thought they were going to go for Smith. Smith seems like the kind of guy that they like. And, if we want to go comps, since Smith isn't that heavy, I was thinking he's like Deshaun Jackson.
Yeah.
The guy who will run deep, get ahead of guys.
Not as fast now.
Right. No, not as fast,
but damn near same height, same weight.
Right.
True.
And then, you see him get past people all the time. He usually beats people or jumps past somebody, and that's how he wins. And then and that was a trade, and with the Cowboys in their division, which is that's all pretty wild right there. A divisional trade, that's a rare
Especially
thing
between those two teams. Those two teams hate each other.
Yeah, and so what that says is that the Eagles fell into the trap of they thought the Giants were going to grab Smith. They thought they must have. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yep.
So they had to jump ahead of them. I'm like, that doesn't feel right to the Giants to me, but
but it could be true. It could be true though, Jake, because the minute they made that move, the Giants fell back to 20. So the Giants were like, you know what? There's not a receiver this high to take. We'll fall all the way back. We can still end up with Rashad Bateman, Ladarius Toney. We can still end up with another receiver to add to our receiving core in our offense.
And that was way too good of a deal to pass up. From the Bears as well. They gave them plenty of picks, of course, because they're going for a quarterback. And Fields on the Bears, that's something. That might be a game changer for them. Rolling into the season with Andy Dalton, like, okay, he might be better than what you already had, but not by a lot. But now,
oh wow, another pick. I'm sorry to jump in.
All right.
Jets see somebody they want. The Jets just jumped up to 14.
Oh,
Jets see somebody they want. Wow, a lot of movement. And we were talking about this. Don't tell me if you see it already. Don't tell me. If you see it already, don't tell me.
I don't see it.
I was gonna say, yeah. We already had one pick ruined for us. I'll stick with my slow ass. I guess I'm behind. I don't know, but
So what it is
we got 3 teams.
Right. There are people that are there live, and those people there live are sending it out on a tweet, and that tweet gets out faster. It gets to you faster than the broadcast does.
Oh, okay. That's why I stay off that social media.
Yeah, if you're on social media. Right. If you were on social media, like during any game during the season, you get a touchdown alert on your phone, way before you actually see it. Like,
is that your little guy, man?
Yeah, he's growling at the screen like a dinosaur.
He could come in. I love kids, man. He could come hang out, dude. Hell, oh wow,
what's up, man? How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
He looking at me like, who is this guy?
Sitting there eating, share with daddy. With his Packer gear on.
Yeah, he's all set.
Oh wow. Okay, so let's jump to this. I'm stumped. Who's this for the Jets, guys? The Jets, they moved. This is their second first-round pick. Their next pick for the bum-ass Jets would have been in 23. They see somebody here they like.
Yeah, so obviously they got Wilson. The team's got a lot of needs. I mean,
it's got to be offense, correct?
Right. It's got to be one of the tackles or a running back. Maybe that would be a little.
I think this is a running back. I think they.
I feel like it's Elijah Vera Tucker, guys.
That's very possible as well.
The tackle guard from the
SC,
tackle guard from USC. He's not going to fall
us.
to them. Yeah, he gives you flex. Yeah, he can play all 5 positions. I think that's
well. Not only that,
the allure of him.
He was behind Austin. He was behind Jackson at SC, and Jackson gets drafted in the first round to the Dolphins with their second first round pick last year. He kicks out the tackle and has an all Pac-12 and an all American type year. So no, yeah. I agree with you there. But I think he would have fallen to them at 23. I don't know if he had to come up 9.
No. He wouldn't have fallen to them at 2. Because the thing is you got Minnesota coming on the clock pretty soon.
Well, no, they take Minnesota's pick. So if Minnesota,
you're right. Oh, you're right. You're right.
Okay. It out.
Okay, yeah, you're true. Yes, that's right.
So this isn't the Patriots. Just check it. It would have been the Minnesota Patriots, Cardinals, maybe Raiders. Okay, Dolphins.
Yeah, Raiders and Finns definitely both could have grabbed a tackle, and the Giants.
I would love to see Miami go. I would love to see Miami go Travis Etienne at 18. I know they won't, but I would love to see Miami go Travis Etienne at 18.
I almost feel like this year.
Watch this. If they have a choice between, go ahead, Jake.
Oh yeah, I almost feel like this year it could be another one of those years where no running backs go in the first round. Not saying that they aren't good enough, but just that a lot of teams that want a running back have an early pick, and they have an early pick in the second round, so they can get them there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the league also doesn't value running back the way they used to anymore.
No, it's not the same.
That's another reason why running backs will induce slide. This, like I said, this is interesting, and they're gonna give up their 3rd round pick. They gave up both 3rd round picks. So the Jets to move up gave up both their 2 3rd round picks this year that they had, and then they'll get a 4th round pick from the Vikings. And then they'll swap 14 and 23. So this has got to be a guy that they really see and really like. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is a running back tackle. I get it. But you did just take a dominant tackle last year. Maybe you're trying to create bookends, or maybe you kick him in the left guard. So what do you think, Kenneth? You put him, you get Vera Tucker, and you stick him in left guard, and you stuck him in left guard.
Well, yeah, the thing about Vera Tucker is you draft him, he's going to give you value somewhere. So maybe he's your left guard. Maybe he's your right guard. Maybe he's your right tackle. You don't know what he's going to be, but he's going to start somewhere. I think Vera Tucker is like the no-brainer pick, and they knew he wasn't going to fall to them in the mid-20s.
Okay. Oh, we're gonna find. No, well, we're gonna find out, because here comes Cadell, and I'll turn up the TV. This is a running back.
We'll see.
I don't know. You trade 2 3rd round picks and move up 9 spots for an offensive line.
And watch this in that division.
This is Najee Harris.
The New York Jets select Elijah Vera Tucker.
There you go.
Told you.
Seems like I always put the right people on my show. Great call. Great call, man. What are we both? So we're 1 for 1 on out on the limb calls today. You and I both. We're 1 for 1. We're 1 for 1.
Yeah,
right?
we damn near are.
Okay, all right. We're 1 for 1. We're 1 for 1. All right, cool. No, nice call. I'll give you guys the floor on that.
I like it. It makes a lot of sense. You got to start. Same thing that happens just about every year. If you get a young quarterback, you got to get those tackles set. You got to beef up that line. I mean, just like any kind of team building, a lot of guys like to start. Ideally you get to start with a franchise quarterback, but if that's not available, the next thing is you need the offensive line. And if you're building a team, you go defensive line. You basically build from the line outwards. And if you're trying to rebuild the Jets, that's the way you do it.
Kenneth?
Well, I think they have I think the Jets are implementing a plan, because they know what we know. They know the division they're in. They know that they have to really build a solid foundation for Zach Wilson to be successful. If not, he'll be a bust like the rest of the other Jets quarterbacks, right? Excluding Sam Darnold, who I think he's still going to be good. But that's why they moved up to take Elijah Vera Tucker. I think they're like, okay, we're going to continue to build a wall in front of him. The left tackle they took last year, actually, he's making progress. He's pretty damn good. You plug in Elijah Vera Tucker, and once again, he gives you so much flexibility in multiple positions that at a very minimum, you're going to have a guy somewhere. And I think that's just too hard to pass up. So maybe he starts at left guard next to Mika Barton, and maybe he starts at right tackle. You just don't know. But you know that Elijah Vera Tucker is going to come in there and he's going to give Zach Wilson a fighting chance.
And
so that's what I like about the pick. I thought it was a very even though they moved up, it was a very safe pick.
That's why I defend Austin Jackson the way I do, because I'm like, hold up now. Every rookie just doesn't come in the league and dominate. Some rookies got to learn. Some rookies got to go into the flow. But as the year went along, Jackson got better and better at left tackle for Miami. And I think that's probably why Penei Sewell's not the pick for the Dolphins when they probably could have had him at 6, is because they feel like what they have there on the line, especially bringing in DJ Fluker. So they're going to put him at right tackle. They're going to kick Hunt into guard. They're going to leave Hunt into tackle, and then they're going to kick Fluker in the guard. You bring in a free agent center from Baltimore who led a top 2 rushing offense in the league. So the guy can block, make all the calls, and be the quarterback of the offensive line there. So Patriots on the clock at 15. It's too easy, but I had Mac Jones in my Mac drive. I told Jake knows this. Jake, what I've been saying the last 48 hours, the Patriots are not moving up.
No.
So, those two guys from the Patriot fans that I'm always going back and forth with, they swore that the Patriots were looking to trade up with Carolina, looking to trade. I said, dude, it's not what they do. They're not going to trade up because it's just not what they do. Is this Mac Jones, Jake?
I'm not sure I feel Mac Jones on this one. I think they're still going to keep rolling with Cam, and it doesn't matter, who ends up coming in. I feel like this is probably going to be a defensive pick, as wild as that sounds. And with who's left here, I think they might go Trevon Moehrig, or maybe, Caleb Farley potentially.
They're picking now. I'll say Collins. Defense. I like that. Oh, nope. It's Mac Jones.
There we go. Okay.
Yep, there it is.
So they're taking a shot on Mac.
And everybody and most people in my drafts had Mac Jones falling to him at 15, and they would take him. Yep.
And it happened exactly how the hell we didn't think it was going to. Well, most people.
He walking. Y'all see Mac Jones? He walking fast as shit in that back hallway out there. He's excited.
That's a great place for him to land.
And this is where most people had Mac Jones, and this is where most people I got it in my mock draft when I got to 15. It didn't even take any time. When I was writing this out, I said 15. Oh yeah, Mac Jones is still, if he's there for the Patriots, they're gonna take Mac Jones, and we'll see. Funny stat about the Patriots I found 2 nights ago. Since 2015, the New England Patriots have had one drafted player make the Pro Bowl, and that was their punter. They only have 582 games played worth of draft picks for them in like the last 11 years, 12 years, something like that. And it's like last in the league. So they don't draft as great recently as they did early and in the middle of Belichick's tenure there, though. But I think Mac Jones is overrated. So I don't have much to give to this right here. I'll let you talk on this, Jake. You've seen my comments. I think him and Trey. I think him and Wilson are the 2 quarterbacks that'll flounder out of these 5 that went. Yep. I think those are the 2 guys you're going to look 2-3 years down the line and go, nope. Try to tell you guys back then, Zach Wilson and Mac Jones. Mac Jones, he's in Alabama. It's everybody looks good at Alabama at the quarterback position, and that's why Matt sold on Tua. Tua's got to prove it to him. I've made that clear. Tua's got to prove it to me. I like Jalen Hurts a lot, but he's got to prove it in Philly because you are still an Alabama quarterback, and they've had Julio, they've had Calvin Ridley, they've had Trent Richardson, they've had Ingram, they've had Heisman Trophy winners at the running back position, the receiver position, and none of those quarterbacks have done shit in the NFL. Take it. This is. I'll let you have this, Jake.
Well, so speaking of the Patriots not being all that good, draft picks, who was in their front office back then and who left? It's Brian Flores, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's been doing really good with the Dolphins pick. That's that was the point where he wasn't in the office anymore. He was out coaching instead.
That's true. That's true. He wasn't in the office. He was down on the sideline coaching. Because when he started out there, he was in the front. He was in the office. Right,
an office guy for a long time. But so on top of that, this I think is probably the best. One of the best places Mac Jones could land. Obviously, like I said earlier, with the Shanahan making anybody look good, 49ers. I feel like we got the same kind of thing going here with Josh McDaniels. He has obviously taken a whole bunch of different offensive players and made them all look good in different ways. And in the
my bad,
the same thing here. Yeah, I saw the same thing here with Mac
Jones. Up there for you. I got you, buddy.
Jones is that he's not that mobile, but he stands there. He's accurate. He can throw the ball well, and if you're doing quick dink and dunk passes like the Patriots offense has been in the past, that sounds like a good place for him to be.
Okay. So now moving on. Now, I still think these picks are really interesting. Zona, Raiders, Dolphins, and Washington are all coming up next. Zona, I had Greg Newsome. I think they need to go ahead and address corner. You lost your long-time shutdown guy there. Pat Peterson is gone, and they need help on the defensive end. Buda Baker is your new big-time free, strong safety, kind of that Viper position that was created at Michigan, where they were using with Jabril Peppers and some of those other guys up there in that form of defense. Also, too, I know Landon Collins kind of played that position there at the safety position. So they have that there also with Buda Baker. I think corner, man, this can't be offense. There's not a receiver to add to this, I don't believe. You have AJ. I think Larry Fitz will come back. You have what most people would consider as the best receiver in the entire league in DeAndre Hopkins there. You're good at quarterback. The line's good. I don't think they go running. They could go running back. I don't think they do there. So I think this is a defensive player. Could be Zaven Collins. Could be Greg Newsome. Other than that, I got tackles and linemen. I don't have another. Oh, whoa. Could be Quiddy
Caleb
Pay.
Farley?
No, could be Quiddy Pay. Yes. He's the best pass rusher. He's the best edge pass rusher in the draft.
He's not.
Well, the pick's in.
Not. He's not. He's most definitely not. You have guys like Gregory Russell.
Oh no, I got it. David Collins.
That's right.
David Collins.
And I'm with you there. I was thinking defense or offensive line. Anywhere on defense, they could have just been better. In offensive line, they could make that stronger. The thing that was missing from their offense was a strong run game. They were still pretty good, but they could have been better.
Yeah. Well, did they bring back Kenyon Drake on the 1-year deal? Is he back on the 1-year deal there?
No, he's with the Raiders now.
He left. Okay, so Drake went to the Raiders.
Right. So that's why.
And maybe they can address that in the second round. But
exactly.
Yeah, I thought Newsome or Collins there. So Collins I'll take. And the Raiders are next. They need defensive help. Maybe they go Newsome. Or
they also need offensive line help.
Yeah, they lost a lot of their line.
The Raiders, they got rid of a lot of guys.
I do feel like you got to fix. Okay, but I feel like you got to fix that defense.
Yep.
Christian.
Barrymore.
Yeah, Barrymore, 6'5", 310 to put on that defensive line. Start there, pushing the pocket and stopping a run. Your secondary doesn't have to cover. Has a cover line. Jalen Phillips, a guy that we've seen is sliding. We're seeing if they slide past Miami, because I know a lot of people have Miami taking them at 18. But I'll Quiddy Pay. Get a rush guy here for the Raiders. Somebody to put pressure on the quarterback in that division, right? In that division, you got to chase around Herbert twice. Got chased around Pat Mahomes twice.
Well, how about I introduce a chess piece? What if you take Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from Notre Dame and you enter him in your defense, and he is the ultimate chess piece who could at one play be your nickel, but be your he's perfect for the modern NFL as a linebacker.
I hear all of that, but I had him falling out of my first round only because of fit. Only because of fit and need. Only because of fit and need, not because of productivity and not because of ability, but fit and need. I did my mock draft, my first 32 picks. I did all fit and need, where guys fit and listen. If you look, it's gone completely by fit and need. Every pick by pick has gone by fit and need. We had a team come up from 20 to 11 for fit and need. We had a team come up from 23
he's
to
a tweener?
14. Huh?
You feel like he's too much? You feel like he's too much of a tweener?
No. It's just fit and need. It's just if you're the Raiders, I think you need somebody who you know what he is. Not we could play him as safety, or then we can no. If that's the case, they go take. If that's the case, if you're looking for a safety, then take Trayvon out of TCU right here. Then with that pick, if they want to go safety, then go grab you Makes a true. Sense. It's like what Arizona did with Budda Baker. Remember, Arizona took him late in the first round, and there were tweener guys on the list, and it's like, no, we're gonna go get a guy that we know what he is. And we got Sage, my man right here. Sage, I'll throw his comment up. He goes, please, he's a Raider fan, diehard Raider fan. He's going to jump in here in a second. Please pick defense. You could pick an O-line later in the draft. They've got to go defense. It's the same thing I said about Dallas. You got to go front seven. When you're trying to fix your defense, people, you've got to start with either somebody who can change the defense. And listen, I'm not as high on Trayvon as a lot of other people are. No, as a lot of, I have him fall out of my first round too because once again, fit and need. There's not a lot of teams here, guys. If you look at the rest of the first round, the pick is in for the Raiders. I'll turn the TV up here in a second. But there's not a lot of teams left on the board right now that are safety away from having a better defense. They need linebackers, rush, and they need defensive linemen. That's what I see. Like, okay, before the Raiders pick. Raiders need rush. Dolphins gave up 2 players and lost 2 players that had some sacks last year. Washington, the Bears they don't have that pick. The Colts need rush if that's where they're going to go. The Titans at 22. If they're going to go defense, the Titans need a front 7 guy. The Pittsburgh Steelers, they just lost Bud Dupree to all that money. To free agency to the Titans. If the Steelers are going to go defense, they got to go front 7. The Jags pick again. They got to go front 7 or receiver. The Browns, they would possibly go front 7. They got Denzel Ward. They got a safety back there. That's what I'm saying. If you look at the teams that are left, these are mostly guys that are going to have to go front 7. Or I like Azeez Ojulari
from Georgia. I like him.
Maybe Azeez Ojulari right here. But if you're the Raiders,
because I mean,
it's got to be defense. And it's got to be a front 7 guy. Sage, I know you're watching and listening live. Throw a comment up. What do you think? Or jump in here in a second. Needith also is in the building waiting too. I did his show yesterday. We had so much fun on his show, man. That guy gets some good ass guests. Needith, I know you can hear us. We gonna talk on the side, homeboy. I gotta know where the hell. I thought I get some good guests, and I do, but I was scrolling through your videos, and I'm like, hold up, man. How the hell he gets the damn offensive guard and the wife to do the damn? How the fuck are you getting the guard and the wife to do the damn show? What am I not doing? What the hell is going on? Okay, here goes Roger Goodell. Give me a name, guys. Everybody throw a name out there.
Trayvon Moore.
I'm with you on that one. Safety feels right. If they don't get him now,
Safety
they
feels
won't
right.
get him.
Trayvon Moore. What? Alabama offensive line?
A guy who wasn't even a first-round grade.
Wow.
Hey, BJ, go ahead and blow it.
This is common with Mike Mayock, though. We know that.
God bless him. Hey,
Yeah,
VJ,
yeah.
go ahead.
Oh God.
Hey, VJ, go give it to us. Go ahead, give it. Go ahead. Hey, let's get the whistle. Yeah, that's ridiculous,
Wow.
man.
And with that, and I don't
You
see
took
him jump in.
watch this. You took watch this. You took Alex Leatherwood over Tevin Jenkins, over
Yes.
Sam Cosmi.
Yes.
Oh man, all these great offensive tackles in this draft. You took Alex Leatherwood over them. Oh my goodness,
they did.
I don't trust. I got into an argument the other day. I don't trust Alabama offensive linemen.
I don't trust some of them. There's been some of them that have done okay in the league, but I just don't. Not only him, the kid out of North Dakota State, 6'6", 330, Dylan, he's still on the board for a tackle. Like you said, Tevin Jenkins, I'm trying to find out how he slides. This guy is a mammoth of a human being. Did he not just block for a 2,000-yard running back in 2019, Hubbard? And I'm still trying to figure out why Hubbard is falling down the list right now. So Sage will be in here in a second, man. We'll get his opinions. Nina, he is also too, Kenneth. You'll be happy to know this. He is also a super high octane diehard Dallas Cowboy football fan. And he's from Jersey, so he's not as biased and as irrational as you are.
I'm not
He's still
I'm not biased and irrational.
I know, man. I just have to sneak in my jab. I gotta.
I know, yeah. You throw a little dagger.
I've been hitting a heavy bag at the gym lately, man. So I got to sneak in my jabs. But no, we'll bring him in for a second. Jake, if you want to sit by, bro, I just got to pull you out and then let Neither come in here and get some talking. Don't go, bro. If you just want to sit there and watch the draft, I'll bring you back in, man, because I love your insight and the way you talk sports. And you and I, this is the second time we've done a show. I enjoy doing sports talk with you, man. So sit tight for me, okay, buddy?
You got it.
All right, man. That's what I'm talking about. I appreciate that. So we'll bring him out. All right, this next gentleman I bring in, this guy's from I think they pronounce this the NS Grunt Sports Talk podcast. I'll let him plug it. I probably screwed it all up. But I did his show yesterday. We did a pre-draft show and just had a ball doing it, man. And he's also part of the Twitter sports podcast and sports talk radio show group that I'm part of on Twitter. So he posts a lot of his stuff there and also on IG, man. So my man, Needeth.
Let's go. How about them Cowboys?
Hey,
you like the pick?
Did I know that?
I love the pick.
I told you yesterday, Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons.
I told you they would take Micah Parsons.
I love
I'll let you two have the floor, man. Go ahead and talk.
Wait, first of all.
Hold on. The Dolphins pick is in.
Well, it's nice to talk. Go ahead.
Wait, what's your name?
Najee Harris.
I'm sorry. Hold on. No. Let me get this off so y'all can see each other's name. There we go.
Oh, Kenneth. Okay. There you go.
It's Najee Harris. What y'all pick is Najee Harris. Watch.
No, it's Jalen Phillips.
Is it? It's already happened?
It happened.
Don't say it if it's happened. I just told y'all that shit. Y'all gonna make me kick both y'all off my goddamn show. I'm not playing around with y'all. It better not be no goddamn injury-prone Jalen Phillips.
Jalen Phillips has a lot of potential. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. That's a good, solid pick.
Why are you
the most talented edge rusher? But go ahead.
Damn.
He doesn't like it.
The draft is not going. Hey, listen. This draft is not going how I want. Now, that's not to say Miami's not getting good players. That's not to say that these guys won't work out. But I had Miami going Devontae Smith and Najee Harris for about 2 months now. I have not changed my mind on that. Or if they wanted to get a tackle, they could probably still get. And now maybe they see that these other tackles may fall to the second round, but they're going to go running back. Miami's not taking a tackle. If they didn't take Penei Sewell, they're not taking a tackle. So, and listen, I watched every Hurricane game this year. There are flashes of Jalen Phillips where he was dominating the game and by himself, handily dominating offenses. But the injuries always scare me. It's like Jalen Waddle. I don't like drafting receivers that have already broken a foot in college. You feel it's like a running back that's already torn an ACL in school. I can't draft you, kid. I'm
questionable,
sorry.
yeah.
There's 30 other teams, 31 other teams that'll take you. We just can't take you here because these are just the rules I live by as a GM. So and you know what's really weird is some of these mock drafts really nailed some of these teams because everything I saw in the last 4 days for Miami was Jalen Waddle and Jalen Phillips. Everything I saw. Because people started to turn the Bengals pick into Jamar Chase. And people knew once that happened, Miami was going to be stuck with Jalen Waddle, the speed guy, being left because they weren't going to go Devontae Smith, even though that's what I wanted them to do. But all right, so those are both Miami picks for the night. Maybe we'll have a more exciting, pleasing night for me tomorrow night.
Day 2.
We have 4 picks. I'm not okay. I'll ask you guys. Are those the 2 guys you'd have taken with Miami at 6 and 18?
First of all,
Edith, you just got in, brother. Take the floor.
But first of all, I just want to say thank you for having me on your show now. This is truly an honor, and you do a great job as always. And
thank you.
And you guys have a good show. But I would have taken Devontae Smith and Najee. I agree with you, Devontae Smith and Najee Harris. I don't know why you passed up on Devontae Smith, but man, this guy is gonna be. We got to face him twice a year now in the NFC East. But you guys should have went for him, and then obviously Najee Harris. But I don't know what the Dolphins were thinking. But I don't understand. But you never know. You can always trade back into the first round to get Najee Harris. Still, you never know because
I'm afraid Pittsburgh grabs him at 24.
Yeah, they're gonna grab him.
No, but but you can trade it back into the first round somehow. I don't know.
But the only team that would drop out, Minnesota. Now remember, Minnesota's made the trade with the bum ass Jets, so Minnesota now sits at 23. So that's where Minnesota is. Minnesota's at 23 now. Yeah. They're not going to take a running back because they have Dalvin Cook. Titans are at 22. They're not going to take a running back because they had Dalvin, because they have Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
And then Pittsburgh is sitting right there, didn't have to move up. Now their line is shitty and they lost Bud Dupree. Do they try to replace that with a rush guy or defensive lineman guy or front seven guy? But they have to address running back. They lost Connor. Connor's in Arizona now. So they have to address the running back position. You got the Jags again at 25. Would they go running back? If you're Miami, if you jump back up in, and I wouldn't do it. Because you still have Javonte Williams out of Carolina, who I think they're going to take in the second round. They love him. They 5'10", 220. That guy he searches out contact.
He sure
and
does.
I think that's the type of attitude and that's the type of running game that Brian Flores wants to have. He wants to have a back, a bruising back there. Najee 6'2", 220. To me, that big size reminds me a lot of Gurley. When you're that big, your legs get hit a lot, homie. You don't get a chance to get low. When you're 5'10" and 220, you get lower. Remember, football's all about pad level. You get lower than the opposition, and you're able to dish out some punishment. And Miami still has Myles Gaskins, guys. They still got Mac Brown from the Rams, who averaged 5.2 yards a carry. So they still have Breida. They still have the speed back that was supposed to be. Now, one of those guys are going to have to do special teams, or they're going to get cut in August. I get it, but I would have liked to have seen Travis Etienne at that pick right there.
Yeah.
I thought Najee was just a popular thing, but Travis Etienne I would have liked to have seen with the Dolphins pick. Nina, what else have you seen in this first round so far, man? We haven't even talked about the Carolina 9, 8, JC Horn.
Actually, let's get hold on real quick. I want to. I don't know why Kenneth you don't like the Micah Parsons pick. I love Micah.
Okay,
Parsons.
You guys go. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go. Y'all talk.
All right, let me say.
Go ahead.
All right, the reason why I love Micah Parsons here real quick, man, this guy, dude, I watched him play a lot in Penn State. Obviously, I'm from Jersey, so I watch a lot of Penn State football. This guy, we had Brandon Short on the show. He's a former Penn State alum and also a former NFL linebacker. He said this guy runs faster than Saquon Barkley. This guy ran a 4.3 40-yard dash in the combine. And plus with Sean Lee retiring, we don't know what Leon Renderesh will be with the injuries. This guy will step in right away. He plays every down. This guy can play, flat out play. I love it. He's going to bring the motor. I think Dan Quinn will use him as like a. He reminds me of Bruce Irvin a little bit, but not right now. But he's still a raw talent. But what a great get to be able to trade back down at 12, get him, and get an extra pick for tomorrow.
So here's my stance on Michael Parsons. One thing I want you to understand: we're on par. He's so talented. I'm not going to take that away from him. I've watched his tape. One thing, if I could say anything, I know that he's elite at right now. He's a dangerous blitzer. I watched his blitz. Yeah, I think for me, he's just so raw as far as his instincts. He's still developing as an open field tackler. That's something to look out for. He can get caught up in pass coverage a little bit. I think for me, it's more of the instincts. And, he played off ball in Penn State, and I think that he kind of had a more of a clean situation. I try not to compare people to Sean Lee. I think as Cowboys fans, we can admit that we've seen Sean Lee perform with pure trash in front of him, right?
Yeah.
Right? But, I'm trying to – so this is my thing. Obviously, now we know each other. I have my times where it's, Cowboys pick somebody and I don't like them and they wind up being good. So I always tell people if Dallas drafts somebody and I hate them, I guess they're going to be good. Because when Dallas draft, go ahead.
I was actually sorry to cut you off, but I was surprised that Denver took Surtain because they got defensive backs in the offseason. I think. If Denver did not take him, obviously Dallas was going to take Surtain. Obviously, Patrick. I'd rather had Patrick Surtain, but in the long run, Dallas we're going to love Micah Parsons, man. This guy brings energy. Like I said, he's going to be a flat out baller for Dallas, but it will take some time. Like you said, like I said. He's a raw talent, but at the end of the day, he's going to learn from a great defensive coordinator and Dan Quinn. And I think this is a tool. This is a guy that Dan Quinn loves to mold. This is like a type of guy that he molded. He built the Legion of Boom in Seattle. I think this is what he's trying to do the same thing here with us.
Well, what I told people is that I'm not very big, especially not anymore, on Jalen Smith. Leighton Vander Esch struggles with health. But if you look at Dan Quinn, you go from having Bobby Wagner, who's arguably the third or fourth, he's a top 5 inside linebacker in the National Football League right now. Then you go to Deion Jones, who I believe is the most underrated linebacker in the National Football League. So you go from Bobby Wagner to Deion Jones. Do you think that Dan Quinn is going to settle for Jalen Smith?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
He's not. So the pick, I'll be honest, I'm adjusting to the pick, so it makes more sense. I didn't expect it.
Yeah.
But it's making more sense because I will say this. His upside is so high that, this guy is 6'3", 240, and he's running a 4.3, 4.40. That's ridiculous. So the upside is there. I wasn't a fan of the pick. I think he still has some developing to do.
Definitely.
But if Dallas can put the necessary pieces around him and use him according to his skill set, let him blitz, let him play zone, give him some good looks. I think that he'll have a chance to be successful, and I think you have to get rid of somebody.
Yeah.
What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's up? What's up, man?
Oh, I'm back in here. Ain't that a surprise?
Yeah, he brought you back in the fold.
Right. I was looking at other stuff because I thought I was in the background for a while here. What happened to VJ? He disappeared, or is that?
No, I think he took a bathroom break. So it happens to the best of us. So what were you, Jake? I seen you posting some stuff. You like the Michael Parsons pick?
Yeah, Michael Parsons.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was trying to get into the comments, not sure how to do that apparently. So I threw it in our little private chat. But yeah, I like the Michael Parsons pick. That makes a lot of sense. Especially, just like you said, Sean Lee's gone. I mean, and they were, even though he was injured a lot, they were still like expecting him to be there all the time and be their guy. And, now he's not there. So they got to get somebody else. And Sean Lee was one of those like new style linebackers who gets all over the place, gets chased after the ball, hits the guys, and is also he's fast enough to cover guys. And can cover a good percentage of guys in the league. And that with Parsons, you could be getting pretty much that exact same thing. And then if you trade back and get an extra pick and still get your guy.
So did anybody get any updates on what they got as far as pick wise? I couldn't find it. But have you guys?
I think they got a third rounder.
Yeah, actually a third round pick. And actually don't go to sleep yet, because don't be surprised if
they trade back up in the first round.
Because if they see a corner defensive back that they like in the first round, which is whoever falls in the second round, if they want to get him now, don't be surprised if Jerry Jones trades back. I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but
I actually thought the same thing.
Yeah.
And a guy that they have their eye on is Trayvon
Caleb Farley.
Caleb Farley, but Trayvon Moehrig as well.
Yeah,
they like Trayvon Moehrig, and I think he's a very clean prospect. But it's definitely a lot of possibilities. Of what Dallas can do with that pick. So, who's on the board right now?
We missed Washington's pick here.
Who did Washington take?
Jamin Davis.
Yeah,
they took what?
Jamin Davis.
You're muted.
Oh, the linebacker from Kentucky.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. I like that pick.
Let's see here.
Took a linebacker that wasn't even on my top 50 prospects.
He's the first round. No, but I'll tell you.
You don't like that Washington pick, yeah?
Yeah.
No.
I'm gonna tell you this. He's actually a first round prospect. I watched his tape. The kid is and he's like perfect for modern day NFL because he's very good in pass coverage.
Goodell to the podium for Giants number 20.
Wait, Cameron Davis is a first round.
They're gonna take the Georgia pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants are gonna take the Georgia pass rusher.
Yep, that's definitely a need of theirs.
The New York Giants select Kadarius Toney.
Oh, Florida! There it is. There it is. No. Because what I said earlier when they made the drop down, there was still a receiver they could get. Now listen. I like Kadarius Toney.
You guys see my face?
I see your face. I like Kadarius Toney. And the reason why I like him so much is because Kadarius Toney is so good. He helped Kyle Pitts shoot up to the number 4 drafted player.
So
I told you guys this number earlier. 80%, 87% of the passing plays in Gainesville last year, he was double teamed. That's why Pitts was so open all season long.
So
Pitts will not be that open in the NFL. This is a great pick for Toney because you can't stack the box to try to stop Saquon because Toney and Shepard and Ingram will beat you, and you can't play back because Saquon will run all over you. I think this is a great pick for the Giants. You slide back. Now, what that also makes me do is I go down and I'm looking at my list. That means Rashad Bateman as well. And now I have Rashad Bateman as my 21st ranked player in my top 50. So he's about right there. Elijah Moore is still on the board, 26. He's about right there. And Kadarius Toney was number 24. So I had him as number 24th ranked player in the first round, and he went number 20. So it's kind of falling the receivers. The only thing that's going according to me
is the receivers. That's true. No, that's 100%.
That's the only thing. I mean, listen, 1, 2, 3. We know we're going to be quarterback. That doesn't matter. The only question was, what was San Francisco really going to do? Were they going to take Mac Jones, or was Trey Lance, going to be the guy? And then, of course, where was Justin Fields? Other than that, we knew 2 or 3 receivers would go in the top 5 or 6. And then it would go kind of dry right there. We knew Philly wanted one. So Philly got theirs. We knew the Dolphins wanted one. We didn't know if the Bengals wanted a lineman, a tackle, or if they wanted a receiver. But receivers are going, I don't know what you guys' list look like. Receivers are going kind of according to things here. And once again, the J.C. Horn pick for Carolina,
threw everything off.
It threw everything off, and I still shake my head at it.
That was a Dallas pick right there too.
Yeah, Jake, you and I were talking about it in the chat room this morning and last night. Could Denver and Carolina still go quarterback? And the answer is no. They feel
Not
like
now.
they've not now. They feel like they really do feel like Carolina really feels like they can build with Darnold, and Denver feels like, okay, if anything, Teddy's a bridge gap to 2 years from now when DJ comes out of Clemson, Bryce Young comes out of Alabama, JT Daniels comes out of Georgia, and Spencer Rattler comes out of Oklahoma. In 2 years, guys, we'll be talking this same quarterback stuff again. It'll be 4 quarterbacks. We'll be going, oh my God, who's going to go 2 and 3? It's going to be the same thing with that class. I've seen DJ and Bryce play with my own eyes in high school. Those guys are top 10 NFL quarterbacks. Regardless of what happens at Alabama.
You believe in JT Daniels? Because you keep saying JT Daniels.
Yes.
Like he's just...
Yes. Yes. Because he got out of
I'm not a big JT Daniels fan.
Because he got out of SC and took his ass to Georgia with Kirby Smart, who knows how to work with the quarterback.
Whoa. Yeah, I'm a USC fan, guys.
I know you are. I know you like them dumbass Trojans. We ain't tripping over that. My wife has a master's degree from USC, so I don't hate USC. I just don't think their quarterbacks are good.
Yeah.
Not yet. Not yet.
Give me. Oh, I'm sorry. No, neither. Because you're the newest voice in here. Neither. Give me some players that are still on the board, man, that you think are about to run, or that you think are about. Let's go, Colts. Colts are on the board. Yeah. We know they need a tackle, but you did lose T.Y. Hilton. You do need some offensive help for Carson Wentz there. The offensive lineman, I see Jake shaking his head.
They still have Hilton.
Easy offensive lineman pick. I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to go Chris Dershaw. I have him ranked number 19 out of Virginia Tech. This is the 21st pick. It kind of fits right there. Nina, talk to me, brother.
I mean, you just mentioned a guy like they need a receiver, right? Bateman would be a perfect fit for Indianapolis. Yeah. Bateman, and then you got I don't know. There's some. Let's see here. If you want to go defense, if they want to go defense, I would go with Asante Samuel Jr. I think he'd be a great fit there in Indianapolis. And then you have Xavier Collins off the board. Oh, Elijah Moore is another one. I think he would fit in Indianapolis. Elijah Moore, this guy's an electric player, man. Whoever gets him, that's gonna be a steal for sure.
Not only that, if he were to go and really make a name for himself in the NFL, wouldn't we have to start thinking about Ole Miss guys? Is putting some receivers in the league, DK Metcalf, Brown in Tennessee right now, right? Brown in Tennessee. If Elijah Moore comes in and plays well as a receiver, we got to start to look at Ole Miss and go, okay, what are they doing down there? Who's coaching the receivers down there? Because they got 3 guys in the last 2 or 3 drafts that are going to be number ones and turn into number ones. The Colts, 21. They got a quarterback now. They got a running back. I love Jonathan Taylor. I think you're a Wisconsin guy, so you know Jonathan Taylor up close and personal. Do they try to fill receiver, or is this Darrisaw at the left tackle position to make sure that you can continue to run the football and protect Carson Wentz?
Yeah, Darrisaw is a guy who makes a lot of sense. And you know what I think is a little odd here is, could they go defensive tackle? Would that be a little odd? Nobody's picked one yet.
I like their front seven. Their front seven's good.
Right.
Up until week 9 last year, guys, the number 1 ranked defense in the league was the Indianapolis Colts. If you know, throwing that out there. Great before they started to have some injuries. They were the number 1 ranked defense in the league up to like week 8 last year, guys.
Yeah. And then besides the group of receivers you already mentioned, I mean, Terrace Marshall could also be that guy. That wouldn't be that much of a reach for them either. And a pass rusher also always a possibility. And we've said his name a few times. Trayvon Morig, he's still available.
I know. Moore is still sitting there from Notre Dame. Now, I'll lean this way for them because I think their defense, their front seven's good. Now, Kenneth, if you want to add a player like him to a front seven that's already, pretty good and pretty solid, and use him as the safety or the viper, Caleb Farley's still sitting there at corner at Tech, but I have him falling out of the first round draft because of the 2 back surgeries.
How about
the 2 neck surgeries. Whatever it was, the back or the 2 neck.
It's back. It's back. Yeah.
2 back. Okay, the 2 back surgery.
Yeah.
If you are 2 back surgery, that's just. I'm sorry. That's a risk right there. How about a corner who I don't like as much as everybody else does, but how about an Eric Stokes?
How about
if you wanted to add an aggressive playmaking corner, big guy like him? Well, here's Goodell with the pick.
I was gonna say edge rusher.
Give me some names, guys. The Colts. I'm gonna
go Christian Darrisaw. I'll agree with you.
Darrisaw.
Yeah. Because if they don't get a tackle, they're kicking Quentin Nelson out, and I don't think they want that.
Oh,
yeah, that's somebody we all forgot about.
I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that.
And Kenneth looked at me like I was crazy. I think he's the best rush end in the draft.
So here's my thing. Here's my thing about Kwity Paye. I love his skill set. I love his talent, but he's very raw. He's very similar to Rashawn Gary that came out 2 years ago. He's going to need to go into a situation where he can sit and develop for 2 years. He's not ready to be an every down defensive end in the league right now. But the cool thing is you draft a guy, they're taking Kwity Paye. He gives you inside out ability. So in third downs, you can kick him in and play him at the 3 technique and have him rush. He's a 270-pound guy. And then on regular downs, you can put him at the base end. So it's a good value. I think it's a value pick, but I like it. Okay.
I think you're wrong. I think he's a starter day one.
He's not.
And he can just flat out go and get the quarterback. Also, too, something else I like about him, and I think it pans out more in football than any other sport. I like his story. If you know his background, you know his story. His mother from
Africa,
Civil War murderous type of lifestyle in Africa where they're from, where they had to sneak out in the middle of the night to leave the country because the militia was going door to door, and if you answered the door and came outside with AK-47s and guns, they would just murder the whole family in the streets to send a message to everybody and then move on to the next house. When you come from that type of stuff and you work as hard as you can and as hard as you do, when he got recruited to Michigan, remember, he was a running back in high school, guys, okay, and got recruited to Michigan, and Harbaugh and that staff just turned him into a monster there. His quick hands, quick feet, explosive. You say Rashawn Gary. Rashawn Gary's done damn well in Green Bay.
No. Rashawn, but guess what? Rashawn Gary, if I'm not mistaken, has never had more than 6 sacks. But Rashawn Gary has to develop. He's sitting behind Preston Smith and Zadarius Smith, so he's in a position.
But if you numbers with everybody, and Rashawn Gary plays interior. Rashawn Gary don't play the edge. Kwity plays the natural edge.
Kwity Paye wasn't very productive in Michigan. He really wasn't. If we could be
no, you're watching numbers.
No. I watch his game. He still has a lot of developing to do as a pass rusher. But the skill,
that's not what you just said, though. That's not what you just said. What you just said was he wasn't productive, and that's wrong.
He wasn't productive. He was not productive.
That's wrong. He
wasn't productive. No, watch this. Is he an explosive talent?
Let me ask you a question. Have you heard anybody on a professional level say he wasn't productive at Michigan?
A lot.
Have you heard that from anybody?
Yes.
Who the hell said that?
I've heard so many people. I probably don't even name names. He's very talented. I think people look at his potential. He has a lot of potential. I think he'll be an all-pro. You can blow the whistle how you want to blow it.
Because you're talking bullshit.
I'm not. You can watch his tape. He doesn't have a counter move pass rush. He's not. He's still very raw in his development. He plays off of his talent. That is what Kwity Paye does. But you can't sit here. You can't sell me on a guy that had 4.5.
Isn't this the same guy that on our show last month? Isn't this the same guy on our show last month said like Adrian Peterson was overrated or something like that? I don't know. I don't know. Nina, jump in there, man. What do you think of this? What do you think of this pick, Nina?
To me, it's a good pick for them, a good value pick. I really like him.
Value pick.
Yeah, and listen, he's going to get to learn from a guy like Darius Leonard. What a great guy to learn from. Like you guys said, he doesn't have to start right away. He can learn, sit down for 2 or maybe a year if everything goes well. But he's going to learn from Darius Leonard, the other pass rusher. But I think he'll be a great quality pass rusher for Indianapolis.
Jake, what do you think of that pick, man?
Yeah, I'm with a lot of you guys. A value pick because I thought he was going to go earlier.
Yeah.
And yeah, he is one of those guys. He landed in a place where, I get what you mean by he might be a day one starter in that I don't know if he'll be like an every down guy, but like a rotational starter.
Thank you.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Like he'll be in there and he'll help give the other guys a break. And yeah, he has the potential to be even better. And maybe
that's a lot of pass rushers in it. And if there's only a handful of Aaron
really
Donalds and Christian Wilkins type guys and Ladarius and those guys. All right, so that's fine. Listen, I had him 24 to Pittsburgh. He went 21. So he's about where I had him. I'm not saying he was a 15 or 16 or even 18. I had him at 24. But I still I still think that by the time the season starts, not today, by September, he's a starter. Titans are on the clock right now. They're down to a minute. Their pick's not in. I think this is going to be perfect. I think I might have nailed this one too. I got Terrence Marshall in my mock draft. I think they do go receiver here. They need to replace the free agents that they lost receiver-wise. You got to continue to get guys for Tannehill to throw the ball to and back the defense off of Derrick Henry. Late in the year, we saw Derrick Henry has some struggles, and then in the playoff game at home, Baltimore just put 8 in the box and said, okay, run the football. And they couldn't do it because they couldn't get the ball out to the perimeter and get the first drive of the game. Boom, 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 boom. Corner the end zone, touchdown. It's like, oh, here go the Titans. But once that defense ratcheted up, once that defense tightened up for the Ravens, I mean, newsflash, right? Since 1998. Newsflash, the Baltimore Ravens play defense. Oh, my God. Where did we see that before for the last, what would that be, 20 damn years? So they play defense in Baltimore. I think this is Terrence Marshall, 6'3", 200. They like big receivers there. I'd be surprised if it's Bateman or if it's Elijah Moore. Ladarius is already off the board. I got Terrence Marshall here in my mock draft, and I'm going to stick with that.
What about Rashad Bateman?
I think they might want a bigger receiver there.
Well, you got to think about this. If you got AJ Brown, who's more of a possession, run after the catch guy, maybe you want a guy that offers you a little bit more speed. I would love a Rashawn Bateman or Elijah Moore here. But once again, I'm not down on Terrence Marshall. I love him. Yeah. I love his skill set.
I don't like, and listen, you're speaking smart, conventional football wisdom. Got the possession guys, so go get the speed guy. Who said you can't have 2 possession guys? Who said you can't have 2 speed guys?
No one said that.
I just get, but you get what I'm saying, though, right?
I get what you're saying. You can
once again, let's go back to just quick to the Dolphins at 6. Fuller is a what, guys? What's Fuller?
I got some insight.
He's a speed deep receiver, right?
But
then why would you go get? Another speed guy?
But Fuller is a rental. Fuller's a rental, and he never stays healthy. So. And he got suspended last year, so yeah.
I'm getting all these picks in early before the.
Okay, yeah, he don't want you. He don't want you to ruin his show.
No, I'll kick you off the fucking show.
Just put the phone down.
So, but the Titans are going to be. I like a receiver. I like Terrence Marshall here because the Vikings would be next, and then Pittsburgh. God, Pittsburgh is going to be able to possibly end up with a running back, and they didn't have to move.
Don't rule out edge rusher too. They're still
for Titans.
They're still adding pieces.
Gotta give me a name. Give me a guy.
Defense is just so bad last year. They gotta, it's gotta be somebody.
I don't know how to pronounce his name. You got the pass rusher from Georgia.
Oh,
here we go.
Hold up.
There's 2 pass rushers, right, from Georgia.
They go corner.
Yeah, they got thrown on real bad last year.
Yep, they go corner. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Jake. They did. Jake, I'll go ahead and let you jump in and take this one first, bro. And so, just really quick, I was wrong. I had him out of the first round. He makes it to 22, but I thought the surgeries would be a red flag and not worthy of first round. But the Titans saw something different. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly kind of what I thought they'd go. Is it had to be corner or safety. They just got thrown on way too much. And, it was partly because their offense was good. Yeah. They'd pound it with Henry. They'd get a lead, and they'd just keep pounding with Henry. They'd make that lead bigger, and the other team would throw them against them a lot. So sometimes when that happens, that makes your pass defense not look as good as it actually is. But theirs was bad. It was just bad. You know, they were in shootouts using their running back to do the shooting. You know what I mean?
Yep, I got you.
Yeah,
What do you like on this pick, Nathan?
Oh, I love Caleb Farley. Like I said earlier, this was another potential pick for Dallas. He would have fit perfectly. We need defensive backs also in Dallas, but like obviously he's coming off from 2 back surgeries, so that's gonna be a lot obviously a concern. But when healthy, this guy is a lockdown corner. This guy is one of the best when it comes to lockdown. He becomes the receiver when he gets an interception. So it's amazing what I saw him do in Virginia Tech. So that's a great pickup right there in Tennessee, and they're getting a great personality. And like I said, the injuries are concerned, but when healthy, he's a flat out player.
And I agree with you on that too, because I do watch. I grew up in ACC country, so even in Los Angeles, I still have my infatuation with my Big Ten football. I watch a shitload of Big Ten football, and I watch a lot of ACC football. So I watch Virginia Tech. We used to go to the games when Mike Vick was there at Virginia Tech, and I saw Mike Vick in high school. We played high school football in that Virginia area where I'm from. So I always stick with my ACC football. And you're right, when he is healthy, he's explosive. He's an athletic freak.
Yeah.
He really is very freakish with his athleticism. And I guess in that division, not a bunch of receivers that you're trying to cover, but why not go ahead and stock and corner the market and stock the position? Anyway, I don't have a problem with the pick, but at some point they are going to have to reload on receiver and figure that out and get more offensive weapons to back defenses off of Derrick Henry and get people out of brown face and get people off of Tannehill.
Yeah.
Eventually we're going to have to. And once again, we're go down the line. Rashad Bateman, I had it 21, so we're up to pick 23. So even if he were to go to Minnesota, I don't think Minnesota goes offense here. I think this is a defensive pick, and I think this is Asante Samuel Jr. You talk about secondary, because you talk about a secondary that got thrown on. Okay, they dismantled their secondary 2 years ago. They broke their secondary up after the 2019 season. Right?
So you don't see offensive line as a possibility?
No.
Yeah, this has got to be same problem as the Titans. Oh yeah.
This has got to be corner or safety.
Yeah.
This might be. This could be Trayvon at the TCU.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is who I thought the Vikings were going to grab at their original pick, and they traded back. If he's still there,
and they fell. Yeah, no. I'm with you.
How many times have we thought this guy should have already been picked? 4 or 5 times now.
I know. Yeah, we've mentioned
his value is rising.
And you know what else too, man? And why this is on commercial, we could just kind of bounce around. There's still going to be some really good tackles left.
Yep.
For teams
there are right now.
This is a deep tackle draft. I've been
Dallas still needs a tackle. So
most definitely.
I had ranked 19, so we're at pick 23. So he's around where I thought he would go. Dylan, help me with his last name, guy. Right, I fuck it up all the time.
Which one?
Dylan
from North Dakota.
State. Yeah,
it's hard for me to pronounce his
name. Radins.
No.
But he, a guy like him is still on the board at tackle. There's some tackles you can still grab. There's one more. It's Tevin Jenkins.
Mm-hmm.
Tevin Jenkins, who I had ranked number 37 on my list as far as my top 50 players. He's still out there and still available. And they're gonna and there's some teams that's gonna be able to still get some really good players and a really good tackle. Newsome, corner from Northwestern, still on the board. Rashad Bateman, still on the board. Barmore, Alabama, still on the board. Elijah Moore, still on the board.
I think Barmore can possibly slide out the first round.
I'm gonna go. I think it's gonna be offensive tackle. I don't know which one though.
For the Vikings?
Yeah.
It's got to be Darisaw if that's the case. It can't be anybody else.
Well, the Vikings need offensive line.
Your running back ran for 1,600 yards and he missed 2 games.
Yeah, but they also don't have. Dalvin
Cook could have ran for 2,000 yards last year.
Yeah.
But they also
So
don't
your
have
offensive
Riley
line
Reef.
ain't that. Your offensive line's not hurting that bad.
Well, they lost Riley Reef. They don't have Riley Reef anymore. He's in Cincinnati.
Okay.
So you need some tackle help. So Christian Darrisaw might very well be the pick.
Okay. Well, think about this. Still have to mess with Green Bay's offense twice.
Okay.
Justin Fields is now at Soldier Field.
God bless.
So you have to deal. So you got to deal with that on defense.
Mhm.
And Detroit gets Goff. And Detroit adds I'm drawing a blank here. I have to go back here on my
They drafted Penei Sewell.
Penei Sewell.
Oh, yeah, okay. So they took Sewell at tackle there. This has got to be for the Vikings, I believe. This has got to be corner.
Corner safety. Yeah.
Corner safety.
I'm going offensive tackle.
Which tackle? You going Darrisaw?
Darrisaw, yep.
Okay. It would probably have to be Darrisaw, right?
But here's the crazy part. There are so many tackles in this draft. There could be a guy they just like more for their system than Darrisaw. Cosme.
I was about to say,
I love Cosme. I love
Cosme's another one. Yep.
Yeah.
Cosme could be another one.
And there's the pick. We nailed that when they took Darrisaw.
Yeah. There it is.
Yeah, they're gonna take a tackle. He's the guy. And wow, I mean, you get that type of talent. Like I said, he's a mauler who's athletic. Normally, maulers are clunkers. He's a mauler who's athletic.
True.
Who can get out and move, man. And with the running game there. So, like I said, I had him ranked 19. He goes at 23. They trade back and still end up with a top-ranked tackle. Now, guys, we know what's the percentage? Only 40% of these guys are going to really pan out in the NFL and be effective. Even if they don't stay with their same team, they move on to a different team, but will still be a good player. So it's hard. Each of you guys go around the clock right now. We'll go around the board right now. Give me a guy who we think is can't miss, but you see something in him that could be journeyman or could be bust. Jake, I'll start with you.
So we're talking about guys that already got picked?
Because now we know where they are. Now we know what's around them. Now we know who they're going to play against. All that factors in.
Oh, man. I mean, I think it's any one of the questionable picks we've already seen. You got to look here. Let's see. Just going down the list. I mean, the Raiders right away. Alex Leatherwood. We were a little confused by that. Is he going to jump in? Is he going to be good?
Also, I picked it right, but Michael Parsons, some personality or some character questions, some focus questions, some character questions in the NFL. One of the best things I ever saw is when Bill Parcells left Dallas. You guys remember the story where they said he left a letter for Tony Romo in his locker, and there was a list of things to be.
Yep.
And number one was don't be a celebrity quarterback.
Yeah.
And some guys just get it. We had a show I did the other day where we talked about Derek. It might have been one of you guys. I was talking about Derek Jeter and how, in my opinion, he's a top 10 team athlete in the history of sports. And that's because Derek Jeter, he just got it. Some guys just get it. You could get all the women. You're going to get so many women. You're going to make so much money. You're going to be able to buy whatever you want. But there's a way to do it and a way to go about it. And some guys don't get that. They think they have to be this character and this. That's my beef with a lot of players that come out nowadays where you have TikTok and you have the internet, you have social media. There's, to me, the big D word. Those are distractions.
Oh, man. Mm-hmm.
Those are distractions.
Mm-hmm.
So I just when you look at some of these players, I would say even though I got the pick right and I like him and I think he's good. Can Michael Parsons in Texas, in Dallas, where there are women and parties. I mean, there's so much to do there. It's not Green Bay. It's not Tampa. It's a lot to do in Dallas. It's a lot to do in Miami. It's a lot to do in South Beach. I'm always worried for guys that get drafted to Miami. It's a lot to do in New York, LA. Everybody can't come out. I live in Los Angeles. You're from here, Kenneth. Everybody can't come out here, guys.
They sure
I
the
get
hell
friends
can.
all the time come visit. I get friends, and there we go. I had that right. I knew it. The Steelers take Najee Harris.
Yeah.
Wow.
They wanted a bell cow back.
They wanted the bell cow back.
James Conner's gone. Benny Snell showed a lot of promise last year.
I like Benny Snell. Benny Snell. Yeah.
It don't matter. That's Najee's job now.
It is. We know it.
Well, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what names y'all bring up. Who was there and what they did. That's Najee Harris's job.
He's the captain now. He's the captain now.
Yeah. He gets the front seat in the running back. He gets the front seat in the running back room.
100%. I like Najee Harris. Najee Harris has a very nice skill set. He's probably one of the more well-rounded Alabama running backs to come out and use.
God, I didn't want Pittsburgh getting him, man. Shit.
Yeah,
I knew that. I told you they were. That was probably the biggest mistake.
If they didn't have to move for him, I felt like they would too. But I thought they would probably have to go for him because I thought Miami would be smart enough to go ahead and just say, "Listen, let's just go ahead and get our bell cow back now." I know they like Devontae, and I know they like Travis, but. Okay, but I think all of us kind of had that. We figured that's where Pittsburgh, if he fell to him. Now, here's the thing, though, too. And, Jake, you're a fantasy number guy, so you know this probably better than maybe any of us because you follow rushing stats and trends. That offensive line was bad in Pittsburgh, man. You're going to put a rookie behind that?
Well, right. Yeah, that's the same kind of thing is their offensive line did fall off some, and some of their big name tackles are not quite the same as what they used to be. And yeah, their offense this past year was one of the lowest rushing offenses in the league. And, which is like the opposite of what the Steelers offense pretty much has been the entire time, forever.
Yeah. All the way back to Franco Harris.
Right. But
I mean, they go from Franco and then you end up with Jerome Bettis, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If you guys are old enough to remember Barry Word. Jerome Bettis, Barry Word.
And yeah, Connor just, he didn't fit the bill. He showed some promise, but, obviously Le'Veon Bell, he was the guy for a while, but, that running backs only last so many years most of the time. And that's something you got to try and catch. And, Najee feels perfect here. I bet you he'll make their offensive line look like it's good, even if they don't add a lot to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I like this pick. I can't front. I hate Pittsburgh because I'm an AFC guy, and we've had our battles with Pittsburgh in the playoffs back in the 70s with the Dolphins, but I love this pick. It helps out Big Ben. I like Najee. I'm not really always sold on Alabama running backs. Hopefully this is the year that it'll turn because I really do like Najee Harris and the way he runs the ball and the way he carries himself as a football player. There's a video on IG. Somebody tagged me in it because they know how much I like Najee. He's been working out with Derrick Henry, and I got it's another retired running back. I think it's Clinton Portis and somebody else. It's who he's been working out with this offseason. And I don't know if you guys remember how bad of a boy Clinton Portis was, but if I'm 22 coming into the league and Clinton Portis wants to work out with me leading up into the draft, I go work out with Clinton Portis.
Clinton Portis was a bad boy.
The guy ran for 1,500 yards in Washington. Oh, okay. Send him to Denver. Gets to Denver. Runs for 1,500 yards in Denver. Or vice versa. No, it's vice versa.
Yeah, vice versa. Yeah.
He's a Denver first. If you guys remember, like his first run in a regular season game in Washington was like a 70-yard touchdown right up the middle. I mean, so he's been around good people, which means he gets it. Get around good people. Get around some former players that's done this, man. They want to work out with you. The answer is yes. You put all that other shit aside and you go get ready for the draft. I like this pick from there, man. Nathan, talk to us, buddy. You're quiet over there. What do you think about this pick?
No, I got to go. So thanks for having me.
Oh, you got to go?
Yeah.
All right, man. Thanks for jumping in. We appreciate
you.
All
right, brother. Have a good one.
All right, so we remove him and he can leave. Neither you can still hear me. You can just click leave studio, brother, and they'll let you out. Hold on, let me just get to some of these. I love the fact that people are jumping in here, man. Vegas bench warmers. Jake, you know him. He's in the group with us. It's AFC West has so many weapons now, wide receiver, tight end, that it made sense for the Broncos to go corner. Okay. I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's true. I like that. Okay.
If you're not getting the quarterback,
Sage, Big Sage, always on here talking shit. Big Sage says, I'm good with the pick. Little disappointed, no defense. I understand the line needed to get younger, might needed to get better long term. I trust Gruden with O lineman. He drafted a Pro Bowl caliber lineman before. That's our guy Sage right there. And oh, look at Kenny. Kenny got some fans in here. My man,
on,
I'm
man.
not gonna try to pronounce that. 619. Who do you think he is? Rey Mysterio Jr. I'm just playing. That's for my
boy,
WWE
Rich.
fans out there. My man said, "What up, Kenny? It's Rich. What's going on, Rich? We appreciate it." And Kevin Miller just jumped in here. Says Darius Leonard is not a pass rusher. Then also jumped in and said just in Houston he was a pass rusher in Indianapolis. And then he now asks, when does Cleveland draft? Well, my friend, Cleveland drafts in 2 picks, and we'll get to their pick. But the Jags are back up, guys. I had Kadarius Toney. He's gone off the board. Is this Rashad Bateman at the receiver position? Also, quick sidebar. Did you guys hear that Tim Tebow worked out for the
At
Jags?
tight end.
I did.
At tight end. Yeah. I did hear that.
I mean, if it was 10 years ago,
I had to give a half-ass blow because that's just how tired I am of hearing Tebow. That's all Tebow. That's are you kidding me? How many chances? And see, I'm sorry. Y'all know I'm the big vanilla color card, so I got to play the color card here. God, how many chances does the great white hype guy get? Like, come on, man. Urban, if Urban tries to do what Steve Spurrier did with the Redskins, he's going to fall flat on his damn face with this job. If he thinks he can go who's he calling next? Percy? Is that what he's doing? Is that what he's calling Percy next?
Percy's still working out.
Yeah, oh no, Percy still want to play. Percy from Virginia, homeboy. I already know. Percy still wants to play. That whole thing that happened in Seattle is why I don't like Russell Wilson, because I know the inside story, because I know Percy Harvin's camp. So I know the whole inside story of that locker room. Why, basically, I'll say it like this, because I always promised I wouldn't put the whole thing out there. I know why Percy got let go out of Seattle.
Right.
And it had nothing to do with anything that happened on the field.
Right. It was off the field.
Because the last time I remember, he was returning kicks and punts for touchdowns in the Super Bowl. Or am I the only one that saw that? Okay.
No.
All right. I'm just making sure. So, all right. Jags with this pick. They said the pick is in, so I'll turn the TV up here in a minute.
Offensive line is a possibility. They definitely need left tackle. Maybe you kick Cam Robinson over to the right tackle. You could look at a guy like Sam Cosmi. The guy who we can't pronounce his name from North Dakota. You have Tevin Jenkins. You have a lot of you have a lot of good tackle prospects that could be a good fit for Jacksonville right now.
And go ahead and protect. Go ahead and get your left tackle, protect your quarterback.
100%.
Or go get a ball hawking safety and start to shore up the back end of your defense, because you do play Texas twice, Tennessee twice, and the Colts twice, who can have big play ability. Well, here's Goodell, so we're gonna find out right here. I guess I gotta give up. I gotta get out a name too. I'm gonna say this is receiver. Get your guys some more help.
Run that more.
Rashad Bateman.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Etienne.
Holy shit! I told you though, 2 running backs. I said there 2 running backs will go.
But see, that's what's crazy to me.
I love that.
But see, that's the crazy part to me, because they actually have a good run. The guy that went on draft, he's good.
Yeah,
but disrespect to James Robinson. Ouch.
He's good. Yeah.
But I like this pick. I'm sorry, I like this pick. I thought Travis Etienne was the best back in this draft. I've always stood on that. I've never wavered on, even though people liked Najee Harris, but I still said, okay, he may go before Travis Etienne, but Travis Etienne is the best back in this draft, and I'll stand on that. I love this pick. Now, it feels too much like Urban Meyer, the college coach, because, well, shit, let me go get 2 guys that just played with each other, right? Also, too, quick sidebar. How long has this been in the NFL? This would be a crazy research question to try to find out. 2 college teammates within the last 2 years of each other being drafted and playing with each other in the NFL. You have Waddle and Tua now, and now you have Etienne and Trevor Lawrence. That's something. That's something to look up at a later time.
Burrow and Chase.
Bro, you're right. Burrow and Chase.
Yeah.
Go get. So what is this the theme? Go get your quarterback people they know, huh?
That's right.
Familiarity.
Think about this, guys. Are we going to start to see this? Because Chicago could take Trey Sermon in the second round, guys. Who did he just play behind in college? Justin Fields at Ohio State. And Trey Sermon is a second round back. He's a second and third round back. Oh my God. But listen, like I said, I try to really pull myself from fans sometimes and become more of a professional. And normally I'll bang on Ohio State guys. That kid he might be the best of the recent backs, all the way back to at least Maurice Claret to come out of Ohio State. Trey Sermon is fast and big and agile and seeks contact with that speed. There's going to be some veterans in the league that's going to want to come up and smack on him, and he's going to be right there. I was watching some Zeke Elliott highlights because of our conversation the other day, and I did come across that Seattle game where Cam Chancellor was trying to lay him, and Zeke about 3 or 4 times that game was like, bruh, I do this. I'll give you some contact. You want some contact? And I think Trey Sermon's that kind of guy. Najee Harrison will be that kind of guy. You want some contact? I got some contact for you. So I love that pick. Go ahead, Jake. I'll give you the floor. Dude, I love that pick for them.
And this guy in the chat here, Kevin Miller, clearly.
You see the comment.
Why do you get 2 good backs like that? You already have James Robinson. Now you got Travis, and it's like, okay, well, you're going to split both of them. From a fantasy guy's perspective, that's awful.
Oh, you hate that because now you can't start either one.
Right. Well, both of them still could be good, but both of their ceiling are sort of limited now because they aren't going to get as much work. You know. And that's it. It's like, well, that's a split backfield. You don't know what's going to happen. It's disappointing.
Talk to me. Talk to me. To Derek. Talk to me. Tiberius.
Tiberius. You know how to say it. Look.
First of all, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we get a round of applause for Alex Smith, guys? For Alex Thomas, who came in earlier, and guy, I love that guy.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you this. It was funny to me, like being able to conversate with him, and I grew up watching The Wash and the Players Club, so it was just funny to me. So
I forgot one too. When it was credit, he was in Don't Be a Menace also.
Mm-hmm.
He was in Don't Be a Menace. But you can see, listen, I have a very high confidence of myself.
Yeah,
I know some people could take that as arrogance sometimes, but I know I'm a middle of the road fish in this industry, and I have been on some bigger platforms. But what a lot of people don't know about me is, like he said, relationships. I built relationships with a lot of networks, with a lot of people, and I may not have my platform yet, but as you can see, I dabble and I deal with people in those circles that it's coming. So to bring a guy like him on and him to say, yo, I do it. And he texted me, yo, I'm probably going to be a dude about 15, 20. He was on for over an hour.
Yeah, he was.
We were supposed to do 30 minutes. Our own show, we did an hour and 55 minutes.
Because we was having so much fun. I was upset when
exactly, and that's what I try to bring, man. I'm not trying to change sports talk. I just want sports talk to go back to sports talk. No clickbait shit. None of this. Who's somebody dating? I'm sick of it. I'm sick of LeBron or Jordan. I'm sick of it. Like we don't talk about the goddamn games no more. And talk about sports anymore. Turn the TV on, guys. That's why I'll comment. Why do y'all watch this? Why do y'all watch that? Somebody came at me one day and was like, damn, dude, you're a hater. Do you watch anything? I said, yeah, I watch Around the Horn and PTI every day. Journalists. I don't watch I don't like personalities. And Stephen A. Smith, a guy like, he is a journalist, but he is way more personality now than he still is a journalist. And that's what I want to get back to. So I just wanted to just put that out there, and I thank him, and you guys too, man. You got Jake. I told you, I respect what the fuck you do, man. I really do, because I wouldn't put the time in to do what you do, because I have so many other things that I'm doing. I couldn't come up with those type of lists. And I click on all your shit. I'm like, damn, man, like he really took the time to figure out the top 10. Give a damn who the top 10 duo receivers. but people click on it and it's good. It's sports stuff, not what the hell somebody was wearing or who somebody's sleeping with or a top pick or take these 4 receivers against these 4 receivers from the 80s. Who would win? I don't know. I don't have a DeLorean. I'm not Marty McFly. Okay? I'm not Doc Emerson. Back to the Future reference, one of my favorite movies. I can't go back in time, guys. And it's just worthless because the great Kobe Bryant once said, I don't worry about things that I can't control. I don't care about your list. I don't care about ESPN's top 4. What did he say? Oh, yeah, they're a bunch of idiots over there anyway. I've known that a long time ago. And he didn't worry about offending Woj or offending Brer or offending Clay. He just said what he meant. Like, I don't care about those guys over there. You mean a bunch of guys that never got past freshman or JV level in high school? I'm not a top 40. So I just want to bring that up real quick, man, and tell you guys I respect what you do. That's why you're here. And Alex Thomas, I want people to see that I can bring like guests on that you've seen on something, but you saw he knows his shit.
Oh, 100%.
He knows his stuff. He's 100%. Not just some guy wanting to be. I run across a lot of comedians and actors. You get to talking sports, they can just talk on the level. Once you start diving where we are, they're lost. Oh well, I don't watch college basketball. Then how the hell are you even talking basketball to me? And you don't watch college basketball. So how do you know what's going on in the draft other than pick 1 and 2? If you don't watch college basketball, that's the type of shit I want to get away from. Anyway, back to the pick. Okay, so Newsom goes off the board to Cleveland. I had Cleveland taking. I actually had him taking St. Brown. I thought they would go receiver because I think Odell is probably going to be moved on soon. I thought their secondary is fine. I'm actually this is a head scratcher. They have Denzel Ward, who I love. They have this is weird.
The kid they took out of LSU never really panned out like that. So I think not yet. But first of all, we're in a what have you done for me lately league now. So they're not. Okay. Yeah, so you bring in Greg Newsom, who I think is, in the grand scheme of things, he kind of got lost in the shuffle with all these good corners. But Greg Newsom's going to come in immediately. He's going to hold his own. He's a big, long, lengthy guy, perfect for their scheme. And he's going to give them immediate production. So I think that's what they wanted. They wanted a guy that they could put across from Denzel Ward that could be productive. That they want to get.
Talk to me, Jake. Jake, you're in Big Ten country. I love Big Ten football. You've seen enough of Newsom.
Oh yeah. Well, so what we have here is, Cleveland, even though you don't usually think of them this way, they were a good playoff team last year. And so what do you do when you're a good playoff team? You try and say, all right, what's our weakness? What did we lose? What's the little piece we need that's missing? And the Cleveland pass defense was the weakest part of the team. So, to me right here, it made sense. I was thinking, safety or corner, they got a corner,
Oh, Raven, hey, Raven's pick is in. My bad. Go ahead. I may cut you off.
Okay, no, I see you, but no, that's fine, brother. Listen, we're doing this together, man. This is beautiful. This is beautiful sports talk. I'm getting text messages from friends that are listening back east and watching. My older brother Dennis, shout out to my brother Dennis. Actually, he bought me this tie. You guys know how long I've had this tie?
For 20 years?
Higher.
Oh, really? 29?
Yeah. No, I've had.
Yeah, you got to look at the logo there.
Yeah, I've had this tie.
I've
had this tie for like 30 years. My older brother brought me this tie when I was like in middle school for a stocking stuffer for Christmas. That's how long I've had this tie. I've had this tie for like 30. It's been about 30 years that I've had this tie, and I won't get rid of it, and I won't buy a new one. I could have bought new dolphin ties. It's like I have this one and I never wear it. It's just hanging in my, but today I was like, oh my God, I'm going through my ties and I'm like, oh, there it is.
Have you ever thrown away a tie? I don't think I have.
Hey, look, Jake.
You know what? I don't think I have either. Oh no, I did. I hate to say this and I don't mean to be political. Mm-hmm. I had a very beautiful deep rose fuchsia tie. Yeah, nice pink deep rose fuchsia tie. But it was from the Donald Trump collection, so I threw it away.
hey, I can't stand him. Hey, look.
I'm not even lying. I'm being honest with you. And I didn't know. And it's funny because, like everybody else, when I first saw it in the store, I was like, oh, the Donald Trump color. I mean, I bought the tie 12, 13 years ago, right? And I remember when all the, election stuff started, him campaigning and stuff. And of course, as a black man, I had to pick a side. I remember going through my ties one day and I pulled that out and I forgot. I just happened to flip it over and the little gold tag flipped around. And I was like, oh, hell no, get this shit out my closet. And I remember my wife, she's just my girlfriend that time. She's laying on bed. She's like, why you throw that on the floor? I said, that's that damn Donald Trump tie. She's like, oh yeah, throw that shit away. So yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's how long I've had my Dolphins tie. So Ravens picks in.
Receiver.
Wait,
If they go anything outside of receiver, they need to. I'm not gonna say that. But
is this
if they
Rashad
go
Bateman?
anything else, they need to. Yes, Rashad Bateman. They need to be focused on adding as much talent around Lamar Jackson as possible.
You're such a hater. I'm about to pull your black card.
Pull it. He needs talent. No,
and we shouldn't even talk like this in front of a white guy. Look how you got me talking to you in front of our.
He needs talent around him because he is
I know,
not.
He
does. He does. He's not good enough yet to play with inferior talent at wide receiver.
So the player, listen. So we this has been kind of going out of order. So it's easy to say, oh, Rashad Bateman, but I'm gonna go something different because nothing.
Terrace Marshall.
Either him or Moore.
Well, do you draft Moore? I mean, I guess I understand you believe in two, but do you draft Moore and you have Hollywood Brown?
I don't, bro. There's no such thing to me.
I don't think you double up on 2 5'9" speedy guys. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying, Jake?
Oh,
I just don't think Hollywood Brown's even that good at all.
I think he is it on? Oh, is he walking up?
They took Rashad. No, we hit on it. They took Rashad Bateman.
It's good. It's a good pick for them. And they took a 31 too.
Yeah, it is a good pick. No, I just figured conventional wisdom, some of these guys should go. Like, I like Ladarius Toney, but I thought Bateman would go before him. I didn't think Toney would go before him because I think a lot of Toney's greatness is lost because the simple fact he faced a lot of double teams last year, which opened up so much for Kyle Pitts. So that's why I just wanted to maybe go off to a different receiver. It makes perfect sense to take Rashad Bateman here, though.
You think they're gonna let him work? Hey, look, you think they're gonna let him wear 0? I'm just playing.
Yeah, they will. They will, and I like the new number changes. Something else here I just wanted to just throw out there while we got a chance. Najee Harris and Travis Etienne are the two players I don't think were talked about enough in this draft. And the reason why I had Travis ranked number 1, and I got some stuff here that I just researched and wrote down. 2 1,600-yard rushing years at Clemson. 1 year he had 24 touchdowns, another year he had 29 touchdowns. I love the 5'10", 205. His comp to me was Tiki Barber. That's his comp to me is Tiki Barber. His comp to me is Tiki Barber. Same exact height and size. Catch out of the backfield. Doesn't have breakaway speed, but seems to run away from defenders. That's why I hate the term breakaway speed. It's like in basketball, and I hate to jump sports, but this is just the best analogy I think I've ever created in basketball. You tell me a guy is slow, and I'll show you a guy from Inglewood, California by the name of Paul Pierce who is slow as molasses. It can get to any fucking where on the court he wanted to, whenever he wanted to get there,
that's true.
Get his shot off.
That's fact.
But he was slow.
Yeah, he was slow. He was
right. Michael Irvin was slow. And all Michael Irvin did was win 3 be an integral part, the number 1 receiver on 3 Super Bowl teams and 5 NFC Championship game teams. But Michael Irvin was slow. So breakaway, I hate that shit. Because you can have breakaway speed, but if you can't run a damn route and get off coverage, your breakaway speed doesn't matter. Unless you're running fly routes all day.
True.
I.e., rewinds me back to Teddy Ginn. Never more than 56 catches. Never 1,000 yards. When I saw that the other day, Never. I said, oh well. I had to click and look again. I'm like, okay, that can't be right. I'm sure Teddy Ginn had won 1,000 somewhere, right? Didn't he have a big year with Carolina where he had like 12 touchdown catches? With can't never had 1,000-yard receiver with all that breakaway speed. That's why I don't like breakaway speed. Jump to some questions here real quick. My man DDM says, we appreciate you, homie. He said, y'all have been great. Enjoy you, little bro. That's my big brother, Dennis. He's the guy who brought me the tie. He's also a huge sports fan. He's the guy who got me into football and actually signed me up like for my first football team, got me watching football, even though he went more of a basketball route. Kenny, I told you this. Kendall Marshall is his son. My nephew that played for
Okay.
That's DDM's, that's DDM's son. My nephew that played in Carolina. He's got a question here. I'll let one of you guys take it. Who's better, Tony or Bateman?
That's a tricky one. Go, Jake.
That is a tricky one.
Jake's going to give us the fantasy probable.
All right. Well, if I give you the fantasy answer, let's see. Tony landed with the Giants, and Bateman with the Ravens. I'm going to go Bateman here by a lot. And I think this is like you're saying. This is exactly what Lamar needs. And people think Hollywood Brown was super good. He didn't look. He looked pretty good as a rookie, and then this sophomore year, he didn't look any better. He was exactly the same. Right.
They got tape on him.
Right. He didn't grow at all in any kind of way. And then the big difference in the passing game here for the Ravens was they didn't, the tight end was injured the whole time. Mark Andrews, he missed a lot of games. He wasn't there. And, it's like, okay, now all we got to do is try to stop the run and, guard Andrews, and that's it. That's the whole offense, So here you go. Now you have Bateman, and now if he beats out Brown, puts Brown as just a number 2 or maybe a specialty, maybe a slot, maybe running deep routes, doing something different. If he's not the number 1, that helps him. I think that makes him, if he doesn't have to have as tough a competition, that'll make things better. So Bateman for me.
I agree with you. I think it's Bateman. Even though I like Tony, but again, I'm looking at the teams they went to, who they play with him, with playing around them, and who they play against. Now, Tony could have a big year because Washington's secondary lacks, Dallas secondary lacks, Philly had guys on the practice squad lining up on game day at secondary. So Tony, with attention on Saquon and with attention on Shepard, and with attention on
Kenny Galladay.
Tight end's name is slipping my mind. It opens up more for him. So that's not to say he won't have a bigger year. But if you're asking me who's better now, it's definitely Bateman. Also, remember, Lamar scrambles and buys time to help guys get open. Go put on the Bateman film, guys. Other than Devontae Smith, these were the 2 smoothest, most fluent receivers in the entire draft. And when I say smooth and fluent, I mean guys who can just run routes. It's not herky-jerky. Everything is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stop, break, come back to the ball. Break. I mean, it's 1, 2, 3, stutter step. Okay, go. It's not a lot of wasted effort. Saints picks coming through right now.
JOK, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Nah, they took another shot. They took a defensive end. The Saints took a D end. They took Peyton Turner out of Houston when have to figure out what the hell they're doing with that damn offense.
And the crazy part is they just have a defensive end that they just took 2 years ago in the first round.
And you still have hold up, and you still have the kid from Ohio State on that defensive line that's still wrecking shop at like year 8, year 9 in his career. Hayward's in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
got us on the defensive line from Ohio State. His name is slipping my mind.
Cameron Jordan.
Ingram is the tight end from the Giants.
Cameron Jordan's from Cal. Yeah, I got Cameron Jordan.
I'm sorry, from Cal. Yeah, but still got Cameron Jordan on the line. That's a shocker because I'm trying to figure out what's up with the offense. You don't bring back you don't have Emmanuel Sanders. You're not sure what's going to happen at the quarterback position. I understand that Michael Thomas could be the best receiver in the league, but one of these guys, there's that whole get it thing. He got his money, and then he acted a fool last year. Got into a fight at practice. There was rumors he was going to be traded by the trade deadline in the middle of the season last year. That's not this pick right here surprises me, guys.
Yeah,
For them to
the
go
Saints.
deep in.
Yeah, their defense was good last year. But
do you have this guy ranked? Where do either one of you guys even have him in the top 50?
As far as well, here's the crazy part.
He's not in my top 50, guys.
He's in my top 50. But if I don't know if you've been following the pre-draft process, like even just the last 2-3 days, he's one of those like super late risers. Like he's a guy that's kind of like flying under the radar that everybody liked, but they didn't want to say it because they didn't want him to get taken, and it happened, right? I think a lot of the Saints realized how good of a player he really is, and they took him early. So a lot of teams were high on Peyton Turner. So it doesn't make
57. I see him 57th rated on another. So I guess I missed him by 50 by 7 guys.
Yeah.
Okay. I just didn't have him in my top. I didn't have him in my top 50.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was that guy.
Yeah, he's just one of those late risers, and like I said, the teams just wanted to play coy and didn't want to talk about him because they didn't want him to get taken, but it happened, obviously.
Green Bay at 29. They've pissed off Aaron Rodgers enough. Is this Elijah Moore? And to be honest with you, they got to the point, in my opinion, the whole getting weapons done. They got weapons now. It's not the offense.
Yeah,
they got Scanling Valdez. Adams, you re-sign your running back. Like they got receivers. Lazard,
they're fine.
They're fine at receiver. So this definitely isn't receiver.
Offensive line?
Maybe offensive line.
Tevin Jenkins?
Most likely defense. Yeah.
This is defense, and this could be one of these edge guys. How about the kid?
They don't need another edge.
They're going to when the Smith brothers go away. One of them's not going to stay. And I know they're not brothers, but they get called that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the Smith
No,
brothers.
I'm with you on that. But how about Trayvon's almost out of the first round, guys?
Trayvon
Well,
Murray?
think about it. Yeah, right.
Look out for Dallas. Dallas might trade back in.
I think that would have already happened.
It can still happen.
No, that would already happen because Buffalo's not going to take him, the Chiefs aren't going to take him, and the Ravens aren't going to take him, and that's the first round.
No, the trade-in I was
Tampa
talking
Bay?
about.
I can see Tampa Bay. Well, go ahead.
No, I agree. No, Tampa doesn't have it. They traded. Oh, that's right. That's the Chiefs. No, Tampa. Tampa for safety. No,
Tampa has no needs at 32.
They don't.
Tampa has absolutely. They don't.
They don't. You're right. They don't.
I put Asante Samuel there because I figured they'd pick him as like a luxury pick, sort of like a pedigree pick. Like maybe he'll be like his dad.
And keep him in state. He's from Florida. Went to Florida State. Keep him in. Yeah, keep him in state.
I had him taking Richie Grant from UCF.
Amon St. Brown is almost out of this. We haven't got Olajari yet. He's almost getting pushed out.
VJ, I'm proud of you for mentioning his name. I am so proud of you.
Thank you. Landon Dickerson is almost out of this round. There's some guy, and I had your guy. I had Carl Moore. Yeah, I had him out of this first round. I don't think he was the first round.
Oh, they took
and you're right. And we were both right. They go defensive back, and they go Stokes. And there's a guy I mentioned. I asked you guys about. He, for some reason, he fell. But there are a lot of people I talked to personally that said this kid that he's legit. Now the film I watched, Georgia has such a great front seven that you don't have to cover long. And some of the highlights people were posting, I'm like, dude. Watch the rush. Watch the quarterback. He's got to throw that ball early. That's why Stokes can get there and make that play. And the receiver, I even go back and I want to see what kind of route the receiver's running. And I commented on one of the guys' posts. I said, dude, watch the receiver. He's running a lazy-ass route. So the corner is back. If you're jogging your shit, dude, I don't have to do much with the front seven from Georgia. that's putting pressure on the quarterback. I don't like when people post those videos and go, "Oh God, look how he breaks on the." Watch the totality of the play, especially at receiver and corner, before you send the film to me, because I'm gonna break that shit down and go, bro. Like, so on my list, I had him at 44. Some other people list, I saw sliding down to 50 as far as ranking goes, but I definitely did not have him as a first round guy. But for some reason, people love this kid.
That's pretty normal for the Packers to grab a second round guy towards the end of the first round. That happens a
lot. What would you guys have done if the Packers had took Kellen Mond out of Texas A&M?
Gross.
Look. Hey, look. I would have concluded this call. And I would have went to sleep. I would have like, well, I guess that's it. That's it for tonight. They took Kellen. Well, even though even though I like Kellen Mond, but no.
Kellen Mond's a third or a fourth round guy, guys. Like, listen, I pull for him, but I don't let my eye. I tell people, don't fail the eye test. You go put on the tape, and you go put on the tape there, man. Jimbo Fisher made a huge mistake leaving Florida State and going to Texas A&M. He is not going to win a national championship there. Because you're in the SEC. If he was still in the Big 12,
he had a chance.
Yeah. Oh, if he was still in the Big 12, he'd be battling Oklahoma.
Yeah.
You have to beat LSU and Alabama and Georgia to just get to the SEC championship game in a possible college football playoff berth. But Kellen Mond, he's okay. He's not even better. Dak was better at Mississippi State than Kellen Mond is.
He was.
Yeah.
And that's his player comp. People compare him to Dak Prescott.
No.
But
I'm in love with Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott's one of my favorite NFL players, bro. And I post. You guys have seen the clips I've posted when I was on Fox Sports Radio on the Odd Couple with Chris Broussard, and the whole contract stuff was going down when it first started. I banged the desk. I said they better pay that man right now, or it's going to cost them. Because you can say deserve. That's one word. That's another word I hate in sports. Deserving. Contracts ain't shit about what you deserve. Contracts are about what you bargain and what your agent negotiates. Period. And if it says that the next man up gets $40 million, it don't matter what I've done. I get $40 million. What the fuck are y'all talking? I don't care that I haven't won a playoff game. That's not how this goes. That's not how this goes.
Hey, Jake, every now and then VJ, like, we'll get into it, and then he'll say something that'll make me be like, you know what? This guy, he's all right. You know, so I agree with him. I'm a Cowboys fan. So I love to hear him, loving on Dak. So I know I
love that.
I agree.
So you're saying most of the time
I was watching the game. I was watching the game when he got hurt. Like, I saw it live.
Oh man, I was sick.
I was watching the game when he got. I got the package. So I have two laptops. I have a PC and I have a Mac, and then I have two phones, and then I have my TV. So I'll put a game on each one. I was watching that live. Dude, you would have thought I was a Cowboy fan the way I was upset and hurt by that, because I knew it might damage him getting this money, man. It might damage him getting his money, getting hurt like that. But I am all in on Dak, bro. I can't stand the rest of your squad, but Dak's my guy, bro. I want Dak to win. I don't want Dallas to win. I want Dak to win. Jake, I love the way your son's just stepping across you right now. Yeah, I know, dude. I love it. Son, boys are just the shit, man. Like, because they don't care. They don't care that you're on a radio right now and you're on streaming doing the NFL draft live. He's gonna keep walking across you. Look at him laying up there on the sofa. Boys don't care, man. Boys just do it,
I got the Bills going. Possibly running back. One of the running backs from North Carolina.
Possibly.
That would piss me off. I'd be mad. You know what? If they do that, the show's over. I'm closing this. I'm letting y'all too. I'm closing my screen.
Why? They need a running back. They need a running back.
Miami, we done already lost Etienne and Harris. You telling me we're gonna lose Williams too, and we walk out of the first round with Phillips and Jalen Waddle?
You guys can pick The running back from Timbuktu University.
Here goes Goodell. Now, the only one I would hope for is Hubbard. But here goes Goodell with the Bills pick.
Oh, Gregory wrote.
All right, here we go.
The Buffalo Bills select Gregory Rousseau, defensive end, Miami.
I understand. It makes sense.
It does.
Jake, I disagree. Let me get this one first, guys. Jake, you actually just sucked me in because when you said running back, I think of Singletary, and then I go, you know what? No, he's right. Buffalo, if there's one thing they could use, is a every down back right now, because from the middle to late last year, it just became all Josh Allen in a receiving game. They could not run the football to save their lives.
But on top of that, the reason why they threw so much is because their defense was awful. So here they got an edge rusher.
Is this the edge rusher to get? Olajari's still on the board. Barmore 6'5", 310. What's going on? What's going on there?
I thought somebody would want to tackle. Come on, you need a defensive tackle. You got to build your defense from the line backwards, and even if he's just a big guy who plugs a hole, that's an important role on a defense.
Trayvon Moehrig too, man. Like that's. People were locking him in as a first round draft pick. Just sources I have, and even people I watch speak about on NFL Live and some of the.
He has a highest ranked safety.
He was the highest ranked, yeah. And it looks like the Chiefs, the Ravens, they pick next. They don't. I don't know if they take them. Their defenses. Maybe this is another receiver. Maybe the Ravens say we're just gonna go get 2 new weapons.
They could.
Yeah, no, they could.
Well
Terrence Marshall is sitting right there for the Ravens. And you walk out, if you're the Ravens and you woke up this morning and somebody said you're going to walk out of the first round with Terrence Marshall and with Rashad Bateman.
That's a win.
That's a win.
It's big.
That's a win. Your offense is different. Your offense is different already.
Then it allows you to use Hollywood Brown as a deep threat and put him in the slot and let him operate that way.
Yeah,
and then you let Rashad Bateman and Terrence Marshall go to work outside. But who knows? It
could be a tackle there for the Ravens as well.
It could. Look out for Tevin Jenkins.
And see, Gregory Rousseau also too here. Gregory Rousseau also too here with this pick. Him, like I said, when they're healthy, him and Jalen Phillips wreaked a lot of havoc for the Hurricanes the last 2 years. Remember, guys, in 2019, they were a top 5 ranked team at one point. Ended up falling apart at the end of the year, but it was mainly because that defense had kind of shown back up in Miami. Yeah. That defense that we're used to seeing of like Wofolk and Von Miller. I mean, not Von Miller. I'm sorry. Oh my God, Jonathan Vilma. Sorry. Jonathan Vilma, Ed Reed. You started to see Felipe Sparks. That's going back into the late 80s, late 90s, early 2000s, mid 2000s. You start to see those guys kind of resurface themselves in Miami the last few years. And look, here you go. You got, whether you agree with it or not, you got 2 first-round draft picks off that Miami Hurricane defensive line this year.
True.
So last 2 more coming up, Ravens and Tampa Bay. So once again, the Ravens are back on the clock.
They got to pick another wide receiver.
I think this is another wide. Oh, no. They have to address tackle. They just gave one of the best in the league away.
They did.
Yeah, well, okay. Well,
no, they got to get tackle. This is Tevin Jackson.
Tevin Coleman?
Coleman, excuse me.
So Tevin Coleman, or I think you have to take Terrence Marshall. I'll be honest, guys. I'm just getting tired of hearing the excuses for he doesn't have weapons. Give him the weapons and let him work. Terrence Marshall.
I'm gonna call the NAACP on your ass, man. You keep downing a black quarterback like that.
I'm not downing him. I'm not downing him. I'm keeping it above.
You know, you're doing this in front of you're doing this in front of a dude from Wisconsin, right? You're making us look bad.
Hey, look. He needs the weapons, right? He does. He needs the weapons. The pick is in.
Yeah, I see that. Greg, yeah, I like another receiver here. I do. I like and other than tackle, if it's not receiver, it's got to be tackle. And you know what? And you know what? If this isn't Tevin. This isn't Tevin. This is Dylan. No, this is our edge.
Yeah, I mean they let go of Matthew Judon. They don't have Matthew Judon anymore, so edge is a possibility.
They plug and play defense in Baltimore. They plug and play defense in Baltimore. We can always talk about who got lost, and who left, but you still got to tell me who's lining up behind that person and who's coming in behind that person. You know what I'm saying? To play that, to fill in and play that position. True. So I like a receiver or a tackle. I like a receiver or a tackle here. Yeah, I like a receiver or a tackle here. Nothing on defense. This is nothing on defense.
Well, while we're waiting for this here, should we go over any of the other older picks that surprised us a bit? Or
sure. Let's see here. I'll pick one.
I mean, when you start from the top,
to be honest with you, no. I none of them surprised me. I think Rashad Bateman was the pick, right? We maybe knew some with Carolina, but I love the Travis Etienne pick. We all predicted that if Najee Harris fell to Pittsburgh at 24, we started hearing those rumblings. Farley might have been a surprise, but we thought when the Vikings were up, we all thought tackle for the Vikings, tackle or corner. So I mean,
Washington.
I'll let you guys take one of those.
I like the Jamin Davis pick. It's not a value pick. This is a guy that's going to come in immediately. And he's going to give them an upgrade. Washington hasn't had good linebackers in a while.
Not for a long while, no.
Yeah, since London Fletcher, and that was about 5-6 years ago. So you get Jamin Davis, who's coming in and who could possibly become the leader of that defense. So I like the pick, and it's crazy to say because I'm a Cowboys fan, but I think that he's going to be very productive for them.
I don't like the pick because I think they needed more on offense, and I think that would have been a perfect spot to take Etienne or Najee Harris right there, or take another receiver. Take a receiver. There's Rashad Bateman still on the board for you right there. There's Terrence Marshall still on the board for you right there for Washington. I don't like that pick at all. I think they should have went offense. That defense is what kept them in them games and won that division for them.
Yeah.
You can say, but your offense was suspect as shit all year long.
They did add a lot to the offense, though. They got your favorite Ryan Fitzpatrick, but outside of that, they have Curtis Samuel, which was a great add.
That was a great pickup. That was a great signing. But another speed guy.
Yeah, I don't know if I would describe him that way, but sure.
He's more of a utility guy because when he was in Ohio State, he played a lot of running back at Ohio State. He wasn't just a primary.
He was drafted as a running back
because of his speed. Because of his speed, he's critical.
Oh wait, Baltimore Ravens select. Who did they pick?
I don't know. I got NFL Network up. What do you have up? ESPN?
Yeah, I got ESPN up.
You went over to I figured you put on the mothership.
They took Jason Owell from Penn State. I don't like that pick.
Wow.
I don't like that pick.
Defense. That's what I'm saying, man.
Do you know? I told you they was gonna take an edge. That guy didn't. He had 0 sacks last year. I know we talking about.
I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that.
Look, VJ. I know. You said you said I was talking about production. 0 sacks.
Listen, 0 sacks.
That's alarming.
That's a big production number to point out. I can't defend that. first of all, I don't like the pick. Number one, I think you add. I'm gonna stick with you guys. I'm gonna ride with you guys. I'm gonna stay on. They need to keep adding weapons for Lamar Jackson. Simple as that. And right here, I don't. You
Oh
could
look,
have get.
the Buccaneers pick is already in. That's hilarious.
Oh
Richie
wow,
Grant.
so they already know.
Which means they've been
This
sitting
is-
and
this
waiting.
is- This is
They-
receiver. This is receiver for the Bucs.
No, they
Yeah.
don't need another receiver. The Bucks
Yeah,
don't
they
need
do.
another-
They've got
Yeah,
a
they do.
good group.
No, they don't.
Who do they
Okay,
need?
guess what? So okay, fine. Just let me ask you guys a question. How many of them played a full season last year? Just answer the question. Just answer the question.
Right, that's
How
true.
many-
You
how
could
many
try
Bucs
and pick a
played?
guy for availability, but I mean, Mike Evans, he doesn't usually finish a
What?
whole season, but he's really good.
No.
How many,
They're
games
No,
did
he
God,
is.
how many games did Godwin miss last year?
Godwin missed
they're
a lot of games.
They're
Okay.
gonna. I'm gonna tell you this.
Brown is
Antonio
not going to
Brown
stick
did,
around.
Antonio Brown did what last year?
He
He
didn't
played really
join
good.
right away, but
Yeah.
he's
Okay.
not going to stick around. But I mean, are you going to go deeper here and talk about Scotty Miller and how good he looked?
Okay.
You know,
Scotty
and then
Miller looked fine, but why not give Brady another young target that wants to come in, and Rondell Moore, good character guy, 5'9", 180, slot speed guy. Your slot guy gets hurt already. You know he's gonna miss game. Guy went on miss 3 to 4 games
No.
again this year, guys.
Watch this. This is gonna be Trayvon Moehrig. Watch.
Well, don't tell us because you're on a different damn channel.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Oh.
I'm looking at that. It's gonna be Trayvon Moehrig. I'm just predicting it.
let me
I don't-
let me look back here. I
Trayvon
think it
Moehrig.
must have gone through.
No, I don't know. I'm guessing.
Oh, yep. Not what you guys are expecting. I can see it now. So
Hold on, don't say nothing. I'm gonna go back and look at it my damn self. Fine. It's the last
Yeah.
pick. It's the last pick of the night.
What?
So
exactly.
don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Let me hold on. Let me see it myself.
What the?
Not what I thought
Hold
at
on.
all.
Hold on. Let me
Yep.
see it myself.
Not even close.
WTF? But I'm gonna tell you guys this. I think round 2 and 3 are gonna be fun.
There's a lot
I
of
think-
good players left.
I think we're gonna have a lot of fun rounds 2 and 3.
Well, I mean,
I think we are.
This big brute is listen. Their physical defense. You did have your star running linebacker miss some games last year. Smith's getting older. This pick makes sense.
Well,
This pick,
Yeah.
it's not what we thought, but it makes sense because of what they have, what they dealt with. I was just saying this about the receiving corps. If you got guys, I don't care if you got them, guys, are they playing? The best ability in sports is availability. Are you available to play? And they had injuries at the linebacking core and at the receiving core. They decided to address it at the linebacker core. I don't mind this pick at all. I would have went receiver though.
Yeah, if we're talking receivers, I mean, did you see Tyler Johnson as well last year on the Bucks?
Yeah,
And he looked pretty good.
Flash plays, man. Flash plays,
Right.
brother. It
We'll have to
means
see if he develops.
it means more. It means more if you can do it over a span of time. Anybody can step in and do it when somebody's injured.
You got to think about this as well. Bruce Arians. Look back at all the things he's done, his offenses over the time. What does he do? Grabs a receiver in one of the later rounds and turns him into some kind of superstar. Antonio Brown. T.Y. Hilton.
yeah, John Brown.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And then once his first year with Godwin, he was like, I love Godwin. And he made Godwin look like a superstar.
All right.
You know.
I'm just counting how many guys I missed in the first round. So I have, let me see, 1, 2, 3.
Hey, y'all.
4, 5,
This
6, 7,
board
8, 9.
right here is gonna be decimated.
I missed 9 guys. So there's 9 guys I thought were first round guys that didn't make it into the first round. But I hit on 3 of my 4 that I picked that would fall out of the first round. Cole Moore out of the first round. Moehrig out of the first round, and Landon Dickerson, the center from Alabama. He had a first round grade. People thought I saw some mock drafts where he was in the first round. But once again, surgeries and also need and fit. And I just thought with Trayvon Moehrig, teams aren't drafted. You know, Buda Baker, right? Who's the last safety that came in to like change a secondary? Buda Baker was drafted for that out of Washington, but you guys would have to help me. Who's the other safety in the last 5 years? Safety who was drafted on the sense of we're going to just put him in safety and he's going to change our secondary. Maybe Jabril Peppers.
Actually had
Collins?
success.
Landon's been more than 5 years.
No, well,
Landon Collins has been in the league like 7 years. Landon Collins has been in the league like 7 years.
The last safety?
The last safety that was drafted that you said he's being drafted to change the secondary.
Does that
I don't
be
think it's a position. I don't think it's a franchise change of position anymore because there's so many spread offenses that you don't have the true strong and free safety anymore. You have the Viper position. You have the Rover. The Rover was popular in the 80s and 90s with Florida.
Antoine Winfield?
Well, I like Antoine Field. It's Jamal Adams. Jamal Adams.
Yeah.
Okay.
Adams.
Jamal Adams. What was that?
He's it.
4
He's
years
really
ago?
like 4 years ago. Because he didn't make it. He didn't make it through his rookie contract.
There you go. So the last franchise changing safety in the first round is 4 or 5 years ago. It's just not a position I think people look at. I mean, go to college right now. Who's that dominating game-changing safety you even see in college who's going to come to the league and change? You just don't. So
It's
I think
rare. It's a rarity.
Trayvon,
It's rare.
I think a guy like Trayvon Moore, I think that's why he falls out of and I talked to Mina Kimes myself personally through Twitter. She told me, oh, he's definitely a first-round draft pick. He's going in the first round. So and people really respect her opinion and like Mina Kimes from ESPN a lot. And we both missed that one. I mean, she missed that. I had him falling out. But what you guys got as far Olajari, I know you love him. I know you had him in your top first round, Kenneth. You like Olajari a lot. You mentioned him, so I know you had him up there.
Yeah, I like his skill set. He'll definitely go
top 20 guys. I nailed the top 20. Other than two of my guys are tackles. I just thought that Dylan for
North Dakota,
North Dakota State, and Tevin from
I thought Tevin.
State. I thought there were locks.
But I'm gonna tell you this. I think that I really think day 2 is gonna be so much funner. Because
day 2 is gonna be great. Tomorrow's gonna be great because there's now you have so much talent left on the board. So for teams that wanted a receiver, you have Rondell Moore, you have Terrence Marshall, you have an Elijah Moore, all going to be available day 2. Sante Samuel Jr. going to be available day 2. Amon-Ra St. Brown from USC going to be available on day 2. Yeah. Barmore going to be available on day 2. Now here's the thing: running back went dry, quick. Therefore, if you're trying to get one tomorrow, you got to get it early.
You do,
because they're going to have to trade up tomorrow to get one if they want. Like Javonte Williams is the most sought-after player tomorrow.
Yeah, he is.
Yep.
He's the most sought-after player tomorrow. So where
Miami
thought it was a lot, he would fall to Miami. ETN, and that's why I said they blew this. Miami's not going to end up with him. Miami blew this by not taking a running back at 18. Travis Etienne and both Najee Harris were both sitting right there for Miami to take.
Well,
and they took Jalen Phillips, a rush guy with some injuries, questions from college. Just saying.
If we look at round 2, Jacksonville already got a running back. The Jets, the Jets could take Javonte. They definitely could. Falcons, yep. And then the Dolphins have the 4th pick, but yeah, two of those teams ahead of them are looking at.
I guarantee you we hear in the next few days, and if I hear, because my ear's to the ground, Miami, I guarantee you for the last hour or so, they were trying to trade back up until the first round.
True.
I guarantee it. Because now Javonte is going to fall, and you just don't want to take one just to take one. Now they have 2 second-round picks. They can even add another receiver. They can all Miami can say, you know what? Fine, fuck it. We'll take Terrence Marshall, 6'3", 200. I mean, he was right there. He was right there in LSU with Jamar Jamar Chase. So we know what type of player he is, and we know what type of receivers they put out. Miami could just say, okay, fine, we'll just go load up at receiver again. Rush player. I mean, they answered the question for the rush in that they needed. Jabril Cox at linebacker, he'd still be out there. Your tight end for youth. I knew his ass wasn't getting drafted today.
He's a good player. Vermouth is a good player.
He's a good player. He's a good player. We ain't trying to know with good players, man. Ain't about no goddamn
All
good
right.
players.
All right, now
I'm just trying to go down my list here and see if anybody that's left that I look at for tomorrow.
Gang
And
of
even
tackles.
that edge rusher that the Ravens just took. I mean, he got a 2nd round grade. But like I said, I guess if you meet guys and if you like them, take them. If they're your guy, you feel like this is a guy that could come in and fit in what we do here and technique and style and win us some football games, then do so. But Hubbard's also available too. So Miami misses out on Javonte. They can still grab Hubbard. Hubbard is still a physical back. You're talking 6 feet tall, 220, 215, I believe. That kid he's official too, man. So final thoughts, guys. Final thoughts on just the draft overall. Jake, I appreciate you sticking around, Jake.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, not a problem.
Final thoughts on the draft, guys.
I'm excited and interested to see how Justin Fields goes and fits in Chicago. It makes me wonder if maybe Nick Foles or even Andy Dalton just gets traded out right away, which seems kind of silly. But when you have those 3 quarterbacks, it's kind of like, you don't need those 3 guys. Yeah.
Somebody gets cut. Everybody ain't got to make the team.
That's true.
Or get traded. Andy Dalton's a 1-year deal. You cut him.
Well, the funny part was as soon as they signed Andy Dalton, I said, "Oh, well, this is gonna be." So the guy is Mike Glennon. That's the guy who was starting for when Mitch Trubisky got drafted. But as soon as they signed Andy Dalton, you're our starter. I said, "Oh, well, he's gonna be disappointed. This is not gonna end up well." But they got Justin Fields. The biggest thing is, I really believe he can be successful there. But Matt Nagy. He's so many red flags. Matt Nagy will run a triple wide receiver reverse on the 1-yard line.
Yeah,
he just gets too cute and
creativity, guys. Creativity.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
if that's what you call it. That's too
his
much.
First year with the Bears was like, okay, you have this great defense to anchor yourself, and you just take these offensive players, you kind of make what you can with them. And he, at that point, it looked like he was doing pretty good, using guys to their strengths and occasionally throwing in a wild play. But then, since then, it's just been awful.
All down.
It's been like, oh, okay, yeah, we're gonna get the running back here, David Montgomery, and not use him. He looks pretty good, and not use him. It's like, okay, this is a guy you need to give a bunch of carries and let him get rolling. And, when you have a good defense, that's just what you do. Instead, you're doing all these dink-dunk passes, have like a quick, 3 and out, nothing, don't use any clock, give it back to the other team and make your defense work even harder. It's like, oh, dude, how do you still have a job?
No, I'm with you, man.
I think this is his last year. I think if things don't work out, this is Matt Nagy's last year. But
I would hope so.
Yeah. That's why I was like, he's not gonna roll into the regular season when Andy Dalton is the starting quarterback. Come on now,
bring Anthony Lynn in.
Your lasting impressions on the draft, Kenneth?
It shaped up interestingly. A lot of picks that we didn't expect. You got the J.C. Horn pick. You got the Greg Newsome pick. You got the Quiddy Pay pick with the Colts. Like a lot of picks that just we wouldn't have predicted. But I like it because now you're having premium talent getting pushed into the second round. So once again, I like I said before, I think day 2. I think when we meet tomorrow, I think tomorrow's going to be much funner, right? If that's even a word, funner, right? I think we're going to have a lot more fun.
I didn't want to correct you when you said that shit the first time. Just like when you said conversate, I didn't want to be that guy. I didn't want to be that. You're already making us look bad down in the black MVP quarterback.
Why? Because I'm hard on Lamar Jackson. Because I'm hard on Lamar Jackson. That means
because you said conversate and funner.
Funner. It's a word now, so you guys can put it in.
Conversate 8. Don't ever say that again.
Conversate.
Converse.
Conversate. Converse.
Converse.
Look.
You conversate the conversation.
Watch it. First of all, my name is Tiberius. I'm creating new words, so just put it in the dictionary.
Tiberius.
But no, I think tomorrow is going to be a lot of fun.
Yep.
And I think that it's going to be very interesting. You're going to see some teams trade up to the front of the first round to try to take some talent. But I think it's going to shape up. It's almost like tomorrow is like another first round, in my opinion, right? I think the first round was okay. Once again, it shaped up pretty good, but 2 and 3 is going to really set the pace for kind of how next season goes. And I think you have a lot of good players, and teams are going to be able to fit their needs. Just in day 2, I think 4 and 7 will just be it'll just be overkill, right? But so that's my thought on the draft. I love first round. It definitely threw some shockers. I wasn't big on Micah Parsons, but now I got to adjust to it. So it is what it is.
Now you have to be big on him.
And you owe me a DoorDash on that shit.
Okay, well, send me the address.
Takeaway, I'll go different. I won't say the same thing, you guys, and I'll be a homer. Miami Dolphins. And I said I will give this coaching staff 4 years. I've said I'll give 2 or 3 seasons. I'm not going to sit here and bang on my own squad. I got enough of that from bum-ass Jet fans, Bill fans, and Patriot fans, cheating-ass Patriot fans. But I don't like Waddle at that slot. I like Devontae Smith more there, a more fluid receiver, just so good. I know he's small. I've made comments about him being light in the ass because it's true. Don't mean you can't eat some steak and some potatoes when you get in the league and hit some weights, get on some different supplements and actually put, 8, 9, 10 pounds on. But Deshaun Jackson didn't never have to put on weight. Marvin Harrison never had to put on weight. Tyreek Hill never had to put on weight, man, even though he's a little thicker, smaller and a little thicker, but football players are football players. And then the move from Miami at the Russian from Miami at number 18, taking Jalen Phillips. I'm just not high on injury guys. And we took 2 guys that have been injured in college already.
True.
And it's so far from what I thought Flores would do. That's just not even like what I would think anybody coming from Bill Belichick would do. They double check, triple check everything there. The Patriots never drafted guys with injuries. So I won't use the word disappointed. I'm not excited. I thought I would come away from this night being more excited about Miami's future. I will just say, okay, we'll see what Jalen Waddle does, and we'll see what Phillips does, and we'll see what Miami does in the second round. Do they get a tackle? Do they go running back and address running back, or do they look and go, you know what? We have Mac Brown. We have Gaskins. We have a line now. We got some more weapons on the perimeter. Gesicki's a future all-pro player. They did address receiver. They brought in Fuller. Doesn't matter if it's 1 year. A rookie coming in would only be 1 year. He would have a 4-year deal, but we only know he's going to play 1 year. We don't know what's going to happen. So they did address those things. That's why I'll stay optimistic. I believe in what Flores and Greer are doing. The defense is still great. We still have the best 1-2 corner tandem in the league. We have the best corner in the league, probably other than Jalen Ramsey in all of football. And Stephon Gilmore is still a top corner, in my opinion. I'm just I'm head scratching a little bit what Miami did. I love the fact that Chicago moved up. I'm glad that some of my, stamp it calls came through today. That makes me feel good about talking shit in sports and football and why we do this. I was happy. I was proud of my mock draft. It's the first time I ever did a full first round mock draft. I missed 8 guys out of the first round, so that means I got a 24 of them, 24 guys I thought would go in the first round. Went in the first round about around where I thought guys would go. So I'm very happy for Fields. I'm very happy Chicago went up and took him because he would have plummeted. I think the easiest pick other than the first 2 was the Patriots, that if Mac Jones fell to them, that's who they were going to take. It was in every mock draft. Everyone joked around about it. But the Patriots, Mac Jones fits what they want. He fits, and he fell right
Is
to
he going
him.
to start? Is he going to start?
Over Cam?
Yeah.
No, he's not starting over Cam. He's not starting over Cam. Cam is a bridge gap to next year, and I hate to say that because I'm a big Cam Newton fan. I don't really have head scratchers. The only one I would have would be Carolina, but once again, their passing defense is really bad. J.C. Horn was, in a lot of people's eyes, mine was Pat Surtain, but he was the number 1 rated corner in this draft and a guy that could go in the top 10 if a team felt like that's what they really needed. So other than that pick, I think everything went according to what all of us kind of thought would happen in this first round. And one last thing too is that I'm glad that Jake, I know you saw this morning. I said 2 running backs were going today in the first round, and about 3 or 4 guys were like, no running backs are going. Yeah, I cashed in on that one. I said 2 running backs were going today. 2 running backs went today. So that was my take from the draft, man. So we'll wrap up the show. Listen, I just want to say, first of all, not keep it short, I really appreciate both you guys. Thanks. Shout out to I got a few text messages from people that couldn't make it in or whatever, but it was great just even doing it with you guys. I gave open invite. I said anybody could come in, so I don't want to hear any shit later about, oh man, I wanted to do your show. No, the fuck you didn't. If you wanted to do it, then you would have did it. I don't want to hear that shit. I bet you if I told you I had some ass and some titties over here, y'all to make sure y'all jumped in.
Live at 5.
I'd say if I had fans only girls on here, y'all to jumped in with your $3.99 a month. But anyway, Jake, start with you first, man. Tell everybody where they can find you at, buddy.
My complicated website right here is jacobsfantasyfootball.blogspot.com. That's just a blogger blog that I use right now. You can find me on Twitter with this name here, Jake's FF blog. I'm also, you can find me if you look for Jake's Fantasy Football blog on Facebook, and same thing if you look on Instagram. I have the same tag here, the Jake's FF blog. Instagram though doesn't let you put, in Facebook they don't let you put as much detail in the the description, but it's longer than what Twitter lets you get. You got to click the link and you got to see all the full experience, not just half explanations of things. You got to get it all.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. Kenneth, you're up, buddy. Tell everybody where they can find you, man.
Kenneth Clark D4G on Instagram, and Kenneth Clark the second one on Twitter. So just go ahead and hit me up, and yeah, I love to tap in and link up.
I appreciate both you guys, man. Y'all hit them up. I respect what both you guys do. Love y'all brothers, man, and I'll holler at y'all in a few days, man. I'm gonna take both y'all out of here and close out the show. Appreciate y'all, man.
All right, most definitely. See you tomorrow.
All right, peace.
All right, peace.
Oh boy, what a show, right? What a show. And to wrap up the VJs on Sports with Light Conduct, first ever live streaming draft show, 4 hours and 16 minutes going on right now. I'm about to go get me some seafood. I'm hungry. We getting some crabs and some stuff tonight from the hot and juicy. But listen, I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I want to thank everybody for supporting me the way that you guys do and just helping me get to where I am today. I'm very proud of this show today. Longest show I've ever done. Full mock draft. I did so much research over the last damn 2 weeks for this, man. And a lot of dreams were realized today. There are a lot of gentlemen that will now play with this football and will be in this league and try to chase all their dreams today and tomorrow. And then with the 3rd through 7th rounds on Saturday and Sunday. So after this weekend, it'll be a whole new bunch of employees and young kids in the NFL. I wish you all the best luck. Miami, I can't believe you guys did this to me today. I really can't, man. I'm going to just, I'm going to go. I don't even want to talk no more. I don't have no big send-off. I appreciate all of y'all, though, man. VJs on Sports with Light Conduct, Spreaker.com, iHeartRadio, YouTube, We also were live tonight on LinkedIn, so I was happy about that. The messages stopped, so I know most of the people did probably jumped out. Said, gotta go. Love me, I gotta go. Thanks for having me. Oh, that was earlier where he had to roll. That was Nathan. So Nathan too, want to thank you for joining. Want to thank Jake for joining, and want to thank Kenneth, and shout out to my man Alex Thomas for joining too, man. VJs on Sports Like Conduct, Spreaker.com, iHeartRadio, StreamYard, YouTube, and LinkedIn. Thank y'all for tuning in, man, to the NFL Draft First Round. Did your team do what you wanted them to do or needed them to do? Hit me up and let me know, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow for the second round. Peace. I'm out.